Welcome to listening to stories on Kevin Time TV audiobook channel. Chapter 1351, Half Angle Night I. I'll go first. Isabel jumped at Arad, but before she could touch him, Callie snatched her away. No, you won't. She looked at her with a smile and then dragged her to the side. Ayala and Mira are going first. We're after. Give them some respect, at least. Isabel looked at her for a long second and sighed. Who's speaking? The goddess of destruction. Do you know how scary it is for you to let someone else go in front of you? I'm sure your little helpful assistant here is both terrified and confused. Isabel pointed at Diana. Diana shrugged. I'm her Archon, so I do whatever she wants or asks without questions. She leaned back on the couch and stared at Arad and Ayala, who were about to start. Would have I wanted to be here? No, I've just met him. How in the hell would it make any sense for me to be here naked, submitting myself to him? Diana took a deep breath and then sighed. But she said I should do it. And we're not talking about anyone but an ancient, all-powerful goddess of destruction that I served for thousands of years. Me not understanding her intentions is understandable. Isabel frowned. You trust your goddess too much. I thought angels would have learned something in the past eons. We did. And that is, our gods are always right. They know us better than we know ourselves. We were born from their essence. Diana glared at Isabel. But I doubt someone like you would understand. She looked at Callie. If she is acting like this, Arad must be someone quite important, unique, or has something that we either need or is a boon above everything we've ever known. Isabel looked at Diana with a smug face. Really? What if I told you that all destruction seeks is destruction? Her vision for you is to suffer for eternity, ever broken and rebuilt as a work of destructive art. Do you think Callie understands the good or bad? She only knows how to bring destruction and ruin. You follow her. You follow a path to your own demise. Then so be it. If you think mere words can sway an Archon, you're really naive. Diana smiled. She can destroy me and the whole world if she wants. I only care about following her orders. That is what I was born for, and that is what I did for my whole life. Isabella glared at Diana for a while and then burst laughing. Callie, you've picked a good one. She lifted her hand and flicked her fingers. Don't worry, only the three of us can hear ourselves. Callie is right. In fact, I believe you should be begging her to let you stay, not the other way around. Diana blinked and looked at Callie. What's up with her? That creation, technically, she should be as strong as me, but I've killed her in the past, and now she is weakened a lot. She fully understands why Arad is important and why we are here. She scratched the back of her head, but don't let what happens today get in your way. Callie leaned back and put one leg on another. When I'm in my tiny form, you're my caretaker. When I'm in my destruction form, you're my concubine. Believe me, in a few years, you'll understand that getting anywhere near Arad in this stage is better than any decision in your life. Callie looked away, thinking to herself. All angels lamented the fact they weren't born in the age where Ao ruled, and you're the one who cried about it the most. You're the one who told me in the past that if Ao showed up, you'd betray me in a heartbeat to serve the real God of the universe. I can't tell you the truth, but I'm just giving you what you once asked for. A chance to serve Ao. Diana stood and looked at Arad and Ayla, who were passionately stuck together, and she then turned her gaze to Callie. I don't need an explanation. Just tell me what I should do or feel now. That'll help me understand what you can't tell me. It wasn't Callie who replied, but Isabel. You should be happy, thrilled, and overjoyed, maybe even impatient to start. Isabel, you don't say she should. Callie shook her head and then looked at Diana. I think you should be feeling as Isabel said, but don't take my word for it. Do whatever you feel is right. Trust me and stay or leave. You're the decided. I only apologize since I can't explain the details. Then I'll say, Diana smiled and dropped on her seat beside Callie. If I'm understanding things right, then Arad rules now. A smug smile covered her face. Does that mean we too are the same here? Callie thought about it. Yeah, we're all equal when Arad takes the reins, so you can treat me as if I'm not your goddess. At least when we're in the bedroom. Novel fire.net. Then, if you don't mind the disrespect, Diana took a deep breath. How come you, the great demon goddess of destruction, the harbinger of chaos and doom, the one creature the abominations fear more than the overgod, the one whose mere name sends armies of billions trembling in their boots and shitting themselves, whose whole race is known for dominance and power, how come you are so submissive that you allow him to have other women? Deanna took a deep breath. I honestly expected you to be the dominant one, and I'm here just to satisfy some twisted kink of yours. Disappointed that I'm not that demonic in nature. Callie smiled, and Diana rubbed her face. Do you know what I thought when you first called me here? Just what Isabel said. She then looked at her. To us, the angels, you've been a fair and stern leader, but we never got to know you past rumors and your orders on the battlefields. I know how cruel you can be. I've seen armies sent to their death to stall for time. Callie laughed. Will, you're half right. I do have all the demons' sadistic and evil tendencies, but I'm a goddess. I can keep those things in check with ease. I was raised to be a loving and gentle woman. Isabel spoke behind them. Don't tempt her. Destruction can be the most vile thing you've ever seen. She is just as harrowing and cruel as you imagine. Chapter 1352, The Golden Palace Eye. After just several minutes, both Aella and Mira were sprawled on the bed, exhausted to the bones and unable to move an inch. Callie approached and asked, So, how was it? Aella only shifted her eyes and looked at her. I'm not a fan. I'll try to talk Isdis against it. Yeah, Mira added. Can't relax. Callie smiled and looked around, her gaze stopping at Arad. Then, I'll take the one left. We should be back shortly, so don't worry about us. Ella looked at Arad. Yeah, one here, one at Alina, and one at Croc. Still got one left. Arad waved his hand, and a second incarnation of himself appeared. Callie pulled the incarnation to her and then snatched Diana and Isabel as well. We'll be going, sadly. This place is a bit too fragile. Then, in the blink of an eye, she disappeared with them. The half-angel maids looked at Aella, and she just waved her hand. Don't worry about it. Arad can be in many places at once. They'll be back soon. Gina shook her head and rushed in to clean Arad while the other maids started cleaning Aella and Mira. Their night had just begun, and the two of them weren't going to stop. It just didn't feel right for them to relax and let loose with relative strangers around, mainly Isabel and Diana. The half-angel maids were just that, maids. When Arad opened his eyes, he was in a vast golden hall surrounded by tens of demonic angels. Each one of them was more beautiful than the last, and they all prostrated themselves on the ground, bowing to Callie, who stood beside him. Callie looked at Arad. You've never been to a divine heaven before, right? This is my inner hall. You can call it my castle or throne room in the humans' terms. She walked around and reached the closest angel. Beautiful ladies, aren't they? I picked them all, especially for this day. Diana looked around with a pale face and wide-open eyes. Harbingers of destruction, all of them. Callie looked at her. Those girls are the failed ones who couldn't get strong enough to go to war. None of them is as powerful as you are. Callie moved away from the angel and approached Arad. Usually no one is allowed here beside me. Those angels are fated to live here forever. She looked around, waved her hand, and one of the angels approached. She was a tall, thin woman with bright blue eyes and flowing brown hair. Her massive wings twitched as she stood before Callie. Your orders, my husband, Arad. That's creation. Isabel and the harbinger over there is an overachiever who I took into my direct service. She then leaned on her shoulder. Treat them like me. Except for creation, you can annoy her a bit. Hey, at least help me until I regain enough power to build my own heaven. Isabel gasped, and Callie just shrugged. You can argue with Diana over there, but she grabbed the angel by the neck and gently pulled her closer, whispering into her ear. I heard you all talking some nasty rumors about me marrying someone useless. You better not make the same mistake again. She let her go. Arad, feel free to do whatever you like with all the angels in this heaven. I'll even make them summonable so you can call them to battle whenever you wish. Each of them is at least a demon lord level, and many specialize in different tasks. She looked again at the angel beside her. This one here is a charmer. She specializes in mind control. Callie then pointed back. That one over there, the blonde one good with fire magic, and the one beside her is good with her hands. She then approached Arad. But for today you've only got me to play with, and those two. She glanced at Diana and Isabel. The four of them headed deeper into the Golden Palace, soon reaching a massive room built from gold, silver, marble, and sprawling demonic red plants. I almost never use this room. Callie smiled. Do you believe me if I said I never set foot here in the past decade? She looked at the angels standing inside the room. Those ladies over there are the room's guards. Isabel approached one of the angels. How long you've been here? When was the last time Callie showed up? The angel replied with a calm voice. She didn't even move an inch. I've been standing guard here for 150 years and a few months. Her divinity didn't come into this room for the past 11 years. Diana looked around the room and stopped by the massive pillow bed. How long has it been since someone cleaned this place? She looked at the bed and inspected it, only to realize it was spotless. Dirt, dust, and grim, they all don't exist here. They all get destroyed. Callie pulled Arad with her and dropped on the bed. Isabel jumped on the bed and dropped on it like a cannonball. And I guess you brought us here since this place is durable enough to play a bit rough. She looked at Arad. I hate to say it, Arad, but I'm probably the softest one here. You'll have to go all out on Callie and Diana, but for me, be a bit gentle. She then turned toward Callie, so who goes first? Callie frowned, her 6 arms crossing, and her blue skin seemed to sparkle a bit. Me, of course. After I'm done, you two can have some fun. She then turned back to Arad and leaned on his chest. Also, all the angels here are fair game. Think of them like the maids in the castle back at Alina. You're my husband, meaning you're the owner of this place as well, including them. She looked at the angels standing guard around the room. I guess you all understand this. All the angels chanted, All hail the Destruction Lord. Callie smiled and laid her head on Arad's lap. By the way, what are you doing now? Alla and Mira in the half-angel kingdom, Merlin and Amber in Alina, Senna, Sarah, and Betty in Alina. And you 3 here in, Callie finished, the destruction heaven, call it the Golden Palace. She stretched and wrapped her 6 arms around his chest. Let's start. I've been waiting for so long. Chapter 1353, The Golden Palace II. The gods are nothing like mortals. They don't follow the same biological function or thinking patterns. Their bodies are perfect, shifting to embody the gods' willpower and divine magic. Callie's divine body was large, standing almost 10 feet tall like Arad, with a lean build and 6 powerful arms. Her blue skin reflected her demonic heritage, and her red palms and soles symbolized the blood staining her hands. While she seemed to wear earrings and sometimes even a large nose ring, those weren't jewelry or decorations, but parts of her demonic body. A god's clothes and accessories are often a part of their power, representing a side that is integral to themselves. Amaterasu's yukata, for example, symbolizes her origin and the location where her first worshippers in the world emerged. While she was born from a natural existence, her name and image were conjured by the beliefs of mortals. Callie's demonic image was, on the other hand, conjured by the demons of the abyss in the form of their worst nightmare, a weak-looking woman who in fact could sow horror into the abyss's very bones. Arad already noticed the way Callie's body moved, the strange softness and hardness of her body. Her arms looked normal, but they, in fact, had 2 elbows, one of which was always locked straight and only opened if she wanted to use it. Arad also noticed that Callie had a 3rd eye hidden on her forehead beneath her silky hair, and she even had a snake-like forked tongue that was at least 2 feet long. Kissing her felt strange, but it was the same surprise to her as he, too, had a long forked tongue thanks to his prickleachy blood. As he held her body, Arad could feel her smooth skin, which felt almost as slippery as if she was covered in oil. She had no hair besides the one on her head and eyes, leaving her strangely soft to the touch, while her muscles felt as tough as tire rubber. Another property of the gods that Arad noticed was that she didn't taste like anything. He was a dragon, and could usually tell that his wives, like Ella and Mira, were humans beings on the dragon's menu. But Callie was different. She tasted like air and smelled like incense, earthy, and had a faint hint of blood scent on her. One that was so faint that even Arad almost missed it. While looking like a human with clothes on, as Arad's hands slowly caressed her azure body, he could feel the unnatural muscles turning beneath her skin, just like how Arad's muscles didn't resemble humans, as he had wings to deal with. Callie's muscles were vastly more numerous and in weird places. She had 20 abs, but in 4 columns of 5. She didn't have 2 armpits, but 6, and the muscles on her chest almost made her breasts feel alive, as beneath each one were 3 large pectoral muscles. For once, Arad didn't need to worry about keeping his strength in check. Unlike the wild beast that is Nina, Callie could control her harrowing strength to match Arad and allow them both to feel at ease. Arad honestly expected to snap something tonight, but she had proved him wrong. Diana and Isabel were sitting aside with the other angels watching. It's been a while, and they didn't even start. How long is he going to feel her body? Diana asked, and Isabel leaned back, poking her ear. Probably a long while. Look at them. Arad is trying to understand what she likes best, she sighed. He is also starting to feel it. Feel what? Diana asked, and Isabel shrugged. That Callie might enjoy it, but not feel thrilled about it like the others do. We're talking about the goddess of destruction, after all, and Arad doesn't have enough strength to show her that. Arad slowly lifted Callie and laid her beside him. She twisted her torso and wrapped her arms around his hips, slithering between his legs like a snake, wrapping her long tongue around his flesh. She easily swallowed the massive thing in one gulp. What Arad didn't expect was that she could still speak. Her voice rang in his head like a booming echo, ringing deep into his soul. Do you like it? I do, but you don't seem that excited about it? He was right, and the reason was simple. She was a demon, not a human. She wasn't even a normal demon, but their divine goddess. Let's just say that gentle things aren't in my nature. It doesn't matter what values I uphold, I'm still a demon that feeds off violence and suffering. She stopped sucking and stood to sit on his lap. I'm sorry to say it, but even with your full strength, you can't be rough enough with me, and I don't want to be rough with you. She sighed, lifted her hips, and plunged his flesh inside her in a single thrust. Then, I guess you have a solution. Arad pulled her into a hug and, as per her wishes, started thrusting with all of his might. He now understood why she had to bring them here to her palace. Callie looked at one of her angel servants. When was it last time that I responded to a mortal? The angel pulled a ledger and looked at it. Last time? Never. You never reply to cultists. It's usually the demon lords who do that. Good. Find me one that wants something and is willing to suffer for it, a woman that must be quite beautiful. Callie turned toward Arad. I'd say I'll be evil for once. Let's see what my demonic impulses would make me full. I found a suitable one. The angel replied with a confirmation and then flapped her wings, summoning the cultist woman into the room. The ginger woman appeared, praying on the ground with paint all over her pale face. Her hands twitched and her eyes opened wide when she found herself in an unfamiliar place. Where? She was about to speak, but her tongue suddenly burst out of her maw in a splash of blood. She fell on her face, groaning in pain, as Callie glared at her from Arad's lap. Don't speak unless spoken to. She healed her and then asked, in a calm, cold void, You wanted to become a demon. For what reason? Death, I faced it once. I can still remember the pain and fear, and I don't want to feel it again. I want to become an immortal demon that doesn't have to fear its finality, the woman replied without even daring to ask what demon responded to her prayer. She already knew that demon lords weren't powerful enough to summon her to another dimension. so she had probably woken up some ancient horror. I can offer you that, but I require a sacrifice of suffering. Care to die a horrible, slow, and painful death for me? She leaned on Arad. And before you ask, it has no purpose. I just want to see some great suffering and agony. It might make me full of something. Arad looked at her. Are you sure you want to do this? You've been calm and gentle until now. Torturing someone like this isn't something you'll do. Callie smiled. Of course it's not something I did, but it's in my nature as a demon. She looked at him. Did you notice how violent Merida is? How she almost seemed to not care about other lives or manners? She was always fated to be a demon. Those aggressive and ruthless aspects are our sign even in bed. Isn't she one to enjoy a violent and rough pounding? Callie clenched her hips, and Arad almost felt his flesh snapping. You can't treat me like that, and I don't want to treat you like that. So how can I scratch that itch? She then turned to the cultist. I can either get the mother of all life to turn you into a succubus, or the mother of all demons to turn you into a blood demon. Your choice. Both will be quite painful, and I'll enjoy watching you suffer for a long while. Chapter 1354, the 1354. The Golden Palace IAI. Each god is beholden to their nature and portfolio. Some say that a mortal's very existence is transformed upon attaining godhood, and some say that only those who embody the divine persona can attain godhood, not the other way around. Eris is a demi-goddess of murder, and she must embrace murder if she wants to attain that form of godhood. The same is true with Mira, who must bear the fangs of greed to ascend. Callie isn't an exception. She is the goddess of demons and was born a demon. She was destined to become the goddess of orphans and thus ended up having both of her parents killed, turning her into an orphan. Her portfolio of destruction wasn't all that simple as well. Even if she mostly keeps low, her power, her angels and demons are sowing destruction on both the Abomination War and the Blood War fronts. She must adhere to her very nature of a demon, of an orphan, and that of a destroyer. The stronger a god is, the easier it is for them to resist the urge of their divinity. The more ancient and powerful they are, the more tricks they have up their sleeves to cope with their divine aspects. Of course, not all gods seek to resist it. Some embrace it and thrive in the madness of their own holiness. Callie had spent centuries keeping her demonic and destructive nature at bay. It had taken her great effort to push all of the violent, sadistic, and brutal ideals of demonkind to the back of her head and adhere to the calm, morally gray nature of humans that her adoptive parents instilled in her. But tonight, even for a bit, she wanted to be herself again. She didn't want Arad to only know her as the calm, gentle, and easygoing azure demoness with 6 arms. She knows that one day in the future she'll be forced to let loose and unleash her primal, destructive nature upon the world, or even upon the front lines of war. This night was going to be long and arduous. Between Arad's hoarse and heavy breathing, Callie's loud moans of ecstasy, and the cultist's cries and screams for mercy as her body rotted away from the inside out, the bedroom of the Golden Palace burned with life and noise. Arad violently thrust as he pulled Callie back to him by her neck, his palm crushing on her chest but still struggling to dent it. It was exhausting and tiring, but at least nothing was about snap as it was with Nina. Callie was much better at controlling her own harrowing strength and toughness. It didn't take Arad long to realize another frightening nature of Callie's body. It was constant as all the gods were. Her body's divine regeneration kept her from getting used to him, his size, or even losing her virginity. Each time he pulled out, she'd fully recover. At one point, Arad even activated the constellation Taurus, sealing all of his magic in exchange for pure physical might to keep up with her, and he lamented the fact he didn't use it with Nina because it somewhat worked. Callie was surprised when Arad's hold on her grew stronger by several times, tens of times even. It was a first for her to flinch due to something stinging her. The sudden dull pain in her stomach as his last trust carried the weight of a mountain made her shiver. She looked back at him. Now, this is a surprise. Can you get it a bit more rougher? Hearing her, Arad pushed her down immediately, slamming her face on the bed, and swung his palm with a full-force slap to her large azure peach. The slap that should have been a full year's worth of torturous pain for anyone else felt nothing more than a slightly rough love tap to Callie, but that was just what she needed. That was the curse of strength. The more powerful someone was, the less sensitive they were to creatures weaker than them. It was the same as how a man wouldn't feel the weight of a fly on his hand, or how a needle's sting might not hurt if it was thin and sharp enough. As Arad finally found a way to at least contend with Callie's insane durability, the two of them finally managed to connect deeper, slowly drowning in their pleasure. Isabel, Diana, and the angels watched from the side. Some were worried, some didn't care, and some were just surprised. In their whole life, they never expected to hear their goddess beg for it, but here she was, spreading her legs, moaning as loudly as she could, and begging to be pounded, slapped, kissed, and pressed down until nothing remained of her. "It looks like this is going to take a while," Isabel frowned. "We too might not have a chance tonight." "I doubt Callie would be satisfied with just a few runs." She looked at Diana. "A shame, isn't it?" Diana stared back at her and sighed. "What shame are you talking about? It works perfectly fine for me. I got more time to think about it." She looked at Arad. "Besides, my only job here was to be her assistant. As you can see, my goddess is so vigorous that Arad might need to call his other incarnations to pick up the slack. Then we aren't thinking alike." Isabel sighed. "I would have done anything to be in her place, embraced by his. Forget it. Tomorrow, or the day after, I'll get my chance." She then looked at the cultist woman, who was still rolling on the ground in agony, crying and begging for mercy as her flesh ripped apart and healed, keeping her stuck between life and death. Cheap as the price goes for demonic power. Some would have spent centuries slaving away in the abyss for a chance to earn a slither of power, or might have even sold their souls. Isabel stood and approached the cultist woman. She sat beside her and looked at her eyes. "Kill me. Sorry, I can't. You've already signed a contract. You'll suffer here. Your screams will be a melody to the demon goddess, and in exchange she'll grant you the right to be reborn as a free blood demon. I might even go as far as to say you got a sweet deal." Isabel looked at Arad and Callie, then turned back at the cultist. "I'll give you a tip. You've been lucky enough to brush against history. You've already drawn the demon goddess's attention." Isabel smiled. "Once you get reborn as a blood demon, I'd suggest you come to serve her instead of running away." Chapter 1355, Amber Heat. The night was still fresh, and Arad's mind split between many instances. His mind in the half-angel kingdom was still busy with Aella and Myra, while his other two incarnations were in the university and Alina, doing what they do best. On the large bed of his room, Arad rested on the edge and looked back at the exhausted Merlin. Amber sat beside him as well, staring at her with a deadpan expression. "You said you were going to help me get the ropes, not steal him for an hour." Amber reached forth with her hand, picked the closest pillow, and swung it down at Merlin's face at full force. Merlin took the hit without moving an inch. She had gotten carried away. After a short deliberation, Isdis and the rest of the wives decided that Amber could go ahead and spend a night with Arad because she was leaving soon to train with Nar. Tonight was supposed to be Amber's special night, but since it came as a sudden decision, she was nervous, and Merlin was supposed to hold her hand and cheer her on. The two of them were old friends, after all. They had known each other for far too long. But instead of just sitting there and being a moral support for Amber, Merlin ended up spending over an hour enjoying herself with Arad as Amber hesitated to get anything done. Nar's voice rang inside Amber's head, and she was disappointed. "I told you that counting on that witching wizard will fail. You're a certified drunkard. Should have done with some nice wine or another strong drink instead." Amber sighed. "I don't want my first night to end up half-remembered." It was then that Nar jumped out of her head like a spart and landed on Arad's head. "I thought you'd be more active. Not all that shy, but there had to be a reason why you drink so much. You've never been good at dealing with people, right?" Nar stretched, yawned, and then looked down at Arad's head. Say, how about you forget this drunkard for another hour? I need some fuel as well. I thought you hated me. Arad sighed and she shrugged. I didn't know you could feed me air just like Zephyr. That changes a lot of things, mainly how I see you. Amber reached forward and snatched Nar before she could finish speaking and sent her away into the fiery blazes of her soul. Sorry, she won't come again. I hope Merlin pushed the pillow away from her face and sat up, her hips still twitching. Come on, Amber, take those underwear off and lie down. You're too shy for your own good. Merlin proudly stretched and then stood on the bed. Listen, I know you're worried that you're an old, shriveled-up, infinitesimal piece of shishu leather. Amber frowned, but before she could retaliate, Merlin kept speaking. You're not a human anymore. She flicked her fingers, and Amber's size magic was forcefully dispelled, turning her back into a foot-tall flaming fairy. This is the long-living body Zephyr managed to get you from Nar. You'll basically stay young for centuries now, and if you grew stronger, maybe even thousands of years. Merlin smiled. You look like a youthful 20 years old and not a 40 years old hag like myself. Amber looked at herself. She indeed lost a bit of weight, and her skin had grown smoother and cleaner. Even the bags beneath her eyes had long since disappeared. I don't know about that. I'm still, before Amber could finish speaking. Merlin loudly sighed and waved her hand to Ombre and Neige. They were sitting on the bed's edge. You two come clean me up, Arad. Help yourself. She'll keep complaining if you don't take the lead. As Merlin moved aside, her hold on Amber's size magic faded, and Amber turned back into the size of a human. Arad gently pulled her toward him and sat her on his lap, holding her tightly in his arms. She looked up at him and then blushed. Her face burned red, and her blonde hair flashed red with flames. It would have set the bed ablaze if not for the magic Merlin cast earlier. Amber's body twitched as she locked eyes with Arad. She had never expected this day to come so close. Isdis told her that she'd get it soon, but she just wasn't ready. She had seen how rough Merlin took it, and that scared her. It was probably going to hurt a lot. Can you be a little bit gentler? She asked with a worried face, ready to get rejected. But to her surprise, Arad nodded with a smile. His whole body grew smaller. He was as tall as her now. Merlin looked at him with a smile and then shrugged. Amber, you might not know, but Arad mostly follows what his wives want. He can be gentle if you want it. She leaned back and let Ombre and Neige clean her. Arad lifted Amber up and laid her on the bed, dropping on her with a kiss. She couldn't move as he held her hands down, but she wasn't trying to resist, and instead embraced him further, wrapping her legs around his hips. Her lips were bright red, her eyes flashed with light, and her whole body sizzled with searing heat. Anyone would have burned to ash if they touched her, but not Arad. He was far more durable, and she only felt warm to him. As their lips parted, her legs grew limp and dropped down, but Arad didn't move away. Instead, he slid down from her lips to her neck, causing her to shiver under his gentle pecks. Amber had been relaxed so far, keeping her eyes closed as she enjoyed the sensation, but her calmness quickly faded away as Arad reached her bosom, and she felt something on her nipples. Her eyes shot open, and she looked down, seeing Arad sucking on her chest. She never knew she was that sensitive, but here she was, moaning with each touch, failing to keep her voice down and getting some smug glances from Merlin. Merlin, don't watch! Amber gathered all of her energy to complain, but Merlin only got closer. You've been watching me and Arad so intensely before, it's only right for me to watch back. No. Amber weakly gasped, but soon her words faded away into moans as Arad got further down her soft and warm body. Chapter 1356. 4 Perspectives. Unlike most, Amber wasn't attracted to Arad due to his perplexing strength, how he helped her, or anything else like the other wives. It wasn't even money as she expected. Instead, Amber found herself in a strange place where most of her world either revolved around Arad or was influenced by it. When she first met him at the guild months ago, he seemed like an awfully discourteous and disrespectful brat, but his skill quickly shattered her confidence and showed her weakness. In a day he turned her from a skilled sorceress who drinks a lot to a drunkard who happened to know a few fire tricks. How did she finally find the courage to unleash her elemental flames, Arad? How did she get a fire spirit body, Arad and Zephyr? How did she end up mastering her fire magic, Arad? And how did she get a chance to both train with Nar and a free invite to the elemental plane of fire, Arad? The closer she got to Arad, the more the world seemed to bend around them and twist in strange ways. Once again, Amber was bested by Merlin, who sniffed Arad from the very start. That was probably the reason Merlin and Nina grew so strong while remaining weak for a long time. Right now, she was on Arad's bed, naked with her legs spread open. The wind felt a bit chilly, but only because she herself was extremely hot. Burning so hot, in fact, that the maids who usually stood at the wall had to leave the room, leaving on her Arad, Merlin, Ombre, Nage, and Nar, who was always chilling out somewhere. Now she was on Arad's shoulder. Nar reached to Arad's ear, stood, and spoke. "I made her body. You know, it's quite a beautiful piece of art." "It is indeed," Arad replied, and Amber gasped, "Nar, please stop it." Nar looked at her for a second. "I'm praising my handiwork, not you." She then pointed at her. "Arad, she's really, really, really ticklish. Give her belly a kiss and beware of the flames." Arad immediately plunged down on her soft, slightly pink belly, and Amber's eyes burst open as she contorted into a fit of laughter. A torrent of crimson flames splashed forth from between her legs. The more Arad tickled her, the more flames emerged, and soon it was powerful enough to rival a flamethrower. Merlin looked at her and smiled. "Interesting. She never told me about this part." Nar looked at Merlin. "Spirits leave no waste. All that comes out of us is elemental energy, so no sweat, pee, or any of those nasty stuff. The infernal engine of her body burns everything down." How was I supposed to explain that? Amber sighed, and Nar looked at Arad with a smug face. "By the way, the gods should be the same. Just in their case, it's pure concentrated mana, sometimes even divine water, like the one you found Vorvados sealed beneath." Arad leaned closer to Amber. "I'll have to ask Callie about it then. I guess the gods are really supposed to have perfect bodies." He pulled Amber closer, lifted her hips up, and then leaned on her. Slowly, he went on for a gentle peck as he pushed his flesh inside her. Slowly but surely, her legs slowly embraced him, pulling him even closer. And while this night had just started, Arad's fourth mind was in even more trouble in Croc. Right now, he was stuck between three uncontrollable, lustful, and energetic beings. All it took was just one letter from Izdis, who wanted to accelerate things for the coming crowning ceremony next month. Yes, she wanted to resolve all of the internal political matters so she could relax a bit. The letter was brought to Croc City by the fastest courier in all of the lands, and it wasn't Arad. Short, bright, happy, and too fast to be seen by mortal eyes. Betty only needed a fraction of a second to travel between Alina and Croc City to deliver the letter. Abel is already handling several matters between the kingdom and the Nine's Hells, like the trade of infernal iron, soul cores, and the wizards who really wanted to study the hell. Izdis wasn't that fan of how he worked, especially since he made interdimensional prostitution a thing. Due to that, Izdis needs Sarah and Arad to get married. She needs her to become the kingdom's relationship with the Hells. Sarah is a priestess of Asmodeus, after all, not any common devil. That is why Sarah was now in Senna's house, sitting on a chair beside the bed in her underwear, brushing her hair and getting ready. She looked down at her large chest, then at her long, sharp fingernails and toenails. "I should probably clip them. Nah, they aren't that sharp." Betty, who was already on the bed, smiled and stood. She then jumped and landed beside Sarah, barely being as tall as her while sitting. Betty lifted her foot up and wriggled her toes, showing the sharp claws to Sarah. "Mine are far deadlier, and I can't scratch him. Besides, it's one of the few devilish features that still shows on your humanoid form. Keep them." Betty was also included in the letter, and for a very different reason. The little halfling had long been attracted to Arad, to the point that she didn't waste any opportunity when she could tell Izdis how much she would love to borrow Arad for a while. But Izdis had another reason, and it was called Luminous. Arad's empire is so vast and large, with many parts of it being tucked away in other dimensions, that travel distance makes all but impossible to rule. Izdis had an idea that would work, building multiple castles everywhere, with one queen stationed in each to rule a province. For example, Cyrilla would remain in her castle in the Elvish kingdom to rule her land on behalf of Arad. The queens will become like feudal lords. But to achieve that, Izdis needed a quick way to travel across the whole world. That is where Luminous came in, and suggested that she'll make countless teleportation mirrors for her, but only once she sees Betty as a queen, of course. Izdis asked about what would happen if she had Luminous's help, and for that the prismatic Dracaina asked her to go find Gammond. Later, Izdis found Gammond blinded. The white Dracaina didn't even know what happened, and it was then that Luminous appeared just behind them, complaining to Izdis how her long years of loneliness had been hard, and how Arad might help her plug that hole. Izdis had to agree, since no one had a chance against the light Dracaina. The third person in the room was, of course, Senna, the owner of the house, and she was the happiest of them all. Novel Afwire. Net Chapter 1357, Sina's True Body. Pale skin, long and sharp nails, flowing brown hair, glowing blue eyes, a plump but still-toned build sitting on a wooden chair, fiddling with her hair and staring at Arad with eyes burning with a deep desire. Being stuck beneath her gaze, Arad couldn't help but feel both threatened and intimidated, and that wasn't a deadly threat. "You've been waiting for this day for a long time," Arad said as he looked at her, and Senna immediately jumped from her chair, landing right in front of him. Strong, caring, always growing, both serious and light-hearted at times, she leaned forward, her tongue extended out of her mouth, turning black and almost a meter long as it danged down, reaching toward Arad's flesh below. "What's more, you aren't scared of me? Everyone loses their minds and drowns in insanity and horror upon landing a single glance at me. But I'm sure you won't." She pulled her tongue back and smiled. "Say, Arad, I'm quite confident you won't be horrified if you see my true body." "Your true body? Do you mean that writhing black mass of tentacles? I remember seeing it when we dealt with the Nightmare Walker's abominations months ago." She tilted his head and she shook hers. "No, that was merely an avatar, a proxy that holds but a limited portion of my power." She looked back at Sarah and Betty. "I'll owe you one, no more than that. Can you let me have him for a few minutes?" "I swear it'll be quick." Sarah sighed. "Fine by me, but keep him safe." Betty stared at her and sighed. "Go ahead, but if you hurt him, I'll piss on your corpse." That sounded like a joke for a moment, but the way Betty stood, the way she was glaring down at Senna, the rattle of magic around them, and the fact that no light was getting into the room from the window meant one thing. The little halfling was dead serious. "Thank you two. I love you." Senna then shifted her gaze back to Arad. "Now care for a little trip with me." She reached with her hand, a gentle smile on her face. Arad stood and looked at her hand. "A trip where?" "A trip to my bedroom, the bedroom of the universe's harrowing princess of gore and ecstasy." A flash of light burst from her hand, and suddenly Arad felt himself falling through the void before he could orient himself. He crashed into something moist and soft. He tried to stand, but slipped on the black tar. The ground beneath him rippled, shifting silently in the darkness. He couldn't see or hear anything, but he could feel it. Countless slithery, wet snakes danced around his whole body as if he was drowning in a pit of nothing but them. First, his feet sank into the snake pit, then his knees, then his whole body drowned in them. Soon, Arad couldn't even breathe, as whatever slippery goo those snakes were swimming in had engulfed him, and it wasn't any normal goo. More acidic than the hells, but strangely smells nice. In fact, it smelled so nice that he started to feel weird. His whole body burned hot. Even his flesh responded beyond his will, making it hard to even orient himself mentally in this madness. Ah, shit! I know this smell. He twisted his torso and expanded his wings. He then wrapped his wings around himself like a cocoon. It was an aphrodisiac, and a powerful one at that. Soon, a voice rang inside Arad's head. A voice so powerful that he almost fell unconscious on the spot. "Hold on, I'll pull you out." That was Senna's voice, but it seemed distorted, deeper and gruntier, as if the one speaking was a titan mimicking her voice. Arad suspected this was her real voice. The one she normally used was the fake one. "Listen, should have warned me before, but I'll get myself out. Just you wait." Arad used one void step and teleported upward far enough to escape the snake pit. His eyes opened wide, and he looked around. First, they were indeed in the lightless void, and he had to make his own oxygen to breathe. First, he tried to cast some magic to illuminate the place, but his spells immediately dissolved in the void. That wasn't because someone tried to counter his magic, but because he was so close to a being that had so much mana that it was interfering with reality itself. You know what? I've seen worse. He shifted his senses to focus on mana instead of light. He needed to use that power of his to stare into whatever Sina's real body was. He was sure that she was far too massive and also far too powerful. There, before him, she was a massive mass of writhing black tentacles and blood as wide as the mortal world. Sina's real body was of harrowing proportion that even with Arad's enchanted mana sense, he was certain he could only sense a fraction of her true body. His magic sense was a sphere with a radius of 4,000 kilometers, which is the size of a small planet. More than 4 times the volume of the moon, but just having glanced at that, Arad felt a heavy hammer crash down on his mind. His brain tried to wrap itself around the countless tentacles and perceive their movement, but their moves shifted and danced like a hypnotic pattern. Arad felt his brain shudder and tremble, halting as if jolted with lightning. For a moment it looked as if the tentacles formed a face, but in the next they were a monster. Then became unintelligible. Then Arad could swear that he saw a glimpse of the future dancing on the endless surface of black tar and tentacles. He tried to focus, but soon found himself tumbling down, his wings paralyzed and his mind already as clear as a white sheet of paper. He had been staring at Sina's body for more than a minute without realizing it. "Arad, you can't brute force it. I know you can survive me, but not like this. Not by jumping straight into the fire." A massive tentacle emerged from the ground and wrapped itself around Arad, lifting him high into the sky. Arad groaned, took a deep breath, and tried to orient his mind. "First, you're an abomination, and one that's very similar to that bastard Nyar. Yes, you're similar both to him and Lotzi." He looked down, seeing a whole massive planet with a maw bigger than any continent. The tongue coming from it was what carried him up. Soon he could see the one titanic eye of the creature looking at him. "I was right. It's hard for you, but you aren't going insane just from being here." Arad smiled. "Look at you, a whole living world. What do they call you?" "Abominable Starborn." From the tongue, Senna's human body emerged beside Arad. Chapter 1358, 1358, The Origin of the Magic Dragons. "Why are you showing me this?" Arad asked, and Senna leaned at him. "Of course I wanted you to know what I am, a monster, even among monsters. One that even abominations might find harrowing." She sighed and then sat down. "Take a seat." Arad sat beside her. "First, I'm sure you want to know how come an abomination of this size is inside the universe without anyone killing it." "Not really. I can pretty much guess," Arad sighed. "What I want to know is what you want from this. You've shown me your true body, so what now?" She looked at him with a surprised face and then smiled. "Nothing. I wanted you to see this before we go any further. I felt that if I kept it hidden, you might think I betrayed you afterward." She looked at her feet. "And I might have just wanted someone to come here, to share this with someone who can understand. Surely, if anyone else saw this, they'll either lose their minds or attack you on the spot in a fit of madness." He looked down. How large are you, like the mortal world? I'm not fat, she frowned. I'm just plump. She then chuckled. On that note, I might be a bit bigger than the mortal world and all of that psychic magic. You've got enough power to swallow a whole world. Not like me, but literally consume it. He looked down, and Senna sighed. You're right. But then 6 blue arms hugged her from the back, wrapping around her chest. So, this is why he locked a section of the universe away. Sina gasped and was about to jump away, but that was just a proxy. The massive eye on the world looked up and saw Callie sitting behind her humanoid body. Goddess of destruction. How did you get here? Sina cried, and Callie frowned. I was sucking him off, and he suddenly turned into a vegetable. For a moment, I even thought I was that good. It was you who dropped a boulder on his head. Callie looked at her and then back at Arad, but he is alive and well, so I guess I can't complain. The mental damage from looking at Senna had spread far and wide through Arad's incarnations, which means that the other girls who were with him are now looking for answers. It just happened that Callie was the best of them all when it came to tracking galactic horrors. It only took her a few seconds to follow the trails of Arad's incarnation and arrive here at the suspiciously locked area of the universe. Sarah glared at her, but Callie laughed. Don't worry, I don't really care that much. The Overgod wants you alive, so be it. I'm sure he just hid you because the lesser gods would complain a lot, and that isn't good for the war. Callie then stretched her arms. Well, I'll be going now. I'm sure you've got a reason to call Arad here. But mark my words, he gets hurt. I shove my foot up your arse. Sina waved her hands. This isn't even my real body, she pointed to the planet behind her. It doesn't have an arse, then I'll just make a new one for you, little girl. A colossal golden statue with over 1 billion arms and legs appeared beside the mysterious planet. Arad could remember that Callie's palm, the distance between the tip of her tiny finger and wrist, had spanned from east to west when she scared Grace shitless. Now that he could see the colossal from afar, he could say with confidence that Senna's true body would fit in one of those hands like a human head would. The golden statue just patted the planet and then disappeared. See you later, little girl. Callie gave Senna a gentle but exaggerated bow, flailing her arms with clumsy grace as she then swiftly shifted to stand before Arad. Don't hesitate to slap her if she goes overboard. She then disappeared as quickly as she appeared. The goddess of destruction should have thought of that. Senna sighed and then looked at Arad. Mom will yell at me for this, Mom. Arad lifted an eyebrow and she shrugged. Just Tiamat, the draconic goddess of all chromatic dragons. The progenitor of all void dragons? I heard that the light dragons came from the chromatic queen, and the time dragons came from the metallic queen. But the void dragons came from the chromatic goddess. Sina lifted a finger. Actually, there are 2 things you're missing there. She sat down, and so did Arad. There are 2 Tiamats. She is also a duality. Remember seeing 2 Asmodeus being twins, the same from Tiamat, Maharaja, and Gracie. Sina waved her fingers. For Asmodeus, we have Asmodeus, the queen of the 9 hells, and we have Alice, the divine fallen angel of Amaterasu. For Maharaja, we have the World Eater and the God Eater. For Gracie, we have the mother of all life and death herself. For Tiamat, we have the mother of all dragons, Tiamat, and the purgatory witch, Dracaina of Limbo, Sophia. She pointed at Arad. Your kind came from Sophia. I came from Tiamat. She smiled, but to be clear, I call her Tiamat. But in reality, both of them are named Sophia. It would have taken Arad longer to digest all of that if he hadn't already guessed that he didn't know many things about the upper realm of the gods. And what is the other thing that I'm missing? She lifted her hand. Chromatic queen, chromatic goddess, metallic queen. What about the metallic god or goddess? She smiled. His name is Bahamut, and he is now retired. His daughter isn't, and she bore the 4th of the magic dragons. The 4th ones, I had never seen or heard about them, but I've only seen 1 time dragon and 1 light dracaena. Arad started thinking about it. Magic dragons were indeed rare, too rare to be found with normal means. One has to either be lucky or fated to find one. Force dragons, also known as the mana dragons, or the those of existence. Time and light work hand in hand, the same as the void and existence. She leaned forward. Mana dragons are usually invisible, as their bodies are made of pure mana. They usually only appear in the world when they desire. She shrugged. Of course, that's when they become adults. In the younger stages, they are pale white and powerful, with an innate talent to turn invisible and mask their presence with magic. So, where does that put me? Why tell me all of this? Arad asked, and Senna got closer. I did want to tell you a few things about me. For the magic dragon's origin, that's something you should know by now. It'll make dealing with the dragons easier. She smiled. Ah, by the way, you've met two mana dracanas before. They were just polymorphed, so you didn't notice them. Arad blinked. Wait, who? Can they hide from my senses? Time, mana, void, then light. This is the ranking of the magic dragons in their ability to hide their presence. She leaned forward. Don't worry, they don't mean any harm. Chapter 1359, Almost Blown It Up. Soon, Arad and Senna returned to the mansion in Croc, finding Sarah and Betty still waiting there. Betty looked at them and sniffed the air. You two didn't do anything without us, but he smells a bit wrong. What did happen? Well, it worked perfectly. Senna hugged Arad with a large smile on her face. He could see my true body, and here he is, still sane, alive and well. What did you show him exactly? Can we know? Sarah approached, and Senna shrugged. You can know, but I doubt that you could go and see me for yourselves. Too much risk. Even he found it hard to survive. Arad pointed at her. She is a whole world of living tentacles covered in an aphrodisiac, so concentrated that it looks like black tar and enough mental energy to drive a god insane just by looking at her. The two froze, a living world. Betty couldn't wrap her head around what Arad said. If this world is an apple, then I'm a melon with a large maw and one big eye. Senna shrugged. Don't try to imagine it. It's not something that anyone can figure out. You'd better think of me as a massive monster. Arad sat on the bed. She isn't dangerous to us, and that's what matters. If we're afraid of destructive power, then aren't we all here monsters? I can blow this whole world into bits. Betty is as fast and light, and no one can stop her, and Sarah can call forth devils from the 9th layer of hell. The three girls looked at each other and then smiled. You're right. Senna stretched her arms. We better start then. She looked around. Where is Celica? Celica. The room's door, and Celica walked in just a few seconds later. She was waiting outside in the hallway. Did you call me? Her eyes landed on Senna. Of course I did. You said you were taking a bath to wash the explosive slime? Not living there. I honestly expected to find you waiting here once I returned with Arad. She pointed at her. Forget about me. How did it go? Celica walked forward and sat on the couch. Senna sighed and looked at her. A bit better than we expected. Arad managed to resist the mental damage and even had enough power to fly out after sinking in. We didn't have that much expectation to begin with. Celica looked at Arad. Lady Senna expected that you'd resist and return with her safe and sound. I expected that you'll survive, but you'll turn on her once you've seen her true body. Celica knew that her mistress, Senna, was an abomination and one more powerful than most. She expected Arad to turn hostile the moment he found out, and so she had been preparing for one last fight in that case. If Arad turned on Senna, Celica was ready to start a war right here and now. He'll return to a charred region without a single soul alive. Arad looked at Celica, and then at the ground, his gaze piercing straight through the mimic house and seeped into the depth of the ground. It didn't take him a second to notice the magic veil that had been lifted. Arad didn't look underneath the ground before, so he never noticed it, but now he could see what was beneath the veil. The caves and caverns, all of them several hundred kilometers that spread like a spiderweb beneath Croc City, the university and the swamp, all of them were filled with explosive green slime. It'll only take you a thought to blow the whole area to the clouds, the city, the swamp, and even the university. Arad smiled, but can you stop those two from killing you? He pointed at Sarah and Betty. Celica sat down. I can kill Sarah with ease. Betty would be a problem. Her eyes flashed red, and smoke started rising from between her teeth. But the question is if she can kill me before overheating. Betty has a limit on how much she can use her full speed, simply because her halfling body isn't suited for moving at the speed of light, even with her draconic blood. Celica was betting that Betty couldn't kill her fast enough and would tire herself. Arad leaned back on the couch and looked at her. I see, that indeed might work. But isn't blowing the whole place going overboard? Overboard? She chuckled. If the world branded my creator as evil, why would I care about the world and its people? Let it all burn, Sena pointed at her. See? She is still a thick stone up here, she knocked on her head. I must have failed to make that part of her right. Celica approached the table in the corner of the room and started stripping. Well, that plan only works if Arad isn't around. If he was here, it probably won't work. She looked back at Betty and Sarah. I mean, weeks of work all gone like that. He already cleaned up all the slime. Sena blinked. Wait, he already cleaned it up? Arad nodded. The moment I saw all that slime, I expanded by void and sucked everything with Celica's mana mark. He looked at Celica. How was that? Even if I had already ignited it, you would have cleaned it in time, so not that much damage would happen. Betty sighed in the back. This means I have to find other defensive spells. I never imagined that someone could carry such an attack. Of course you won't have imagined it. Sena looked at her with a proud smile. Celica is a unique monster crafted by yours truly. She approached Celica, pulled her closer, and brushed her hand across her back. As you can see, she is as tough as stone, as volatile as her explosive slime, yet she is as beautiful as one who made her. She looked at Sena's face. No, I'm more beautiful. What do you say, Arad? Arad looked at them. Between you four? He paused for a second. I'll take Sarah, then Betty, then Celica, and then you last. Hey, why I'm the last one? Sena cried as Sarah blushed in the back. Of course, since you're the one who asked the question. Sena jumped at him, landing between his legs. Fine, I'll have to change that later. Celica, help me here. She opened her mouth wide open, and Arad's massive flesh disappeared into the depths of her throat. Celica joined her, taking charge of what was left, while Betty and Sarah jumped Arad's upper half, fighting over who gets his face. Chapter 1360, A Devil's Contract 4 at once. That was a bit too much, even for Arad. Sena had always been lustful around him, taking any chance she got to try and seduce him. She once even tried to turn into a void Dracina, but failed to get him. Celica was much like her mistress, or in a more exact term, what Sena wanted. Celica wanted as well. The overprotective, rampaging, explosive woman knew what she wanted, and that was for Sena to be happy. Arad could sense a faint affection from her, but he couldn't look deeper into her intentions. All he could do was guess that Celica's affection was merely shadowing Sena. Sarah, on the other hand, was a bit special but expected. The shy, innocent, and reserved demoness often showed great power and ruthless power, which allowed her to control the criminal underworld. But in the end, she was still Abel's sister. Arad long since suspected that she hid a lustful mind beneath the veil of her innocent smile, and he was right. Sarah had restrained herself for long enough. She had kept herself away from all the filth of the world, focusing on her life and power. But now that she was granted a chance to relieve herself, she didn't hold back, not even a bit. The last one was Betty, which Arad honestly couldn't wrap his head around how she thinks. The fact she was here alone was baffling. Sena was already lustful, and Celica would follow her everywhere. Even Sarah probably won't care about other women watching, since she is a devil, but Betty was an odd one. So Arad asked while looking at her. She was sitting beside him, reaching for a kiss. I can understand those three, but what about you? I thought you'd like a more private affair, at least for your first one. Betty paused and looked at him in the eye. She then looked down, glancing at Senna, who was sucking him off, and Celica, who assisted her from time to time, taking her place. Sarah was beside Erad and seemed to have found her calling, sucking on Erad's nipples with a red face. Why? Is it a problem? Look at them. Betty pointed at Senna. Isn't this normal? It isn't. Most would prefer a private situation, not like this. Erad sighed and pulled her closer. They are a bit weird, to say the least. Betty shrugged. Sorry, never been in a relationship before. In fact, this will be my first time. She smiled proudly. I know the basics, but I didn't look into the matter. Didn't want to spoil myself. Erad started to get a bit worried. I'm not alone. Sarah is the same. She pointed at the devilish woman and she gasped, yes. It was then that something crossed Erad's mind. Wait a minute. He asked Senna and Celica to stop, and then stared at Sarah. You're a cleric? Are you fine with this? Fine with what? Sarah tilted her head, confused. Losing your virginity? Won't that break all of your divine power? Sarah blinked several times, slowly realizing that she might be in trouble. Give me a moment. She pulled aside and sat with her legs crossed. She then closed her eyes and started focusing on her link with Asmodeus. For a whole minute she would occasionally nod to herself, and then sometimes even flinch. When Sarah opened her eyes, everyone was sitting there waiting for her. So, how did it go? I asked Asmodeus about what I could do and can't do. She gave me a detailed list. Sarah lifted one finger. First, as long as I don't lose my virginity, that's all that matters, so we can play with that, she said. To use other holes. Sarah then lifted a second finger. She then told me about the cases where I wouldn't lose my divine power if I lost my virginity. Of course, if I was forced, I won't lose my power. In fact, Asmodeus would double it to help me get over the trauma. That makes sense. Erad could see that Sarah had more to say, and so he let her finish speaking. I won't lose my power if I lose it while not aware of the loss. Some seem to lose it from riding horses too much or due to battle injuries. Asmodeus would also double my power in that case. She then sighed. The last case is if I lost it to my god, aka Her Highness the Devil Queen. It was then that she told me of a loophole that I can use. She smiled. She said that I could become a heretic for a while and worship someone else. And as long as I return afterward, I can regain my power. How is that supposed to help us? And I'm sure she has a catch. It won't ever be that simple. Erad shook his head. There has to be another way. Sarah smiled and waved her hand, summoning a contract from the fiery hells. Apparently, someone called the Emperor of Nothing had taken a fancy to me, and he is a powerful being that even hell can't mess with, so my poor sorry self is going to endure being his thing. Asmodeus already signed the contract, and I'll even get my power doubled, but how would that compensate me for the suffering? She smiled. Who is that Emperor of Nothing again? That's me, Erad sighed. He was the Emperor of Nothing. That was the title he got in the 9th layer of hell when he was trying to save Mira's father. Of course, there are several clauses. She showed Erad the contract. He can't bring liquid water into the hell. He can bring ice or any form of water, and he is fine if liquid water is in his stomach. He can't bring any more sinners out of hell unless either Asmodeus agrees or he exchanges them with another sinner. The contract is signed days ago. Erad looked at the paper, and Sarah shrugged. She probably guessed something like this would happen and prepared it ahead of time. This contract hangs on the fact that I didn't agree to go with you, so Asmodeus is selling me to you. She smiled. If I went with you willingly, I can't use this fact as a loophole. She hid the contract. So, first, this contract says this is happening against my will, so losing my virginity won't be my fault. Also, I can say I was forced to worship you, and use that route as well. If you two are done, then let's get to it. Senna intruded. Rock, paper, scissors. The winner gets to go first. Senna, scissors. Celica, scissors. Sarah, paper. Betty, scissors. Sarah got eliminated, She wasn't as fast as Betty or as cunning as Senna. Senna, paper. Celica, paper. Betty rock, and then Betty got eliminated, leaving only Senna and Celica. Senna laughed. Then it's my win. Go ahead. Celica moved aside and let her approach Arad. Arad stared at Senna for a second. What? She gasped, and he kept staring at her. After sweating for a while, Senna looked back. Sorry, Celica. You go first. I'm sorry for pushing you aside like that without a fair fight. Celica gasped. No, we can play the round, right? You might win. Sina shook her head. No, it isn't right now. You go first. Chapter 1361, Looking for the Impostors. Arad lay on the bed looking at Merlin and Amber by his sides. Sina said that 2 mana dracanas are close. Did she mean in the university or here in Alina? He had scanned the area several times and couldn't locate them. Arad usually has disgustingly powerful senses, especially when he's actively looking for something. Right now he had checked every maid and servant in the castle and didn't find anything. But he had done that with his magic. Since they are mana dracanas, they probably can hide from that with ease. It is quite distressing to know that 2 powerful dracanas had been posted in his castle all this time, without him even noticing them. Being weaker than them and losing in a battle was one thing, but not even sensing them was even worse. What's the matter? Merlin looked at him with a worried face. Your magic had been pulsing a lot. Are you looking for something? Since you noticed, that means what I'm looking for probably did the same and went into hiding. Arad smiled. Nice, now that means I have to be careful when looking as well. He sat up and looked around. The room was unusually empty. The maids who usually stood at the walls were now outside in the hallway thanks to all the heat Amber released. I'll be back soon. He stood, put on his robe, and walked out. As he expected, all the maids were waiting just outside the door. He glanced at them as he walked past, his eyes looking at their faces, necks, hands, and feet, looking for scales or shimmers of magic. One of the maids had faint scales on her body, but those were black scales that looked more like freckles. She had the blood of a black dragon running through her veins. Another maid also seemed to have a strong spark of magic, but she was a wizard. That magic was there to keep her clothes straight without the need to iron them. The 2 dracanas weren't among the maids in his room. Merlin is already cooling the room with magic. You can go clean up inside, he said, and the maids rushed back inside to work. He, on the other hand, headed deeper into the castle. First he visited the nearest room to him, the room where Cyrilla and Jasmine slept. The room was similar to Arad's quarter, being just as massive and close by. Cyrilla and Jasmine shared that room, and each of them took half. The moment Arad approached, the 2 elvish women standing at the door bowed to him gently so their armor wouldn't rattle. Lord Arad. One greeted him, and he smiled. I'm looking for something. Do you mind if I see your hands? The 2 elvish knights immediately palled, and they looked at each other. Did something happen? Arad looked at them for a second and then realized what he said. To elves, their hands and feet are the same as butts and chests to humans. No, sorry. Your faces alone would do. What I'm looking for is traces of magic. He looked at them for a moment and noticed some magic, but it didn't seem like anything a dragon could use, and neither of them had any scales, but who knows? Scales appear randomly on the body while their faces are clean. Their bodies beneath the armor might not be. One of the knights then looked at the door. There are more inside. I'll go ask them. She opened the door and walked inside. She then quickly returned back and allowed Arad to enter the room. The inside of the room was split with a long silk drape. Cyrilla's bed was on one side, while Jasmine's bed was on the other side. Cyrilla had just woke up and was stretching on her bed, naked as she usually sleeps that way. She was the one who led Arad inside. Her guards, 10 fully armored knights, all women, were wide awake and standing at the ready beside the walls. Sorry, I told them to let you inside no matter what, but they still love to come and ask me first. She yawned, and Arad sighed. They are right to ask you first. Who's there, Arad? Jasmine woke up on the other side of the room and rushed to them. Unlike Cyrilla, who slept naked, Jasmine slept in her underwear and hugged a long pillow. Her guards were the same as Cyrilla's guards, all women and fully armored. I'm looking for 2 people. My only clues are traces of magic, and maybe some bodily features if I'm lucky. I suspect they are among the maids, servants, or guards, Arad asked, and the 2 elvish queen looked at each other and then turned toward their guards. Cyrilla spoke first, heard him, stripped down and half all magical defenses. Same here, and stand with your hands and feet apart. Jasmine yelled at her guards almost at the same time. Wait, there is no need for that. But sadly, Arad was already too late. By that moment, all of the guards had already stripped down and were standing at the ready. The faint magic Arad noticed earlier was storage magic. All of the elvish knights can store and equip their weapons and armor directly from magical storage. Don't worry about them, Cyrilla waved her hand. They are fine with this. You're the one speaking. Arad looked at her and sighed, rubbing his face. You? Cyrilla pointed at one of the guards. I could hear you all talking. I don't usually fall asleep that quickly. Tell him what you were talking about earlier. All of her guards froze, and one of them looked away. She then mumbled, We could hear faint moans in the distance coming from his room, and I was telling her, she pointed at the guards beside her, how it would be fun when it's the queen's turn. Cyrilla stared at her. I meant the part after that. I said that I wanted to try and suck Lord Arad's toes when that time comes. Cyrilla smiled. I hand-picked them up for this job, so don't worry. Most of them are here because they wanted it. After a deep sigh, Arad went and inspected all of the guards sadly. None of them was a Dracana. He was a bit disappointed, but not like the guards who didn't get to suck his toes tonight. Arad then made his way to the next room. Isdis's room, chapter 1362, 33333333333333333. Unlike Cyrilla and Jasmine's room, Isdis's room was much smaller, as she didn't spend any time there besides sleeping. She had asked for a cold and dim room away from the sunlight where she could take a nap whenever she wanted. Besides the large and beautiful wooden door, 2 maids stood there. The moment they saw Arad, they bowed and opened the door. Inside the room, Isdis was asleep on her bed, wearing a blue nightgown. Beside her, 2 exact copies of her wearing the same nightgown. Ray and Ray were using a ring to morph themselves to look similar to Isdis, so they could make any assassination attack harder. The maids standing beside the walls were all awake, watching the room like hawks, especially the wide-open windows. Arad looked around, and the maids bowed to him. One of them approached the bed and shook Ray and Ray first. If she had touched Isdis first, the 2 assassin maids might have acted on instinct and attacked her. When Ray and Ray opened their eyes, they sat up without even yawning or stretching, as if they were never asleep in the first place. But the moment they saw Arad, their expressions relaxed. That's not a threat we can deal with, Ray said. Ray pulled a dagger from beneath the pillow and pointed it at Arad. We'll fight to the death then. Arad couldn't sense any threat or malice from them. They weren't serious and never were serious before outside of their work. I'm looking for someone. 2 people, actually. Arad looked around. All I have is words from Senna and a vague trail to follow. Magic and bodily features, like unbridled beauty, Ray said with a smug smile. Arad shook his head, and Ray sighed. Then we aren't the ones you're looking for. Arad looked back at the other maids. Do you mind me taking a look at you? The maids didn't mind, but they wanted to know what caused this sudden inspection, if it can be called that. If Arad himself is looking into something, does that mean it's dangerous or important enough to warrant his personal involvement? All of the maids here knew exactly how powerful Arad was. That if he wanted, he could blow the whole world. He was a power beyond almost anything this world had to offer. So he wouldn't be looking for a petty thief or a bad player among the maids. That would be the guard's job, or at least the queen's job. They paled as they realized that something among them might be dangerous enough to need Arad's attention, meaning it could evaporate all of them and the castle as well with ease. Arad noticed them and shook his head. I don't think it's that dangerous, but they're powerful. Powerful like what? one of the maids asked, and Arad shrugged. Strong enough that I'm here. But don't worry, I doubt they mean harm. Arad then went on and inspected each of the maids, one after another, but he still couldn't find anything. Lastly, he was about to leave, but then turned back to Ray and Ray. Baltos's family was known for having some metallic dragons among them like Kin and Jin. Would it be a stretch to think that there are many more? Mana dragons came from the daughter of the metallic god, so they might work for them. He doesn't see himself working for Tiamat, so it was a stretch to think that mana dragons worked for the metallic god. It's our turn? Ray jumped down from the bed. Unlike Cyrilla and Jasmine's fully armored guards, Arad didn't need the maids here to strip, as he could see much of their bodies without needing to do that, like their necks, hands, and even legs sometimes. But Ray was already stripping down, and so did Ray beside her. The two maids were more daring than the other because they were Izdis's personal guards. You know you don't need to. Arad sighed, and the two sprawled on the bed, almost waking Izdis up. She had exhausted herself through the day and was now deep asleep. Anything short of a fireball won't wake her up. To not waste time, Arad started inspecting the twins immediately. Unlike the other maids, the twins were far more athletic than the rest, with defined muscles and a lean build. Their skin was silky smooth and didn't know any sign of scales, and so did their magic, which was weak like the magic of all humans. Arad could sense the polymorph magic caused by their rings and ignored it. It wasn't what he was looking for anyway. You're clear, he sighed. I'll go and keep looking. Please wait a moment, Ray called him, and he looked back at her. What is it? He asked, and the twins looked at each other. It's about the maids. We have a lot of them, enough to run the castle in a stable way, but that is putting a bit of stress on everyone. Ray looked at the maids standing at the walls. Ray nodded. We wanted to bring this to Izdis, but she is too busy and always falls asleep right away. Look. She turned around and slapped Izdis several times on the face. She didn't wake up. See, out, cold. Ree finished speaking. We wanted to get more maids and lower the working hours of everyone a bit. We know that'll cost more and probably strain the already tight budget, but at this rate, they'll be overworked before long. Arad looked back at them with a smile. Got it. I'll have some hired. Money shouldn't be an issue. Not an issue? Ray looked at him with a worried face. How will you solve that? We've been mainly hiring maids and servants from this kingdom, Ruris Kingdom. We didn't hire that much from the other kingdoms. He smiled. I bet I can get some from there and pay in many ways. Izdis yawned and opened her eyes. Arad, you're here. She rubbed her eyes and looked at him. Did you want something? I was looking for someone among the maids. It's not a big deal. You can get back to sleep. She then looked aside and saw the naked Ray and Ray. Why are you two like this? He was cheating on you with us, Ray replied, and Ray nodded. Izdis looked at them with a tired, bored face. Really good for you? Now be quiet and let me sleep. She went back to sleep, and Arad headed out to keep searching. Later, he returned to his room, disappointed. After such a long search, he still didn't find the Dracanas. He laid back on the bed beside Merlin and Amber and closed his eyes, thinking about what he'd do next. Arad was still busy in other places, of course. Celica, Senna, Betty, and Sarah weren't that easy to satisfy. Chapter 1363, one after another, Celica was the most fit of them all, boasting a vigorous body and pride above all else. The rougher Arad went with her, the rougher she lashed back, moving her hips like a deadly hammer. But instead of moaning or showing any signs of pleasure, she kept a calm face and remained silent. Even her breath remained steady. If not for her blushing skin and sweaty body, Arad would have suspected she wasn't feeling anything. Both Arad and Senna could read her thoughts or the vague emotions hidden beneath her calm facade. She was enjoying herself, feeling far better than she would have ever expected, but she didn't want to show it in front of Senna. That led Senna to tease her even more, asking Arad to explore every bit of her body, which led him eventually to use every hole he came across, but in the end, he didn't manage to get a single reaction from her. Senna came next, and she was the exact opposite of Celica. Vocal, lustful, and direct in declaring what she wants. The moment Arad's flesh escaped Celica's tight grasp, Senna didn't waste a second to swallow it whole. Senna's body was both smooth and as tough as rubber, giving her quite the endurance that she didn't hesitate to test in her time with Arad, forcing his whole length down her throat and asking him to pound her as fast and as hard as he could. The further they went, the more worried Arad became about her. But Senna proved him wrong each time. She was fine, more than fine even, having the best time of her life, and by the end, Senna was on the floor with her rear perked up and twitching, nothing closing up as well as it did before. All she could do was mumble and crawl back toward the bed, begging Arad for more. When Betty and Sarah asked her to let them have their turns, Senna's seemingly broken body immediately shifted back and stood like nothing happened to her. She was as clean, dignified, and pristine as she was before. Celica tried to make sure that Senna was fine and asked her again. Senna confirmed that since this isn't her true body, she can use it to her full content. She wasn't going to limit her own pleasure. She had no reason to hold back. Both you and Celica are the exact opposite. One shows nothing, and one is far too blatant. Betty looked at her and sighed. I'm his wife now. Being honest like this is the key to a healthy relationship. How is he supposed to know that I'm feeling good and having fun if I don't make it clear? Senna dropped on the couch. Now it was Betty's turn, and the little halfling didn't waste any time flashing her way to the bed. In one blink, she was standing on the ground. On the other, she was already standing on Arad's lap. Then I'll take Senna's advice. You won't know how long I've waited for this moment. She lifted her foot and stepped on his flesh, rubbing it with her full weight, which wasn't much at all, I would say a few months. Arad smiled, and she leaned on him, wrapping her arms around him. Do you know what I love the most? Someone who isn't serious most of the time, someone who's fun and jokes a lot but still knows when to get serious. You'd love someone who is light-hearted. Arad smiled, and she stared at him for a long second. Was that supposed to be a joke? How many children do you have now? 1, 2. Don't tell me those dad jokes are going to start. Then, do you mind showing me something better? She looked at him, and then something splashed from between her legs. She stood still. See? I'm fast. She stood there for a few seconds, her face quickly turning bright red, and she then fell back, grasping her hips and groaning in pain. Damn it, I should have expected this. What did you do? Arad asked and looked at her. You pissed yourself? No, I just damn it. She took several deep breaths. Grandma said that light dragons do it while moving at the speed of light. So that's what I did. She then groaned. The pain, pleasure, friction, burns, and shocks, they all hit at once. She crawled. Sarah, healing, please. I might have busted a bone or two. Arad sighed and looked down at himself. He didn't feel anything, but that was probably because this body of his wasn't that much compared to his true body, making the damage he actually took negligible. This at least made him able to understand what Senna was doing. It doesn't matter how much damage her human body takes. It's nothing compared to her true body. Sarah started healing Betty, quickly realizing how far she had injured herself. Cracked hip bone, the internal skin of your well. It was all ripped off and seared with friction heat, so that's why you aren't bleeding. As Betty's wounds healed, she rolled back and looked at the ceiling. Damn it, it still burns. She violently rubbed her butt, shook her hips, and sat up, flinching as her soft flesh touched the mattress. You can rest for a while. I'll start with Sarah in the meantime. Arad looked at her, and Betty gasped, no, you won't. This is nothing. I can keep going. No tricks this time. She stood and approached him, took a deep breath, and then closed in for a long, passionate kiss. But slowly it still stings Arad, then grabbed her by the hips and lifted her up, lining himself up, and slowly started pushing inside. She gasped, flinched, and then bit her lips. It hurt, but keep going deeper. To Arad's surprise, his whole thing disappeared inside her. You're quite tight. Are you sure you're all right? Arad couldn't help but feel like he was about to rip something apart, but she chuckled and looked back at him. I doubt I'm the tight one. You're just too damn big. She turned around and looked him in the eyes. Come on, start moving. Don't stop until I'm pregnant. She reached with her hands, grabbed him by the neck, and pulled him down. Chapter 1364. 1364. That's worth something. It was now Sarah's turn. The shy, blonde devil slowly approached the bed and nestled beside Arad, twiddling her thumbs, as she didn't know which of them would make the first move. Should she crane her neck up to reach him with a kiss, or should she wait for him to move first? She intentionally lost the rock, paper, scissors to go last and observe the others first, but as it turned out, that was useless. Right now, she knew nothing about what she'd need to do, just as she was at the start. To her luck, she didn't need to wait long as Arad's massive arms wrapped around her hips and lifted her, sitting her on his lap. He was the one going to take the lead. All Sarah needed to do now was relax and follow whatever he did, or that's what she thought at least. What do you want to do? Arad's question hit her like a hammer on the head. How was she supposed to answer? She didn't have a single clue besides kissing or sticking it in and moving, neither of which sounded right to her. She had one answer she was aware of, and it was to be honest. I don't know. Let's start with whatever you think is best. With his question thrown back at him, Arad decided that the best course of action is to make sure she is comfortable with what's coming next, since, unlike the others, she isn't as willful or straightforward in her needs and desires. He lifted her up, laid her back on the bed, looked her in the eyes, and pulled her into a kiss. She tried to resist at first, but then quickly relaxed, letting him take the lead. From her lips he went down to her neck, then chest, nipples, belly, legs, thighs, knees, and lastly, shifted his attention back up, liking her down south. Sarah was surprised at first, mortified even, but then quickly gave up, as Arad thought here in bed. She wasn't that willful and would eventually surrender herself to anything. This would probably only last for a few nights until she relaxes and finds what she enjoys the most. Take someone like Alla. Even now, she doesn't want to admit that her favorite part is getting her toes sucked. Sarah might even be harder to pin down, and as Zephyr taught Arad, compromises are the pillar of any relationship. No two people would enjoy exactly the same things, whether it's in bed or in daily life. If they want the relationship to last long, each of them must be ready to make compromises. The biggest compromise Arad's wives are giving him is allowing him to marry other women, and with that he must make extra efforts to ensure that each of them is more than just happy. Now that Arad ensured that Sarah was both wet and ready, he started to slowly move downward, getting ready to start. He lined himself up and slowly pushed inside, keeping a close eye on Sarah's face to make sure she wasn't uncomfortable or in pain. To Arad's surprise, Sarah wasn't in pain. In fact, she had a strange and peculiar expression on her face, both confused and elated. She had never felt such a thing before, and this was her first time getting this strange sensation. She didn't know whether to be happy or weirded out, leading to her confused face. While since the sensation was pleasurable, her face showed that maybe she just loves it like this, slow and steady. Most of Arad's wives preferred a rough pounding, probably because most of them were extremely powerful and had a lot of energy to spend. Of course, Arad didn't waste this opportunity to study something. Why do holy people need to keep their virginity to maintain their divine magic? It didn't make any sense, especially since the one granting power is an almighty God. Looking at Sarah's soul as she lost her virginity, Arad found the answer, and it was simpler than he expected. Most people can't sense their own soul, so they can't feel it. When someone has sex for the first time, their soul becomes unstable as it gets ready to split and grant a spark to the coming babies. That means the god would need to create a new formula for each person who lost his virginity and wants to retain their holy magic. If all the clerics were allowed to lose their virginity and turn their souls unstable, the god would be wasting so much time and divine magic to maintain them that it wouldn't be worth it. That energy is better spent in the war. For that reason, the god artificially limits the number of holy people who are allowed to lose their virginity and procreate. Usually those are only the chosen few. For example, Eris wasn't a virgin when she became a paladin of Amaterasu, but she still gained divine power because she fated to become a demigoddess and maintain herself on her own. Arad himself can gain as much power as he wants from Kali, even though he isn't a virgin because of their relationship. If there was someone special to her, it was him, and probably Diana as well. Speaking of Diana, the poor angel won't get any chance to play tonight, and neither would Isabel get it. Kali was just too energetic and vigorous that she and Arad probably wouldn't stop until morning. As mentioned before, the gods have perfect bodies. They don't produce any waste. What Arad noticed is that Kali's sweat is pure mana. Her mere existence produces it. Her tears are full of so much vitality that they might make someone younger, and what puzzled Arad more is that instead of pissing, she produces a highly corrosive and concentrated divine water of destruction. That was similar to the stuff used to seal Vorvados and was guarded by the beavers, but instead of sealing, this one destroys and erases things. If one drop fell in the mortal world, it would have been a disaster. But to Arad, this was his chance to store as much of it as he could to use as a weapon later on, or just to regenerate his divine magic when he needed to. No wonder Gracie's spit sells for a crap ton of gold. If every part of a monster's body is worth its weight in silver, the gods' bodies and remnants are pure divine artifacts. Chapter 1365, 1365, Quest, Dracaina Hunt. When morning came, Arad was exhausted, mentally drained, and a bit depressed, to say the least. Kali didn't just drain him to the bones, he also had to deal with trying to find the mana Dracainas and with the depression of failing two massive, potentially deadly creatures in his domain. No, in his very castle. What broke Arad wasn't the failure, but the fact that he checked all the maids and servants in the castle. He must have checked the two Dracainas as well and failed to discover them. He had brushed against them so close, yet couldn't find them. Usually it was natural for an adult dragon shouldn't be able to detect older dragons when they are polymorphed. But Arad was always ahead of the curse. He could even detect dragons past their twilight like Gammond. But Gammond is a chromatic Dracaina, and magic isn't her strong suit. Someone like Luminous might, or Melina might be a better comparison. Melina wasn't much older than him and a steel dragon. It was easy for him to detect her, proving that his senses were, in fact, stronger than average. Luminous is a magic dragon, a light Dracaina that surpassed her twilight eons ago. She should have been a great candidate to test his senses on keyword, should. Luminous as stealthy as the sun in the sky and as proficient in polymorph as a clown pretending to be a stick. Even blind people would still feel the burning heat generated by her blinding light. For that, Arad turned to the one person he knew who could help him. His father. You say two Dracainas are hiding among the maids and servants of the castle. Mana dragons? That name rings a bell, but it must have been decades since I've heard it.
No, I remember.
It was written on an ancient wall I found inside a mountain. Alcott took a sip of his beer and looked at Arad, who sat beside him. The two were back in the guild, talking in the tavern. Arad nodded. I inspected everyone but didn't find them. I'm sure I've missed something. I have strong senses, but clearly not strong enough. I can't just leave two Dracainas of that power hiding inside the castle without anyone's knowledge. They might have not caused any trouble till now, but there is no telling in the future. Alcott took a big gulp and thought about it for a long while. Dracainas are proud more than most people think. They'll never stay for long in your territory unless they are here to mate. You're their target, and that's clear. A dragon's pride doesn't work the same as humans. What dragons call pride is their indomitable will and determination to achieve what they want in the way they want it. A dragon would happily allow itself to be enslaved and used as a pet mount for decades if its goal included killing its master from under those circumstances. Nothing is below them besides failing to achieve their goals. Did you consider that they might be a twisted type of clog? Instead of spying on people and watching their lives, they might prefer to live those lives themselves. Did any of the maids make advances toward you? Alcott asked and quickly scratched the back of his head. What am I asking? Of course they did. You drunkard, a voice boomed behind them, and when they looked, it was Ginger standing there with Nina. Ginger rushed at Alcott. How many times I've told you not to drink during the day? Are you trying to mimic Amber? Nina, Alcott sighed. You really brought her to me? You know she'll pull my ears off, don't you? He finished his mug of beer and then looked at them, but not today. I've got a new job, you see. He glanced at Arad for a second and then turned to Nina. The job is to locate 2 Dracaenas, powerful ones, older than an adult, most likely mature or old. That's a dangerous quest. The collateral damage might be costly depending on the location. Nina sighed. Alcott was the second to last person she should worry about. The first was Arad. What worried her more was the collateral damage. That's why I want to assemble a team, the old and reliable one. He smiled. Me, you, Ginger, Merlin, and Arad to replace Amber. Alcott stood, cracked his back, and looked at Arad. Don't slow us down. No, do slow us down. If we're tracking dragons, nothing is better than being slow and steady. I'll go register the quest as private. I'll leave discussing the complicated matters to you. Just call me when you need me to beat or restrain the dragons. Nina left, and Ginger approached the counter and sat beside Alcott. Then it's better if we call Merlin. What kind of dragons are we talking about? 2 magic Dracaenas, mana dragons to be exact, quite powerful and proficient in magic beyond what any wizard could hope to be. He pulled his and Arad's beer mugs together. I suspect they are using a mixture of their draconic innate shapeshifting and spells to hide their presence beneath layers and layers of illusion and deception. Ginger flicked her finger and sent a notification to Merlin. She then leaned on the counter and looked at the mugs. So, we overload them? Possible. But I don't think it's a good idea to push them into a corner like that. He looked at Arad. They are hiding in his castle, among the servants. I guess you can understand what that means. They are posted there looking for a mate. The only option is Arad. If their target was a human, then they wouldn't be acting in the dragon's way. We set them off, and the whole castle drowns in fire and chaos. Ginger grabbed one of the mugs. Can't we make them expose themselves? Dragons are hard to trick, and I guess they probably know about the castle more than Arad knows if they are acting as servants. I inspected every servant and maid and didn't find them. My draconic senses are useless unless I don't know what I should be looking for, Arad added, and Ginger frowned. They are older than you. It should be expected that your senses can't detect them. But it's you who we are talking about. I can't say for sure. You might have just missed something. She looked behind her and found Merlin already standing there. I heard something about Arad's senses not detecting someone older than him. You aren't talking about me, are you? Merlin leaned on Arad's back, drilling her elbow into his neck. Chapter 1366. 1366. Surprise attack, 2 Dracaenas. In fact, I'm surprised you didn't sense them. They are hiding in the castle. Alcott stared at her and Merlin frowned. 2 got past my barriers? You know I've got over 20 barriers observing the whole castle. None farts without me knowing about it, let alone 2 Dracaenas hiding between us. She glared at him, her fists resting on her hips. Alcott should know her skills well. His claim that she couldn't detect someone felt outrageous. Well, they got past those barriers, or they might have been polymorphed for years now without ever trying to act like dragons. Alcott started thinking, that might work for them, immersing themselves in their roles to the point of even forgetting their past self. That would have taken their polymorph to a whole new level, but they won't be able to use their draconic powers if they are there looking for a mate. Then they would want their powers to remain active. Ginger looked at them. They are magic dragons and mana dragons on top of that. It won't be strange for them to sneak past Merlin's barriers. Alcott furiously rubbed his face and growled. Nothing is worse than a dragon skilled with magic. They'll be a pain to catch unless they make a move first. He looked back at the bartender. Bring me a large mug of beer, the strongest you have, and ice cold. The bartender flinched and ran to the cellar where he kept the oldest and best barrels of beer frozen in waves of ice magic generated by several glowing pale crystals that looked like cloudy ice. He grabbed the largest mug he had, which was one step away from being a full bucket, and filled it to the brim. The heavy mug was too much for the old man's frail arms, but he had never served this in the past years, so he was also a bit happy about it. Finally, the bucket mug would get used. He barely managed to climb the stairs and rush toward the counter, tripping at the last moment. It was as if time slowed. Arad's eyes shifted toward the tripping bartender as he activated his gravity magic to catch him. If such an old man fell, he might break more than one bone. Ginger only shifted slightly, not batting an eye at the old man. Merlin, on the other hand, shifted her gaze toward Arad's magic. She always loved to see his powerful and crackling magic in action. Alcott, on the other hand, was charging forth in a stance, his sword already above his head and whistling through the air. 2 spears of pure compressed magic were already inside the guild, having slipped through the windows unnoticed. One burned with a vibrant blue color, while the other flared as red as blood. Alcott's sword dropped down like a guillotine and slashed the blue spear in half, and without even stopping, the sword flew upward and slashed the other spear in half as well. It was now that everyone's attention started to shift toward Alcott and the spears, but it was already too late. Alcott had already flown out of the guild, producing a shockwave that rattled the whole building and caused Nina to scream, "Careful!" Alcott ran through the city, moving more wind than a hurricane, causing both people and their stalls to fly away and scatter all over the streets. If he wanted to catch the 2 Drakinas who had just attacked, he must hurry. He doubts they'll run away, but they'll hide their magic and try to blend into the servants. If he arrives quickly enough, he'll be able to trace the magic back to them before it dissipates. They attacked, which meant they were observing them and listening from afar. Those 2 Drakinas must be quite old. But that wasn't what worried Alcott. This attack was 1-to-1, the same as the first time a dragon attacked him in the royal capital in the past. At the time, Alcott was in the bar talking with a group of adventurers about how to hunt the dragon, only for the dragon to launch a fire spear at him from the mountains. This was the only reason he managed to react faster than everyone. That is why he already knew what to do. This had happened to him before. This whole situation was just a taunt, a message to Alcott that says, "We know a lot." To get such information, they have to either know the dragon that attacked Alcott in the past, but that dragon didn't live more than a few days after the attack, or those 2 Drakenas must have access to royal court documents where all the missions of the guild that happened in the capital are registered. Alcott reached the walls of Arad's village, and he jumped over them with one leap. Now, Merlin's countless barriers stood in front of him like an impregnable wall. At the speed he was moving, all the barriers would try to stop him as they wouldn't have time to recognize him. It was simple. The magic would automatically stop anything moving past a certain speed so it wouldn't be wasting its energy trying to identify arrows and cannonballs like, who's the idiot who'll jump into Arad's village moving faster than sound? Alcott, probably. Alcott pulled a black sword and slashed forward, cutting the first barrier and slipping through the crack. And before he could fully pass, his other hand had already pulled another blade. The second one was red and vibrant, and it quickly slashed the next barrier open. For each type of magic, Alcott already had a weapon that specialized in destroying it, so, one barrier after the other, Alcott blasted through all of them faster than sound and flew through the air at Arad's castle, entering through one of the great window's legs first like a cannonball. Alcott landed on one of the walls of the central kitchen of the castle. The maids blissfully cooking inside still didn't notice him since not even a fraction of a second had passed. Alcott's eyes flashed red, moving faster than his body ever could, as they glanced at each of the maids and every living being in the kitchen, identifying all of them and tracking the magic. There was no Drakina in sight. The 2 targets had already left the kitchen, and the mana traces led through the kitchen's door, so he flew right through it, and the door shattering was what the maids noticed. Alcott must hurry. He had already wasted enough time tracking the magic inside the kitchen. Chapter 1367. Keep her on a tight leash. Flying through the kitchen door, Alcott flashed through the hallways like a hurricane, causing more work to the maids than if a storm broke inside. The nebulous magic strings left by the two Dracaenas fluttered in front of his eyes as he chased them, trying his best to make sure they never escaped his vision. It was then that something happened. A massive green talon flew out of one of the doors in the hallway. The sharp claws headed straight for Alcott's eyes, dripping with enough poison to kill 100 Titans. Alcott didn't slow down, even if the claws were already just an inch away from his wide-open eyes. Green scales and deadly poison. Clog. Alcott had been here for just a fraction of a second, so she must be reacting on instinct, thinking that he was an intruder moving at such a speed through the castle. Clog's attack was, and it was already close. Nothing matched a deadly dose of poison straight to the brain through the eyes, but what she didn't know was that she was like a human throwing his hand into a bag filled with rat traps. Alcott's arm was already moving up, swinging a bright yellow dagger as his head ducked beneath the claw. The dagger scratched Clog's talon and something jolted across her whole body. Alcott grabbed her by the wrist and flipped her back to the ground in one motion as he flew by, leaving her sprawled on the floor and foaming from the mouth. A green dragon's body is immune to all poisons thanks to their nature. Thousands of unimaginably deadly poisons all flow through their veins simultaneously, keeping each other in check. If someone tried to poison a green dragon, those poisons would erase the intruding poison on their ecosystem. It worked the same way as the human stomach microbiome. What Alcott did was cure her of the weakest and most vulnerable of those pillars of poison in her blood, disrupting the balance and causing her to get hit with everyone else in her blood as the ecosystem of poisons collapsed in an instant. Of course, Clog's body would produce the poison again and balance itself, but that would take a few seconds at least. But for those few seconds, Alcott had neutralized her. Why do dragons fear Alcott? Because he knows too much about them, enough to make him their worst enemy. If you gave a dragon a choice between facing Alcott and a lesser god, the dragon would fight the lesser god each time, even if Alcott is technically weaker. After leaving Clog behind, Alcott followed the strings of magic all the way to the castle's library and broke the door as he flew inside like a meteor. Inside there, he found a single devil woman sitting in her underwear. All the humans were magically teleported out, and this devil was summoned here by the Dracaenas to stop him. Alcott would have ignored the devil if he could, but the magic cast inside the library had already been flooded with devil curses washing away all the tracks. The devil woman shifted her legs, putting one on another as she studied Alcott for a second. I was told to kill if I could. Looking at you, that should be quite easy. Is that so? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have time to play with you, little pet. Alcott shifted his weapons again, this time summoning a bright red Nodashi and resting it on his shoulder. Calling a devil lord a pet? I prefer the word contractor. She jumped down from the table she was sitting on and stretched. I was hired, not enslaved. I'd say I'm the one benefiting here the most. She licked her lips. You could even say I'm scamming them. Alcott chuckled, taking a sidestep, and tapped the sword on his neck. As I say it, you're the one getting scammed. They left you to clean their mess, and I'm one tough stain to get rid of. Poor human thinks of himself above everything. I was told you're good at dealing with dragons, not so much devils. I'm even feeling sorry for you. She waved her hands, getting ready to start blasting. Alcott looked at her with a smug smile. I'm the one sorry for your little ass. I'll whop you back to hell where you belong. She turned around, twerked her butt, and slapped it. What's sorry about it? I've got this gem from my mother. Really? Alcott rubbed his chin. Where does she live? I'd love to go and check for myself. Even if you die here, I can always help make a new one. He swung the sword down and pointed the top toward the woman, holding the blade with both hands. After a second of silence, the two exploded with motion, flashing through the library in the blink of an eye. A storm of blades and claws filled the air with violence for 3 seconds, and then everything fell silent. Only a red portal burned red in the middle of the torn library, inside the 4th layer of hell. a burning red portal opened up above the iron city of Cladioa, the place where the devil lord that Alcott faced resided. As the devils of the city saw the portal, none gave it any attention as they'd seen their devil lord leave earlier. She must have returned after finishing whatever luxurious contract someone of her power got. Inside the castle, the main door opened up, and Alcott strolled inside, dragging the naked and bloodied devil lord by the hair, walking casually among all of her retainers. The devils froze, both terrified and furious, but none of them dared make a move. If someone made it this far, they probably aren't someone who can be stopped by anyone weaker than the devil lord herself. The problem is that said devil lord is getting dragged by him, meaning even she couldn't stop him. Alcott soon walked into the inner sanctum and kicked a door open. Inside the room was a devil woman dealing with some papers. Her face paled, and she jumped to her feet the moment he walked in. "Who are you?" she growled. Alcott lifted the devil lord by the hair and showed her to the devil woman. "This is your daughter. She claimed she got her ass from her mother, so I came to check." He tilted his head and took a look. "She seems to have been right." Alcott threw the devil lord at her mother's feet and smiled. "She is alive, but it'll take her a week or two to wake up. Next time that she starts a fight in my son's home, I'll make sure not even hell can resurrect her." He approached the mother. "But don't worry, as I told her, I'll help you make another. So keep her on a tight leash." Alcott then turned around and walked back to the portal like nothing had happened. Chapter 1368. Let them play. When everyone caught up with Alcott, which was only 11 seconds after he disappeared, everything was already over. They found him leaning on a big shelf in the library, looking at the mess in front of him. Arad sighed. "A devil's magic. Listen, it wasn't me. Those two dragons summoned a devil lord to stall me and hide their magic tracks. I did my best to chase away the thing without toppling the whole castle." Alcott walked toward them and pointed at the shattered floor and burned shelves. "You know I can't breathe fire?" Arad looked at him and then back at the door, found Clog knocked out in the hallway. "Come on, she'll be fine." Alcott waved his hand, brushing it away. "That won't keep her down for long. Give her a few more seconds and she'll be as good as new." He smiled. "It was her poisons that knocked her out. I just removed one from her blood and caused everything to come crashing down upon her. A neat trick, hard to pull off." Ginger sighed and rubbed her face furiously. "Could have just dodged her attack. She must have thought you were an intruder. You've just KO'd your daughter-in-law. You say KO'd as if I suplexed her. I did throw her to the ground, but that was so she wouldn't fall and hurt herself." Alcott looked at Ginger and then shifted his attention to Merlin. "Forget about that for now. I've learned a few things about those two Dracaenas. As quick as the encounter was, it had shed light on a few things that might help their search. The main thing was the Dracaena's magic color. Arad, for example, has dark purple. Ginger has blood red, and so on. One of the two Dracaenas has sapphire blue magic, while the other's is vibrant red. They might be able to change it with spells, but I could detect that change if it happened." Merlin smiled and looked at Alcott. "We can use that. Don't forget, at least one of them can summon a whole devil lord, and they are both fast and sneaky." Alcott spoke and then looked at the door as he heard footsteps rushing closer. Soon, Isdis walked in, followed by Ray and Ray. What was that blast? She looked around and then rested her gaze on Arad. "We can explain, but first, did you notice anything strange in the past minute or two?" Arad approached her, and she shook her head. "No, we just finished dealing with the farmlands and we're getting ready to meet up with Roberta. I see the two I'm looking for have blue and red magic. Their eyes should glow like that when casting spells." Hearing Arad's words, Isdis pointed back at Ray and Ray. "Like them?" Alcott in the back shook his head. "Not the same shade, and that's their eyes' natural color." "What do you say?" He looked at Merlin, and she too shook her head. "Their magic is too weak and crude. Besides, they don't have the weight of dragons." Merlin approached Ray, and Ray looked closer at them and nodded. Normal skin, flesh, bones, and organs, normal magic circuit, and even the small details are the same. It's impossible for them to be shape-shifting now. Isdis sighed. Are you saying the two you're looking for are Dracanas, and powerful ones that need Alcott to work with his old party to catch? Isdis looked at Erod with a worried face. I doubt they mean us any harm, but this game of catch might last a bit. Isdis looked at them and then turned around, taking a heavy step as the ringing of her heel followed the library and the hallway. Just don't destroy anything else. I've already got enough work to deal with. I'll send a few people to clean this place. She then stopped and looked back, her eyes landing on Alcott. This mess, you could have just let the devil retreat without fighting it. Its mission was just to erase the evidence, and it did that. What did you gain from this fight? Probably nothing. Alcott scratched the back of his head. I did think that I might find something if I tracked the devil back to hell, like the contract with the Dracanas' names. But nothing came out. Their contract was verbal, it seems, and quite binding. Next time, weigh the risks and benefits well. We've lost many precious books. That is a heavy blow to the kingdom. I bet the two dragons thought you wouldn't be so reckless, and that's why they ran here. She turned around and glared at him. A guard can chase a criminal all over the streets, but he doesn't have the right to break into people's houses or destroy property. Next time, act with more care, or I'll throw you into house arrest. I'm sure Ginger would find that fun. She turned and left with Ray following behind her. Come on, send him back now. Ginger called and sighed. Alcott rarely stayed home, so that would actually make her a bit happy. To have Alcott take a week or two off work, even as house arrest. It should be healthy for both him and her. She's cold. Alcott sighed and looked at Erod. Come on, can't you do something? You're the Emperor, right? Erod laughed. Don't worry, she isn't really mad, but must put a front for everyone in the castle. He looked around. This is the royal castle, and the crowning ceremony still didn't happen. She can't have many trouble in the castle, or will risk losing the people's support. Erod smacked Alcott on the back. Let's go. The goal is blue and red magic. I guess we could work with that. They headed to castle once again, this time hoping that the Dracanas won't attack them. It was clear that the first attack wasn't meant to harm anyone, but more of a ringing bell to signal the start of some game, as if they were taunting them to come and catch them inside the royal office. Isdis sat behind her desk and pulled a large list. People who are free now, not that much. She picked a few and then sent an order for them to clean the library. What do you two think? She asked, looking at Ray. Ray smiled. I'd say, let them play. They'll cause another mess. Just wait. Ray shook her head. Chapter 1369, The Metallic's Perspective. While Isdis and her maids were busy dealing with complicated matters of the kingdom, Erod and Alcott's team were busy going around the whole castle, checking everyone's magic. Merlin was efficient, but a bit slow, so it was taking time to be absolutely sure they didn't miss anything. It might have only taken a minute to inspect someone's magic, but with hundreds of people in the castle, that was going to take hours when adding in travel time. Searching for the Dracanas had started the way Erod expected it, chaotic, but it then quickly calmed down and turned into a boring series of inspections. It was nothing like he expected to be slowly going around his own castle trying to find two Dracanas. Alcott told him that it usually isn't the case. Most dragons can get pretty aggressive once they sniff that someone is searching for them. Most of the time, it is the metallic dragons who are in hiding. But that doesn't mean they won't kill anyone. Listen, Erod. Some may say that the metallic dragons are good and the chromatic dragons are evil, but I'd say they both are dangerous. The only difference between them is that the metallic dragons believe that what they are doing is good, while the chromatic just don't care if it's evil or good. He looked around. Let me give you an example. You know the story of red dragons kidnapping beautiful maidens and the heroes that try to brave the dragon's lair to save their princess. Alcott pointed at a bird that was kept in a cage in the castle, a pet swallow. Chromatic dragons are like humans. When humans see a bird they like, they catch and take it away, put it in cages to sing for them and be a pet. The chromatic dragons do the same with humans. They see someone they like, so they catch and take to their lair. Arad looked at the bird. They've got no reason to even think about it, and if the bird gets a bit too fat, they eat it. Dragons do the same. The maiden is beautiful and has a great singing voice, so they take her, but once they get bored, to the pot she goes. Metallic do that too, but they've got laws about it, like the humanoid must agree to go with the dragon. But there is nothing in their law that says they can't persuade the humanoid to agree. Once Arad heard Alcott's explanation, he immediately called Melina kin and Jin. The two royal maids looked at Melina for a long moment. The two of them didn't expect a steel Dracaina to show up, but here she is. It was surprising how rare steel dragons are. Even the metallic dragons rarely see them. I just want to understand something. Let's say there is someone you want to get. I don't know, for work or anything else, that someone is a humanoid but doesn't want to go with you. How do you go about it? Hearing Arad's question, the three Dracainas looked at each other for a long moment. The first to speak was Kin, the silver Dracaina. Everyone has some dirt on them. I'll dig for that and use it to convince them. Depending on what dirt I collect on them, I might even be able to enslave them and skip all the hassle. The two Dracaina agreed with her, but each of them had a different method. Kin looked around. Usually I'll just send a royal decree that they are obligated to come and work if that's what you're asking for. But if I can't do that, I might leave it to Kin or find out what price would get that person to move. You can buy everything for the right price. That's costly. Melina shook her head. For me, it depends on the exact reason I need them, but mostly I can shift to someone else, befriend them, and then give them a reason to help me. They are person A, I'm person B, so I turn into person C to convince them to help me, person B. Arad looked at them for a long moment and then asked the biggest question. If you're trying to hide from me in this castle, where would you hide? The first to speak was Melina. Why would we hide? The reason would change how we go about it. Arad scratched his head. Short story, two magic Dracainas are hiding in the castle from me. You should be able to understand what they want. Melina blinked. Then it's either they are too obvious and can't hide, or too skilled at it that it doesn't matter where they hide, it'll work in the end for them. Kin nodded. Yes, then getting as close to you as possible would work. Gin approached Arad and whispered to him, You know that metallic dragons can shift to objects as well? Like we're metallic? I can turn into a silver ring, for example. She looked at him. At least, I can say none of your clothes is a Dracaina. So start looking through your stuff. Arad could feel his head starting to hurt. He was first looking at people, but now he had to search for objects as well. You can turn into something? He asked Melina, and she nodded with a quick reply. Anything made of steel, from swords to armor to even horseshoes, her body flashed with light, and she turned into a long, thin steel longsword that landed in Arad's palm. A voice boomed from the sword. If they are magic dragons, then they should turn into anything related to magic, like your staff or wand, maybe even a scroll or an enchanted bedsheet that stays warm in the cold days of winter. Kin looked around, or simpler, they could be morphed into humans close to you or your wives, where they come into contact with you or someone important on a regular basis. I know that they were either maids or servants, that they knew about Alcott's earlier missions, and that they have blue and red magic, Arad explained, and Kin started thinking. So they have ties to the royal family, are servants or maids, and have blue and red magic, she frowned. Did you check Ray and Ray? They severed Isdis since she was a little girl. They were raised together, and I watched over them. I never saw anything related to dragons from them, so I doubt it's them. But check again. Chapter 1370, The Dragon's Approach. Being violent. As Arad and Alcott's party were going around the whole castle checking anyone with blue and red magic, Arad in the half-angel kingdom had many things to tend to as well. First, the incarnation who spent a night with Callie was now back in the vacuum of space training under Diana. The training today wasn't that different from yesterday, except that the targets that Arad was supposed to sneak past or assassinate from stealth were now moving and looking for him as well. Diana was sitting on his head as she did before, watching over his every step and giving notes in real time. Sometimes she even cheats and summons a demon right beside him, so he'll have to disappear without being noticed or caught. What was scarier than a deadly void dragon? A void dragon that can attack with full force from stealth in the darkness of the vacuum of space. That was Diana's plan. Making Arad skilled enough in stealth to the point of not giving his enemies the luxury of even noticing him before he kills them. As she explained it to him, Arad doesn't need to care. If he is certain that someone is an evil villain, then there's nothing to talk about. Just appear out of thin air, kill them without a word, and vanish. Carry on with your life as usual. He doesn't need to listen to their grand plan, sad backstory, or moral motives. They need to go, and so they go, plain and simple. Of course, Arad didn't miss the chance to ask Diana how she would locate magic dragons. Depends on the situation, explain, and I'll give you a sure way to smoke them out. Diana seemed confident, so he told her the whole story. Diana thought about it for a few seconds and then seemed to have found an answer. Simple. Ruin whatever they plan, and they show themselves. If you're their goal, you can either fake your death or make it clear that you aren't taking any more wives. She smiled. If you can't outskill them, you can outsmart them. No matter what anyone thinks, since they're the ones posted in your territory, you're the one with more leverage over the situation. Arad thought about it for a long while. Can you sniff them out? I'm certain I can, but isn't their whole point that you must find them, not anyone else? They aren't marrying me. She looked at him. Have you tried looking at their souls? Dragons can change their shape, reform their magic, and erase their presence, but only a rare few can go as far as mask their souls. Very few? Arad lifted an eyebrow, even though he didn't have one as a dragon. They immerse themselves in their shapeshift and forget their true self, for as long as they are shifted, they become their actual guise. Even their souls change to reflect that, but still the dragon remains aware in the back of its head that it's a dragon. She scratched her head. It's like all humans are aware they are souls controlling flesh carcasses, but no one actively thinks about it. Some even say that a human is a brain that controls a flesh golem now that Arad thought about it. It was true. The two Dracanas are aware of their draconic nature, but they might be believing in their own shape-shifting too much that they are becoming it. It was like what Alcott told him, a new level of shape-shifting that is above what Arad understands. This also explained how Senna could notice them. She was doing the same, after all. She had managed to live as a human for so long that her true nature as a horror bigger than the world itself never showed up. How would he find them based on all of that? He has an idea, a direct approach to solving problems and the people's souls. This had given Arad a good idea to smoke them out, but it'll have to leave everyone in the castle terrified to the bones. Arad, who was inside the castle, stood still, and Alcott looked back at him. What are you doing? Arad closed his eyes. I'm just going to find them. I've been thinking as a human for long, but as a dragon, finding them should be as simple as kicking a door open. Merlin looked at him. You aren't going to blow the whole castle and say they'll survive as dragons? Something close, but I'll compensate them with a bonus in this month's pay. Arad took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed purple. The only one in Alcott's group who noticed what Arad did was Merlin, and she burst laughing. I see. Sure. This is like blasting the whole castle in a sense. What? What did he do? Alcott asked with a confused face, and Merlin glanced back. We'll have a lot of piss and puke to clean up inside the kitchen. One of the maids was stirring the large pot for lunch, humming a tune with a smile on her face. She had finally saved enough money for a luxurious vacation in the beach city of Alvanor. This summer, she'll have a whole month to relax and get a tan. She had dreamed of that for so long, to see the sand, the ocean, and thee. She froze, and her eyes shot open as she felt so disgusted, horrified, and threatened that she emptied her bowls straight into the pot with a loud scream. She had never felt such anxiety and fear since the day she applied to work here as a maid, and her acceptance notice came a day late. She wasn't alone looking around the kitchen. Everyone was drowning in their own piss and puke, crying in fear. But she had quickly understood what was happening. It was something that the castle notified them about before. She just didn't expect it to happen like this out of nowhere. It wasn't just them. Everyone all around the castle was falling down to their knees, terrified and shaken by the sudden dreadful feeling of doom inside the royal office. A maid had just brought a stack of very important papers to Isdis. "Your Highness, those are..." But before Isdis could grab the papers, the maid dropped them on the ground, then pissed on them while she vomited on Isdis's desk in horror. Isdis cried, "Are you all right?" The maid waved her hand. "I'm fine. It's His Majesty's soul stare." We were warned that something like this might happen, but it took me by surprise. Arad was already standing behind the maid, glaring past Isdis with burning purple eyes. "Found you." This reaction is involuntary when a weak soul gets subjected to the harrowing pressure of Arad's soul. If Arad was acting like a dragon, this suppression would be active all the time through his whole lair by now. All weak souls would wince and recoil from it. Of course, a few who got used to it, like Tina, can endure it while still showing grace. That wasn't the same for all the maids and servants of the castle. So if anyone managed to take it without flinching, it's probably as strong, if not stronger, than Arad himself. Now there are only 2 maids who don't seem affected at all and are standing right behind Isdish. Chapter 1371, 91371, 2 dragon maids. Isdis immediately noticed the glare on Arad's face. The strangely calm features, the glowing eyes, the cold air, the rippling magic, and the stance with one arm slightly above his hip while the other rested on it. Whatever was behind her that he was looking at was as good as dead. "Lariana, are you okay?" Ray rushed from behind Isdis to help the maid, and Ray jumped to the corner of the room to bring a jug of water. Anyone around Isdis's strength or a bit below her can endure my soul gaze without being crippled. As far as I knew, you 2 aren't that strong. The moment Isdis heard Arad speak, she knew he was here for Ray and Ray. He was looking for 2 Drakinas in hiding. It couldn't be. Those 2 girls had lived with her since she was a child, but Arad was right. Those 2 should have at least reacted to his soul gaze. If they didn't, then it meant their souls were powerful enough to not even notice the shock. Ray looked at Arad with her usual smile. "The whole castle is in disarray and panic. Did you blast that thing in every direction like a bomb?" "A bomb that induces panic attacks." Ray finished checking up on the still-shaking Lariana and turned to face Arad with her sister. "Don't worry, I did indeed blast it in all directions like an explosion, but I've made a conscious decision to exclude children and the very old ones. I also excluded all men since I doubted you've been masquerading as ones. It would have been genius if you did." He took a step forward, and his upper torso swayed, seeming to twist the world around him. Ray turned back toward Isdis and bowed deeply. "Your Majesty, we'll be back soon," said Ray with a faint smile. "We'll explain what we can later, but now we better start," Ray added, and then turned to face Arad. The twin maids' uniform fluttered even though the wind was still. Their eyes flashed with magic, and the magic in the room shifted in an instant. Now, no one could mistake the 2 Drakinas standing there. Isdis grabbed Lariana and dragged her out of the office. Ray, I'll skin you alive if you damage any of the paper. And I'm not joking this time. I'll buy a whip just for you 2. Same for you, Arad. I'll not redo all that work." As Isdis left, Arad shifted his gaze to Ray and Ray. "We should change the place. She's scary when she gets angry." But before Arad could hear any reply, Ray's palm was already on his face, and the whole around them rapidly shifted. Endless images of deserts, frozen plans, burning hells, lush forests, desolate landscapes, endless abyss, and even the rampaging chaos of limbo. Arad immediately understood what was happening. Ray was shuffling worlds through teleportation magic in the blink of an eye, looking for an uninhabited one for them to fight in. It happened in a fraction of a second, but Ray managed to find a suitable world in the endless wastelands of Hades, a near-endless gray stone desert that's eternally cursed to remain in dim light as the sulfuric and carbon-rich clouds bloated the sun for thousands of years. Ray let go of Arad's face and jumped back with a spin, quickly landing beside her sister. The two looked around, and then Ray spoke. "Did you not find any better place? This one is as gloomy as it gets. People live in the vibrant worlds. The gloomy ones are what they leave behind after millions of years of abuse." Ray sighed, took a deep breath, and looked at Arad. "But it's a nice place, isn't it?" Arad looked around, and then his eyes landed back on the two of them. "Two worms, shit. No wonder you've been hard to catch." He smiled. The twins looked at each other. Magic dragons are stronger than the chromatic or metallic in every way. Even a young magic dragon can overpower adult or even ancient dragons of other kinds. Ray took a step forward, and her made shoes sank into the gravel with a crunch. Time, light, void, mana, the four pillars of the universe. Time always flows to keep the world moving forward. Light is the basic form of energy and the fastest thing in the world, facilitating both communication and energy conservation. Ray followed after her. The world's energy is a factor of mass and the speed of light. Mass and matter is the domain of the void. That's where matter came from and where it'll always disintegrate into. Did you notice the blinding light generated when you use your energy's breath? That's proof of that link. Ray was talking about the law of energy, EMC2. The two then spoke as if they were the same person, their voices overlapping like a symphony. And then mana is the mystical power holding the world together. It is what we use to control the previous three. We use mana to tame time, to chase light, and to subdue the void. Arad smiled. "Thanks for the good lesson, but what's your point?" The two smiled. "There is no point. We're just trying to say that while you could overpower dragons of older age than you, all of them were either chromatic or metallic. You've never faced an older magic dragon in direct combat. Both of you are worms, and I'm just an adult. It's like a child facing two grown men." He cracked his neck, ready to start throwing hands. He knew well that the fight could end in only one of three ways. He'll lose. The two will have their way with him and either leave him alive or eat him afterward. Those were the first two options. The last option was him winning and having his way with them, which meant just taking them back home and saving the pounding for later. At first, we planned to wait until you became an ancient dragon, at least. It was still far too early to challenge us, but now you've gone and done it. Ray looked at him. "I thought the attack at the tavern should have been enough to tell that we are stronger and know more than you do. My problem was that you were hiding. You should have just come clean. Not even Isdis knew about you, and you lived with her since she was a child. Why did you do that?" Arad walked forward and stood just a few meters away from them. "We smelled her ice blood and thought that serving her for a little over 7 decades would have been fun, just to pass the time." Ray looked at him. "We didn't think that serving her would eventually lead us to you." Ray lifted her hand, and Ray took a step forward with her right leg. "This is the only way forward. Either you submit, or we'll make you submit." Ray's hand flashed with magic, and so did Ray's right leg, bursting with blinding light. Arad, who stood in front of them like a dark wall, absorbed all of the light into his void. Big words for two maids within punching range. The world trembled as the three clashed. Chapter 1372, minus 1372, Ray and Ray vs. Arad, a losing fight. The first thing that Arad saw was a flash, and by the time he lifted his arms, the whole flew in front of him in the blink of an eye as both his arms shattered like old rotten wood. His body flew backward so fast that the air friction ignited him like a meteor, and he could already guess what hit him. It wasn't a physical attack or a regular spell. It was a compressed wave of mana, a force as solid as matter but much, much more powerful. It was similar to a shock wave, but instead of being made from compressed air, it was made out of mana. He didn't see which one of the twins cast the mana shock wave, but he now thinks it was Ray who had her arm up. Those blue eyes, he must keep following them and expect more shockwave attacks like this one. Sadly, before Arad could finish that thought, Ray was already upon him. Unlike all of his foes, she didn't swing a weapon, her fists, or even cast a spell. Ray was the one who teleported him here and shuffled through many worlds to find a suitable one. He expects that her main skill is related to teleportation or world travels, more like Vorvadas, but he still needs to confirm that. He has to be careful since nothing prevents her from teleporting his head and leaving his body here. His body will survive with just the spine, and that is technically all those two would need to keep his important bits working. To avoid any more damage, Arad covered himself with Vorvados's space magic and teleported right behind where he could sense Ray's signal. In fact, he quickly halted that plan right before committing to it. He was a mere adult trying to face two great worms. This time, Arad wasn't stronger than them. They were several times more powerful than him. Getting behind them only meant eating a nasty tail swipe or a back kick. Arad teleported to Ray, but after casting a slow time around the location where he was about to appear and making that location in Ray's path, not her current location. When Arad emerged, he found himself looking straight at Ray, who was flying toward him at blinding speed, and he could already guess that Ray was already coming from behind him. Covering his whole body with all the barriers that Caden taught him, he braced to catch Ray's burning fist. That wasn't a metaphor. Her fist was literally on fire, igniting the air like a meteor from the sheer speed. Ray's fist blew right through Arad's guard and reached his face, rocking his head and ripping a tooth out. To his bad luck, he didn't even have a chance to recoil as Ray smacked his back with a heavy kick that almost shattered his spinal cord if he didn't take an extreme measure and store it in his void stomach, leaving only bones and muscles on his frame with just enough nerves for them to work efficiently. He had just learned how to improve his shape-shifting ability from Melina. If he didn't have that knowledge, the two maids might already be humping his motionless body. Arad forced himself to regain his balance by using gravity magic to stabilize his body and kill all the momentum transferred to him by the powerful attacks, only to realize that he and the two maids were now inside the heart of a burning explosion. What was more harrowing is that the explosion source was his own arms and lower back, vaporized upon contact with the two attacks like how a meteor would vaporize the ground when striking. Of course, he could only thank his Praikolichi blood and Kali's divine magic. If not for those two furiously fighting to keep healing and regenerating his flesh, the two maids might not even find something to play with afterward. Arad had long used to overpowering his enemies with sheer power, and even in the worst case, he still had a chance at victor, a clear path. But now, he was completely overwhelmed like those days when he was but a wyrmling, still struggling against the vast world. It was less than a second since the fight started, and he was already getting ganged on by the two maids. Even if those two were far stronger and more capable than him, they didn't seem to be giving him any slack, going straight for violence and ruthless tactics. Even if just one of them is far stronger than Arad, they'll still work together to stomp him even further. This situation had awoken something within Arad, and not the mystical or magical type, just a primal instinct, the one to rip and tear. It was time for him to fight for his life, to fight for the right to mate, to fight for his share of the world. A hand burst through the fire and grabbed Ray by the face, while the other grabbed her by the neck. She lifted her hand to grab both, but two more arms emerged from behind her and caught her by the wrists. She blinked but wasn't surprised. Arad didn't know anything about their powers, but they knew everything about his power from Izdis. At this very moment, 4 Arad were in the fight, 2 towering above each one of the twins. He had recalled all of his incarnations back to turn the tables and be the one ganging up on the twins. I thought the mating fights were supposed to be fair. The dragon against the Dracaena, one-on-one, Arad asked. 2 of his incarnations did at the same time. the two who were looking directly at the twins. "We're twins. You either get both of us or none of us." The twins replied with a single voice. They were a package deal and only went together. If Arad wants one, he has to fight them both and then take both. The fight immediately exploded again, but this time Arad fared marginally better. The whole battle split into two halves, one for Ray and the other for Ray, each of which faced two incarnations. Arad's plan was simple. While one of the twins is beating one of his incarnations, he'll use the other incarnation to attack, and when they turn on the attacking incarnation, the beaten one would have healed, and it'll attack from the back. Ray seemed to hold just fine, finding his attacks mildly annoying, if only by a bit. Their speed and power far outclassed Arad just by the fact they were older, so having one more or 100 more of Arad meant nothing. That was Arad's catch. Those incarnations weren't more Arads. They were one Arad, controlled by one brain, that could plan and play the long game, slowly trying to push the twins into a trap. What was that trap? Even Arad didn't know yet, but he'll figure it out through the fight. That is what he is betting on, and that is why he must prepare for the unknown trap he'll conjure in the future. Chapter 1373, Ray vs. Arad, Monstrification. Even with two incarnations facing each of the twins, Arad found himself getting overwhelmed quickly. The twins were physically stronger, faster, and more durable than him just by the fact of being that much older. They also far outclassed him with magic, since they were mana drakinas, and he was a void dragon, and while each of them had her own brain to cast spells with, he had to split his between 4 incarnations, so only half of his mind was focused on each of the twins. Arad wanted to pull the nipple duster or the dragon slayer blade, or even pull both at the same time, but he knew that he would be just asking to get disarmed. This whole fight was now akin to 4 10-year-old brats trying to take 2 30-year-old fit and motivated women. Those two weapons would be the tip of his spear. He will only pull them when he is certain to get a decent hit, even maybe a vital one on the twins. Arad tried to punch Ray, but she just grabbed his wrist and swung him around like a club at his other incarnation. This had been repeated several times by now, which meant that Arad was too slow. It wasn't just Ray whopping him around like a rag doll, but Ray was doing even better, kicking him from left to right like he was a ball. Arad knew that the twins could have reunited long ago. He wasn't strong enough to keep them separated. Sooner or later, the twins will get bored and end the fight. Arad must find a way to outsmart or outmaneuver them before that happens. That was where Arad's true trump card comes into play. He wasn't just any kid facing 2 older women. He was a monster child, a vile, blood-sucking, flesh-eating fiend with his heart pounding like drums. Dark red magic burst from Arad's body like flames, covering his whole body in the blink of an eye, and then it was washed away. Instead of the usual purple eyes, 2 black and red dots glared at the twins with hunger, bloodthirst, and lust. Arad's hand flew forward at blinding speed and grabbed Ray by the chest, sinking his long claws into her flesh. "You!" The vampire and lycanthrope curses. Ray gasped, and Ray in the back was caught the same way, off guard, as they didn't expect those curses to amount to anything at this level. Huh, what a shame. I won't be ripping you two apart as a mere dragon. He swung his arm and ripped their breasts off right there and then. As the twins flew back, stunned at the sudden shift, they saw Arad's incarnations standing in place, munching on their ripped flesh. He got injured pretty badly, and needed both flesh and blood for his curses to work at their best. The twins regenerated their bosoms, and their maid uniforms shifted to cover them up immediately. But neither of them attacked directly now. Arad was changing, his body shifting to reflect his prickly blood. 2 massive pairs of wings, one bat-like and the other draconic in nature. 2 tails, one draconic and the other furry and black. Long claws, forked tongue, sharp teeth, an elongated jaw, monstrous physique, and enough dreadful and bloodied presence to make the bravest of men wince and recoil. Now 4 incarnations of that monster were rushing at Ray and Ray. Their claws and fangs flashed through the burning air at blinding speed. Before the twins could regroup, Arad had already kited them back to their places and left 2 of his incarnations facing each of them. The Prickolichi were faster and stronger than Arad's base form. They were even more vicious and unpredictable, which helped bridge the gap between him and the twins a bit, but it was still lacking. At first, Arad was focusing on causing damage the normal way, but now he was actively trying to eat the twins alive and suck their blood dry, which made each wound he managed to deliver a helpful boon to make him stronger. The flesh and blood of powerful mana worms was quite the rich food for him, especially after feeding on a bland diet of humanoid blood for a long time. A human vampire usually feeds on humans, the same way a human werewolf usually feeds on human flesh. It is the same for all the species. A cursed elf feeds on elves and a dwarf feeds on dwarves. Arad was a magic dragon, and the blood and flesh of magic dragons suited him the best. He was now their natural predator, being just as dangerous to them as vampires and werewolves are to normal humans. Ray and Ray didn't just sit there and let Arad eat them alive. They are far stronger than him still, so they choose to fight back with even more malice. Arad's eyes flashed red, and the 2 maids felt that something was off. Their bodies burned hotter, their muscles felt numb, their sexual drive rose through the roof, and it became harder to look anywhere away from Arad. How blissful it would feel if they just laid down and offered their blood and flesh to him, how gentle his fangs would feel on their necks. The vampiric and lycanthropic seduction started to affect them slowly, but they were feeling it. In the same way, a maiden might get mind-controlled by a vampire or whisked away by a werewolf. The 2 found themselves facing such a monster. Of course, Ray and Ray could easily shake such mind control even if it was coming from Arad, but it still slowly nibbled on their minds, making it harder to focus and fight back against him. Arad's current plan was simple: slowly whittle them down in a battle of attrition. Of course, he was aware that the real fight didn't start. Ray and Ray didn't pull the full might of their mana powers because he didn't use his powers yet. Arad wanted to hit them with a beam, but he was sure that the moment he did that, he'd find himself on the ground. He'll go nuclear on them, but only at the end, when he is certain that he'll find an opening to use the Nipple Duster and Dragon Slayer blade. Chapter 1374, Ray and Ray vs. Arad, A Wind of Change. When dragons reach the level of power that Ray and Ray are at, their perspective of the world and reality itself shifts. Humans, who once looked as weak as bugs, are now the same as the inanimate dust. When they first met Izdis, she looked to them like a shiny sapphire pebble, an interesting product of the natural order which they took an interest in and decided to play with for a while. A human's lifespan might be long for mortals, but for the Mana Dracainus, it was nothing more than spending a few moments admiring the beautiful pebble before marching on their way. One day, an angry baby came along. He snatched the worthless yet arguably beautiful pebble from Ray and Ray's hand, claiming it as his wife. They weren't angry or bothered. They were old enough to understand that when a child sets his mind on something, you can't just snatch it from their hands. If nothing else, Ray and Ray felt a bit weirded out. What are those voids doing with such a worthless object? Seeing Arad getting along with Izdis felt so wrong that they almost interfered with Izdis's first night. If they did, Izdis would have been really confused to see her 2 maids yelling at Arad for sleeping with her. In the end, Ray and Ray decided to just not care and let the voids do whatever they wanted. They aren't harming any magic dragon anyway, but that was the time when their perspective of the world started to shift, when their consciousness started to finally see the mortal world for what it is. Arad's growth speed was nothing short of harrowing. To see him leaping through the age stages with relative ease, Ray and Ray knew that if they were ever going to have a chance to find a mate, Arad was one valuable option. It was then, when they started to see Arad as a potential mate, that their eyes finally opened up to the mortal world. They could see Izdis for what she'd be, and they could see what everyone else was and what their roles were. Arad was not just a wake-up call, but a wind of change, a storm that blew through the world and was there to stay. He was the storm, the chaos, and the herald of a new age. Since this battle started, Arad looked to the two maids as dangerous as a child and as threatening as a feisty house cat. But now that he let his curse burst out, he looked more like a monster, and the cute cat now has rabies and is chasing them all over the world, ready to sink its teeth into their soft flesh. Arad's class, in their eyes, had changed from a non-threatening to something they would actively avoid fighting in normal circumstances. They can still defeat him with ease, but he isn't worth the risk anymore. If they weren't intending to make him their mate, they would have already abandoned the fight and left to save themselves the hassle. Ray jumped into the air, dodging a kick from one of the two incarnations attacking her while she slipped beneath the punch of the other. Her moves were swift and calculated, but still always motivated by her will to attack as her foot shifted and flew toward Arad's neck, burning with compressed magic. Arad lowered his head and took a bite from her foot, ripping the skin and flesh off, but his fangs weren't hard enough and shattered upon impact with her bones. The wound looked gruesome, but it was nothing to her. She didn't even bleed that much. No, that wasn't a good thing. Where is her blood? Ray grabbed Arad's inner jaw with her sharp foot claws, trying to snap his neck with her powerful leg, but then felt it, his long, sharp, and powerful tongue slithered between her toes, sneaking into the open wound and into her veins. She wasn't bleeding because he sucked all the blood to empower himself. Arad's prickle-eachy tongue was almost a foot long, but using size magic, he could make it as long as he wanted. And now he sent it through Ray's veins, trying to reach her heart, or the large blood veins to suck her dry. Arad was like a large, harrowing mosquito, with enough malice and intelligence to employ his powers in battle. He had made sure that his tongue ravaged all the veins and nerves that it got close to make sure Ray's leg will at least grow weaker. Ray could feel it, so she was about to kick Arad in the face with her other leg to free herself. But the second incarnation grabbed her from the back. Arad wrapped his arms around her thigh and torso to keep her knees stuck to her side, and then used his free arm to shove his fingers into her mouth, grabbing the cheek and staying away from the sharp fangs. His main job was to keep her still while the other incarnation sucked her dry. Of course, Ray wasn't going to let that happen. Due to her immense strength advantage, she managed to shove her foot deep into Arad's mouth and push him back. Her leg forced the other incarnation's grip open, and in the end, one incarnation was getting choked with one leg while the other stomped Arad's face to the ground. Arad's attempt was good, but in the end, the mere idea of trying to grapple Ray, who was far stronger than him, was flawed. On the other hand, Ray wasn't having any better time. Arad had another plan for her, one that he had just pulled off, a fragile attempt at mimicking Callie's fighting. Ray dodged a slap from a bloodhand that was almost 10 meters large, only to find herself in the path of a punch from a blood fist that was just as large as the palm from earlier. When she evaded the punch, a foot dropped on her head like a matter, burying her deep in the ground. Arad was a massive void dragon. His blood volume was massive. So in this fight, at the scale of humans, he decided to dedicate a large chunk of that powerful blood, morph it with blood magic to resemble arms and legs, and attack with them to expand his attack range and methods. Unlike Callie, his hands were smaller, and he didn't need to manifest a whole statue. Like why the show? He only needs his hands to attack, his blood can float. Chapter 1375, Ray and Ray vs. Arad, end of the line. Arad's options had long since ended. He can't fight the twins at close range since they are older, stronger, and faster. He can't challenge them at range with arrows, bolts, and stones, since mundane objects have no chance of harming them. Even the enchanted ones would be useless. Those two are mana dracanas. They'll just disable the enchantment since arrows, bolts, and stones aren't connected to Arad at range. Arad can try to keep the link in his domain, but who is he kidding? He has no control over the mana in the air when two mana dracanas are around. Magic was also out of the question since it would be useless against them due to their very nature. That is why all of Arad's options had run dry, leaving him only his blood, which was still a part of him even when separated from him. Blood magic was directly linked to him since he is a prickleechi, and the link was even stronger than what it would be for a normal vampire. That is why his blood was his only and best ranged option. At first, Arad thought that he could use it to create very long weapons to attack or shoot them like projectiles, but that had proved useless, since the amount of magic and weight carried by the blood directly related to its volume. That is where the idea of using it to create fists and legs to attack, like Callie's golden statue, came from. Large hands, a lot of blood, easy to control since he already had hands, and what's more important, it confused the hell out of Ray. Ray tried to dodge the many hands and legs as she counted them. Arad seemed to have only manifested 15 limbs, only up the elbows and knees to attack her with. Their shape wasn't stable, so any hand could turn into a foot as he wished, and their speed was comparable to his. The catch was that Arad could control them all to block all of Ray's path and force her to take hits or block them. Ray swung her fist up, blasting one of the hands into a crimson rain. She looked at Arad with a smile. The basic thing about us, mana dragons, is that we can overpower the natural drive of mana and have it follow us directly, unlike wizards who have to learn magic to use it. She waved her hand. It's like the difference between asking me if I want to serve you or me being the one begging to serve you. Even if we don't tell the mana what to do, it'll move with us. Arad opened his massive maw, and his voice came out rattling like a gargle, an alien, bestial rattle. Just hearing it was enough to make even Ray consider if he was reasonable enough to understand. So blood bows to me your blood. He took a step forward, and Ray felt something twitch and crawl beneath her skin like worms. All of her blood started to move against the stream, trying to push her down to kneel. This reminded him of the first time he met Vlad. Blood control is easy for vampires, but it's an alien and difficult thing for everyone else. Unless Ray and Ray went out of their way to study blood magic for centuries, there is no way for them to overpower Arad's authority over it, even if they were mana dragons. Ray smiled as her whole body flushed red and her veins bulged, turning her beautiful and stunning body into a harrowing monstrosity as she resisted Arad's control, forcing her blood to flow by raising her heart rate to insane levels. All she needed to get her heart racing and her blood rushing was to imagine an infuriating situation and make herself almost believe it, and for that she chose to imagine her sister dying, which made her blood boil like lava. Of course, Ray could separate her imagination from reality, so the only effect that rage had was to elevate her blood pressure and heart rate. Her draconic mind remained as cold as ice and as calm as a motionless pond. Due to that stunt, she was actively damaging her own body and forcing it to work beyond her limits. Arad wasn't only commanding her blood to kneel, he was actively trying to get that blood to destroy her from the inside out and ravage her organs and brain. Standing as tall as a giant and as wide as a mountain, Arad took a few steps forward, his shoulders swayed with each step. Like the beefcake he was, even his monstrous figure failed to hide his domineering shadow, and instead helped cast it on the relatively harmless-looking Ray. I said. Arad glared at her. "Get down on your knees now." Ray smiled. "I don't need to get on my knees to suck you off with how tall you are, but it'll be better if you kiss my feet instead. Kneel." She took a step forward, and Arad fell on one knee, shattering the ground beneath him. His body, as naturally as expected, was rich with mana, mana that Ray could command at will. Mana dragons were to mana what vampires were to blood, its lords and commanders. Looking at Arad straight in the eyes, Ray smiled. "Let's see who'll break first, me or you." After a minute, it was Arad who fell first. There were several reasons. First, Ray was better at commanding mana than he was at commanding blood, since she lived longer with that ability. Second, while Ray had an idea what vampires were and that they could control blood, Arad didn't have a single idea that mana could be controlled like that, and a minute under the pressure of a Dracina far older than him wasn't the best situation to be in to come up with a countermeasure on the fly. It happened at almost the same time when Ray took Arad down on her end, and that had caused all of the incarnation to burst and disappear, leaving one Arad sprawled on the ground. The twins were sitting on his chest, one resting feet on his face while the other trying to peek under his pants. "You've fought better than we expected." Ray looked at his face through her toes with a smile. "I'll make sure you've left me no option." Arad's chest flashed with light. It was time to go nuclear when all his options failed. At least he now understands something about the Mana Dragon's relationship with mana. Chapter 1376, Ray and Ray vs. Arad, Nuclear Apocalypse. As Ray and Ray looked at Arad's chest, their eyes opened wide as the radiant light flashed. It took them a fraction of a second to move, but that was enough for Arad to blow up, drowning the world in fire and radiation. As the world was painted red, the continent trembled and the sky cracked. A mushroom cloud of crimson flame touched the heavens as a devastating shock wave shaved the mountains flat. Arad had transformed into his draconic form and blasted the whole area to get some distance away from the twins. Just in case they used their power in a way he didn't expect. Something ghostly flashed through the ash and smoke, two of them unseen to normal eyes, but Arad could barely perceive them. Invisible, translucent, massive dracanas with each of them at least 1,000 kilometers long, not counting their gargantuan tails. Mana dragons are naturally invisible. To Arad, they looked like a haze, a shift in the air akin to what's caused by heat, but that was only achieved thanks to his powerful senses, and that only when the two aren't trying to hide. If they wanted, he won't ever know they were around. As Arad expected, the moment he pulled the power of his void, the two maids stopped pulling their punches back. Right now, the world around him was mundane, devoid of all mana. All forms of mystical powers and spells had become impossible to achieve. It didn't matter if it was divine magic or magic, all had been disabled. Even flight would be harder now, but there is one thing they didn't disable, or couldn't because it's a part of innate biology. His control over the void in his stomach, his nuclear engine. The ground beneath Arad exploded into a harrowing nuclear blast. He used it to propel himself into the air and fly faster than he should have been able to with his wings. If flying with nuclear rockets wasn't enough, Arad had also found out that even without his gravity magic, the ridiculous mass of matter he kept inside his stomach was attracting other matter, the same way Earth attract everything with its gravity. When coupled with his void stomach acting like a vacuum cleaner, he could rip the ground apart from kilometers in the sky and suck into his stomach to fuel his engine. It took him but a flash to reach Ray, whose claw was already coming down at him like a mountain falling from the clouds. It was too vast to dodge, too heavy to block, and too immense to endure. In the same way that a fly won't survive getting slapped on the table by a human hand, he won't live afterward if he took this hit. Void Step. Does it still work? The answer was yes. That ability was innate to him and never needed mana. He zapped past Ray's hand, reached her head, and avoided a deadly bite, only having his tail bitten off. But Arad's goal wasn't her head, but her spine, which he teleported down her back to reach rather quickly. Of course, Ray wasn't standing still. Arad could teleport up to 4,000 kilometers, and Ray was just 1,000 kilometers long. He should have reached her spine in one jump if she wasn't running backward all around the continent and crossing several thousand kilometers a second in a fiery blast, which made it far too difficult to catch. Arad did end up catching up quickly to her, thanks to a combination of his void step and nuclear blasts, and now he was right above the middle of her spine, clenching several dozen tons of matter in his right claw. What is the easiest thing to create from energy? Hydrogen is the simplest atom, compressed, shattered, and unleashed. First, it was but a tiny flash that exploded into a literal sun on the surface of the poor mortal world, evaporating anything in its wake for hundreds of kilometers. The fireball of nuclear fusion expanded and then burst into a world-rattling explosion. Ray's back caved down and her great body got smacked to the ground, which quickly shattered and melted into the unforgiving heat and radiation. Ray, who was a fair distance away from them, saw the flash and then felt the continent split into tiny fragments beneath her feet, At that moment, Arad was already beneath her, swinging another hydrogen bomb punch aimed at her exposed belly. Unlike Ray managed to react in time and shifted her massive body out of the way. Arad's punch, as powerful as the one before, had blasted a large section of the atmosphere into space and drowned the world in fire and radiation. If this world wasn't already dead, it would have died with Arad's first punch, and this second one was just kicking the dead. Ray swung her claw and smacked Arad so hard that his body exploded into a splash of blood and bone splinters, sending whatever minced dragon meat remained of him into the nearby Dead Sea. Arad expected his first punch to catch them by surprise, but he also expected that the second one would miss. That is why he had sucked all of his organs into his stomach before swinging it, knowing well that Ray would smack him away. It was all a part of his plan. If he tried to head to the sea on his own, the two would have stopped him no matter what. That is why he made sure to position himself between Ray and the sea, so she'll send him right to it on her own. Why? Because a sea has a lot of water, and water has a lot of hydrogen. The twins remained still for a second too long as Ray checked on Ray. Ray was fine. The attack hurt her a bit, but it wasn't lethal. The two would have thought that Arad had a plan if he headed to sea, but since Ray smacked him toward it, they only thought he was injured and regenerating there. That's little shit, Ray growled. He had all that power just hidden. Ray looked at her. How was he supposed to test that in the world without destroying it? You know that void dragons can eat whole worlds to fuel themselves. The two didn't understand how the void worked, and so they had no idea about hydrogen or how important water is. All they knew was that by eating matter, void dragons can generate energy blasts and teleport. By now, they should have been rushing to pull Arad out of the sea, but they didn't. The sea swirled into a massive whirlpool, spun to the clouds like a tornado, and then disappeared into Arad's stomach. Ah, shit. Did he specifically need water? Ray growled, realizing she sent Arad exactly where he wanted to be. Chapter 1377, 1377. Ray and Ray, vs. Arad. Finally, got a plan. Arad disappeared from above the dry ocean, and the ground around Ray and Ray burst into fire as he exploded between them. The two dodged the explosion and wanted to attack back, but they couldn't. They were too big and would hit each other if they tried to attack Arad, which was as small as a bug to them. While Arad couldn't use magic, those two could, and thus they got smaller with size magic to match Arad and make him easier to fight. Arad now found himself fighting two invisible Dracanas that could move far faster than he ever could, and his only option to move and attack was his void and nuclear engine. But that was fine. If an onlooker could see the fight through all of the nuclear fire, ash, and smoke, he could see an obsidian dragon shadowboxing the thin air and getting hit back by it, just as he was before. Arad couldn't hold a candle to Ray and Ray's power or speed in each exchange. He always ended up being restrained and beaten up, at which he would explode into a world-ending nuclear blast and reform from the ashes to fight back using a simple trick. As long as he has enough blood stored inside his stomach, he can regenerate a body from it. To Ray and Ray, Arad's rampage and resistance look futile. Even with all of this destruction, he still doesn't have enough concentrated firepower to deal a fatal wound to either of them. This fight can last as long as it needs. This world is big enough to endure and not get destroyed by them. Eventually, Arad would run out of steam and fall. The twins knew that. Arad reminded them of a phoenix, but instead of rising from his ashes, he rises for the radioactive nuclear ash of the world. He's burning to cinder. Beating him is useless, so they must grind him until he gives up. Their plan was sane, but Arad wasn't, because in all of their wisdom, they failed to notice one thing. No, they only noticed one thing. Only one Arad was facing them. Ray and Ray thought that while Arad could use multiple incarnations if he was to go all out, he could only control one, because he needs all of his mental power to control his void to its absolute limit. And they were right. Arad's mind is split across all of his incarnations simultaneously, so he can't go all out with one without dismissing the other four. But that doesn't mean he couldn't go 97% in one and 3% in the remaining three. Arad never dismissed his incarnations. They were just hiding in his stomach. And what did he have those three do? He sent them to dig a hole, a large gaping hole to the core of the planet starting from the bottom of the deep ocean he swallowed. Since the incarnation couldn't use magic, he needed all of them to work together and dig to burrow fast enough. While the incarnation above the surface was causing as much mayhem as possible to mask what the other three were doing, Ray and Ray were oblivious to the ticking clock Arad had started. This world now only has a minute left to live. Arad's thoughts were simple, but still complicated, and with a lot of unanswered questions. If this world can endure the large fight between Arad and the twins, can its explosion harm the twins or kill them? If they survive the blast, can they survive in the vacuum of space? Probably not, but maybe they could. Either way, Arad would try, and if they can't survive in the vacuum of space, they'll have to submit to him, or he won't allow them into the safety of his stomach. They might just teleport away the way they came here, but Arad doesn't want to think about that. It'll be too boring if they just run away. Not it won't be just boring, it'll be shameful to run away from a mating fight. They won't run at the start. He didn't have a plan, but as he expected, he now had one. Even if he failed to take the two down, the fighting ring would at least change to an environment where he has the advantage. Diana had just been teaching him how to fight in the vacuum of space and take down an opponent that could kill him. All those kicks to his back were worth it. Those two Drakinas aren't opponents that he could defeat, so stealth and sneak attacks are what he should be betting on. No, now he wishes she kicked him more, taught him more, and that they had spent more time learning how to fight from the darkness of the void. Sadly, only 10 seconds have passed by now, and keeping up with those is getting harder by the second. 50 more seconds to go. Arad had just been pinned down by Ray. He had to escape her claws. Don't dare explode again. She growled. It was more than just annoying to have to deal with a continent-shattering explosion each time they caught him, and the death curse. It was getting out of hand. Ray landed beside them, panting. The whole planet is drowned in cursed ash. At this rate, it'll be dangerous for even us to stay here for a long time. Just one of his explosions would have caused the mortal world's end. She then looked at Arad. It's over. You've lost. Give up. Arad looked at them and smiled. Only if you give up first. The two glared at him, and he chuckled. Guess what? Then explosion. And he burst into a radiant flare, ripping thousands of kilometers apart as the twins flew out of the flames and ash. The fight kept raging on, ripping the crust of the planet apart and blowing the atmosphere into the vacuum of space. After a while, Arad rolled on the ground, shifting back to his humanoid form as he sent all of his power to his incarnations so they could blow the planet. Ray and Ray landed beside Arad and looked at him. Finally out of steam, Ray sighed. Or whatever you were using to cause those explosions, water? Ray looked at him. Arad, who was sprawled on the ground, looked at them with a faint smile as he panted for air, then barely managed to get back on his feet. One last chance for you two. No, that was a lie, he chucked. You'll get many more chances afterward, but unless you want to feel a lot of pain, I suggest you submit now. Ray and Ray looked at each other, knowing you. Ray looked at him. You probably still have something in mind. This is our win, but we don't mind being the submissive ones. Ray nodded. We serve Isdis, meaning we're your servants as well. But if things turn south, we're the dominant ones. We won this battle. Arad sighed. Don't say I never warned you. Chapter 1378, mine's 1378. Ray and Ray vs. Arad. What if? I got it inside me. Arad smiled and the ground started shaking under the assault of an earthquake, several tens of times stronger than a magnitude 10. Bringing me to a dead world was your worst mistake. His weak chuckles echoed through the devastation as fire erupted from the ground and lightning rained from the heavens. The two maids looked at the ground with horror and then glared back at Arad. He immediately disappeared into darkness, leaving them alone. The bastard! When did he reach the core? It was then that a bright flash engulfed them, swallowing the whole world into pure radiance for a second, and then a deafening roar boomed from the core of the planet, sending massive cracks across its whole surface. Lava splashed out. Flames swallowed the mountains, and the planet's gravity failed to function as it was shattered into small pieces and then crashed back onto itself. From the darkness of space, the explosion looked silent and slow, the planet slowly crumbling to pieces. But that was just an illusion due to its massive size. Arad watched from afar. He had already teleported several tens of times upward using his void step and managed to hide in the darkness of space. Hiding in the shadows of nothing as he contemplated the situation the two mana Drakinas were in now. If they were humans, this would be like being in a carriage driving off a cliff and crashing down. They are powerful, but they still have a good chance of just dying if his guess of their power is right. But in the back of his head, he knew that he was wrong. They'll survive, the question is at what cost, and can they keep fighting afterward? Arad watched the planet shatter into many small pieces floating in the void, and he could spot the two Dracanas floating in a protective bubble of magic. Both were heavily injured, but in a different way than what Arad thought. Their bodies were fine, but their mana circuit had been severely damaged. Arad had a guess, but couldn't confirm it. The world's mana weaves had shattered alongside it, and the two were linked to that weave to control the mana. It seems they suffered a painful backlash when the whole world's mana system collapsed. Arad also noticed another thing. Now that it was laid clear in front of his eyes, the void of space mana was scarce here. The mana density can't even maintain him, let alone the two powerful Dracanas, which meant they weren't on just a timer for air, but on a timer for mana as well, and their bodies needed to heal their wounds and recover, so they are burning their reserves fast, like an exhausted runner forced to take a deep dive without much oxygen in his lungs. Arad should be careful since they still have enough power to flee. If they manage to catch him, they'll take him to another world where he has to keep fighting, which he can't do because he is running low on blood. One chance, that's all he has. It is just how Diana told him. He only got one chance to neutralize the threat, and he'd die if he got caught. First, Arad took a step back to catch his breath and think about his next step. He has all the time, and they don't. So letting them burn through their air and mana works to his advantage anyway. He'll have to sneak closer to them using the darkness and debris to his advantage. So first, what will he do about this destroyed world? The system angel Arya said that he needed to liberate worlds and consume the dead ones to grow stronger. Doesn't that mean he could swallow all the debris on this planet to fuel his growth? Yes, that would give him a much-needed boost in material and power, but how could he do it without the two spotting him? The answer is simple. He can't. There is no way they won't detect him or detect the debris disappearing. Thinking about that, Arad remembered something. This wasn't his first time being in a destroyed world situation. When was the last time? Yes, when his brother Gojo blasted Betty's training world with his yarn ball void magic. Hold up, Arad is an adult now. He should be able to do that, right? What did Gojo do exactly? Void dragons can use their void to pull on the fabric of space, and if they do it right, they'll pull the strings of time with it. When the fabric of space-time is neatly curled into a ball, the world collapses into a black hole that sucks up everything because space bend and siphons matter and time in it. Yes, now that Arad was an adult, he could peer deeper into his void magic and understand what Gojo did. The black hole he made looked black because light couldn't escape it. The yarn ball didn't have infinite gravity or anything. Since it bent the fabric of space, it dragged everything in that space toward it. The same with time. Everything that had its timeline entangled would be destined to fall into the black hole. It was both simple and daunting to do. But his claws are sharp, and his mind is now clear and ready to play with some strings. He looked at the twins. He now could only guess. Would they die if he hit them with that thing? Yes, most likely. But hitting them is the problem. Creating such a thing was bound to draw their attention, and they'd catch him before he could finish knitting the yarn ball. It was then that he got a genius idea, one that would probably cause all of his wives to beat him to a pulp due to how dangerous and ridiculous it was. What if he knitted that thing inside his stomach? Arad really wanted to have several barrels of black coffee right about now to think about this whole thing. Arad is a void dragon. He should be able to suppress the black hole and keep it in check as long as it doesn't grow too big. He already has hundreds of white novas inside him, which were like tiny suns. Yeah, forget eating a world to grow stronger. He'll carve his own path through void magic. The small world inside his stomach is enough to house his wives for now. That is why he wants to try to house a black hole inside his stomach and use it as a fuel source. Yes, if he managed to knit the yarn ball in his stomach and keep it stable, then he'll be able to use its powerful pull to forcefully suck up all the debris, Ray and Ray included, into his stomach whether they like it or not. Now the problem? He wants to get inside them, not the other way around. They'll rip his stomach open and escape. What will he do? Chapter 1379, Ray and Ray vs. Arad, protecting each other's backs. Arad silently swam through the void and prowled around the Dracanas, keeping hidden behind the debris and making sure he leaked no magic for them to detect. Arad looked as calm as a whale gliding through the dark depths of the ocean, but his stomach burned with life. The three incarnations inside his stomach stood facing each other, their fingers dancing in the air as they touched the fabric of space and curled it up into a ball, using the white novas in Arad's stomach as a base. He could notice the Dracanas looking around, searching for him. They know he is prowling close by, but they can't start wasting their mana to look for him. They need the mana to conjure air to breathe and heal their wounds. Their eyes were sharp, so they could see him even if he was blending into the darkness of the void, which meant he must always keep something between them and him. Luckily, there's plenty of debris to hide behind with each passing second. The black hole inside Arad's stomach grew larger and hungrier. The space trembled but kept still, forced into submission by the will of a great void dragon. It grew from a speck of dust to the side of a grant of sand, then to a pea, and after that to a large peach. It was terrifying to know how much power was hidden in the small thing. Even this tiny black hole is so powerful that it'll rip a world apart, but Arad wanted something bigger, stronger, darker. What Arad wanted wasn't defined by power, but defined by the best he could make it his current power. What is the biggest black hole he can keep stable? That's what he wanted. In the end, a 6-inch wide black hole was the limit of what he could make without it consuming everything in his stomach. He could make up to a foot-wide one if it was the only thing inside his stomach. Now that the black hole was as big as it could be inside his stomach, he had to decide between throwing it as an attack or keeping it inside his stomach. Arad chose the latter. It'll be a waste to throw it after using hundreds of white novas to start it. Arad got as close as he could to the twins and looked at them, getting ready to test his new breath. In reality, this wasn't new at all. His first breath was just him instantly sucking everything in a cone in front of him, which caused a deadly shockwave when all the air collapsed on itself afterward. It was simple. In that cone, everything, including air, gets instantly sucked into his stomach. But as Arad expected, people could resist it, explaining why alive humans weren't sucked into his stomach that had made his original void breath quite weak compared to his nuclear one. It was why he didn't use it much, because it won't harm anyone well enough. That is changing now. By putting the black hole at the back of his throat, he isn't just sucking things into his stomach, he is exposing them to the deadly and inevitable pull of the black hole. Space itself gets severed and ripped apart, then thrown into the dark depth of his stomach, where it'll get eaten by the black hole. In short, before, Arad just pulled things violently into his stomach. Now he cut the literal space and swallowed it with everything in it, living or dead. Since Arad got close enough to the twins now, he got ready. He only has one chance to make this work. Diana was clear that if he couldn't be 100% sure that his attack would take the enemy down, it was best to not attack and try evading them. Sadly, Arad now has no way of evading the battle. That is why he decided on something daring to use a distraction. Since Arad can control space well, he'll use that. He grabbed the fabric of space and twisted it a bit, making a small knot. That knot was slowly getting pulled apart by the tension of the fabrics, which meant it'd get undone in just a few minutes. It looked like the world was a reflection in a twisted mirror, not making any sense. Arad left it behind a large boulder and swam to the opposite side of the Dracaenas. Once the knot gets undone, it'll cause a faint ripple, drawing their attention toward it, and when they do, he'll attack from the other side. The only important thing Arad has to keep in mind now is his timing. He has to attack at the exact moment. The knot gets undone because Ray and Ray won't get distracted for long. If he attacks too early or too late, they'll discover him and retaliate, which would probably cost him a lot. Arad laid low and waited, then waited, and the knot was about to get undone. Now he got ready, opened his jaw, and looked at the Dracaenas. The knot got undone, and Arad unleashed his attack. Only he was now in trouble. While Ray looked toward the knot, Ray looked in the opposite direction and saw him. They were protecting each other's backs, and Ray had just managed to pull Ray and herself out of Arad's breath cone. Now that they laid their eyes on him, they won't let him go. Just a fraction of a second, Ray's claw was already around Arad's neck, and Ray, who was a fraction of a second late to attack, was now at his side. They were mad, and Arad knew immediately that he'd get blasted with a harrowing spell right about now, knowing that, well, Arad unleashed the full might of the black hole to suck everything around him into his stomach and expand the range of his elemental expansion, devouring void in that fraction of a second. The black hole consumed all of the debris of the shattered world, and Ray were locked inside Arad's expansion, but that didn't matter much to them. Ray grabbed Arad by the neck, and his expansion shattered before he could understand why he got his answer. The expansion didn't shatter. Ray teleported him and Ray out of it. They were now in a whole other dead world standing on acidic mud. Arad growled. He doesn't have enough blood to stall them, and he is certain they won't allow him to reach the planet's core this time. He has to come up with another plan, otherwise it'll be his loss. Ray dropped to the ground, and so did Ray beside her. The two finally could breathe, and the mana here was rich. If we keep fighting, we'll win eventually. But you're better than we thought. Ray waved her hand. I give up. We'll be the submissive ones anyway, so I'll take the loss. Me too, Ray leaned on her sister's back. One day you'll be stronger than us, so we'll invest in you. The two shifted into their humanoid form, and Arad did the same. You'll just give up? Arad looked at them, and Ray sighed. Unless you want to repeat everything, and we'll not let you play the same tricks again. Ray nodded. Already sealed the core of the world. Ray also picked a world that doesn't have any water, just acid. She looked at Arad. So, we give up. It's your win. It'll be ours if we keep fighting, though. Chapter 1380, 1380. Nothing changed. Sealed the core, won't allow me near it. Arad smiled, lifting his palm up. That doesn't matter anymore. The black hole appeared on his palm, spinning with a blindingly bright accretion disk illuminating the bright yellow sky. The only thing holding back the black hole from swallowing this world was Arad's will and dominion over the void. This was his greatest weapon and threat. If they knock him out, the black hole will swallow everything, and if they don't give up, he'll unleash it anyway. But there was a problem. They had already given up, but not the way Arad wanted it. Arad wanted them to give up because they couldn't win. Now, they gave up because it's a hassle to win. Arad knew he couldn't win, so he was ready to accept that neither he nor the twins could lose a real tie. He wanted to force that situation into a reality, but he didn't want them to hand it to him like this. The twins are saying that they can secure a clean win, but are giving it to him. Arad knew that it was a wise idea to take their offer up. It'll save him and them the trouble. Would he take it? Diana would probably kick him if he refused their offer. It's really dumb to keep fighting after they've destroyed a whole world without a clear result. Ray sighed. Told you, we're giving up. You can have the win. Ray looked at her sister and then at Arad. Sister, he doesn't look happy about that. I wonder if his pride is getting in the way or if he thinks we'll backstab him. Yes, you're right, Ray nodded. I wish it was the former, but I think it's the latter. She then looked at Arid. Come on, you can do it. Trust us, we won't stab you in the back. Ray looked at him with a smug face. I'll just give you a light tap on the back of the head. You two could block all magic, but I've never seen you cast a single spell besides the world teleportation and simple barriers. Arid stared at them, and the twins' eyes sparkled. Heard him, sister? Ray gasped, and Ray energetically nodded. We really didn't use anything. Is that what he is worried about? I bet it is. I bet it is. The two nodded to each other, and then looked at him. We'll show you some spells. We can't end this fight without casting any spells while being mana drakinas, right? Ray flicked her finger, and Arad's black hole disappeared into nothing. Arad's eyes rapidly turned toward his palm, and Ray laughed, rubbing her nose. You might have thought that I was skilled in teleportation magic and sister had another talent, but you're wrong. We're both equally as skilled in all magic. We're twins, after all. She leaned on Ray. Sister here just took your black hole, outlined the area around it with a barrier, then teleported the whole thing into a locked time and space zone. Ray looked at Arad. That's a spaceless dimensional storage where a constant time stop spell is active. The black hole is harmless there. Wait, Arad looked again at his palm. I was keeping it locked here in space and time using my void, otherwise it would have started to consume everything that touches the threads of time and space. How did you rip it away from my authority? Simple. Ray smiled. We've both magic dragons, but I'm older, so my authority overrides yours with ease. I was a chromatic or metallic dracena. This would have been impossible no matter how skilled in magic I could be. Ah, Ray approached Arad and leaned on his shoulder. But to tell you the truth, you'll lose authority if it's related to mana and magic, even if you were one stage older than us. She smiled. It's how we magic dragons are specialized. If it's space-related, you void win. If it's mana-related, we win. Ray waved her hand. Besides high magic like this, we can use basic spells as well. It's just that we can modify them as we want, and make them either stronger or weaker. She flicked her wrist at a nearby mountain and cast Firebolt. Her spell looked nothing like the normal Firebolt. It was neither red, blue, or white fire, but instead it was akin to a blinding arc of lightning that evaporated the whole mountain upon contact. See? Ray clapped her hands, and all the ash and debris from that mountain disappeared. Then she clapped again, and they were all clean. No grime, no dirt, even their clothes got fixed. The twins then looked at each other. And probably should tell you this as well. No need, I'll tell him. Yog was already standing on Arad's head. Those two are messengers of mine. Their job is to help me keep the weave of mana in the mortal world intact. You can say they are above a pope of mine by a lot. Arad sighed. I should have known that you would have your grippy little fingers over anything magic-related. Yog laughed. Why blame me? Magic is an essential part of the world, and I'm its goddess. I'm always with magic. She then looked at the two. You're right. Dragons are supposed to be aggressive and prideful. There is no way they'll just give up like you two did. She waved her hand. Here you go, then. I shifted your binding from being linked directly to me to having Arad in the middle. He owns you now, and I'm just freely giving you divine magic and authority over mana. Ree and Ray looked at each other. Care to define what you mean by own? If he says you can't have authority over mana, you'll be banned from it as if I was the one to block you. Of course, you're free to leave him and go, but that would mean losing all of your relation to magic besides what comes innate to you two. Ah, I'll block your innate mana powers as well, so don't leave him. She waved her hand and disappeared. Ray sighed. She is always a handful. Ray nodded. You're right, but we're already Arad's maid. Nothing would change. You're wrong, sister. We're Izdis's maids, not his. Ray looked at her, and Ray gasped. True, but I doubt that'll be a problem. She looked at Arad, but she is angry at us now. We'll get an earful. Chapter 1381, The Twin Maids. Arad and the twins appeared in the office, and Izdis was sitting on her chair waiting for them. So you're back. She took a deep breath and glanced between them. So, how did it end? And would any of you care to explain things to me? Ray pointed at Arad with her thumb. He won. Ray pointed at him just like her sister did. We're Dracanis, mana worms. I'd have to say those arms and that massive body aren't for show. Izdis remained silent for a second and then sighed again. I'd like to ask since when, but that won't make sense. So I'll ask instead, why were you sticking around me like maids? Usually, each world would only have a couple of mana dragons to act as Yog's agents and repair the weaves of mana and keep it stable. Most of the time, those dragons act separately, but since Ray and Ray were twins, Yog allowed them to work together and didn't deploy them to different places. Thanks to their power as worms and the fact that there are two of them, and not just one, their mere existence is enough to sustain the fabric of magic in the world. They are like the trees that turn CO2 into oxygen. You need them to maintain a breathable atmosphere, so as long as they were doing their job, which to Ray and Ray only consisted of existing, they were almost free to do anything they wanted, as long as it didn't include a massacre. One day they come across the Ruris family and their bloodline, a royal family blessed by magic. Yog informed them that two powerful talents would emerge from that family. One would become a goddess, and the other would be an ice empress. The two chose to be the future goddess's maids, but Yog insisted that while she was interesting, the ice empress would give them more fun. Ray and Ray then used a mind control spell on a prostitute from the capital and had her carry them in a basket and throw them at the gates of the royal family. They, of course, left the woman with a small but sizable sum. It wasn't common, but it wasn't the first time someone tried to throw their kids at the royal family doors, either hoping for them to get adopted and profit later, or just from desperation. The guards were ordered to take all those children straight to the orphanage, but when the babies were two mind control capable Dracanas, the guards took them inside with happy faces. The royal family picked them up since they were already expecting a child. Izdis. They'll just put them as her maids. It'll give them a good lifestyle and enough wealth. They'll be raised with Izdis to be her playmates and servants. When Izdis would start receiving her royal courses, the twins would start training as her maids at the same time. Izdis, Ray, and Ray, the three of them, grew as sisters even though they knew they were a princess and her maids. They used to sneak out of the castle, fight with the brats of the nobles, and even hide in the mud pits away from kin and jinn. Only now did Izdis understand how in the Nine Hells they were able to hide from kin and jinn. Ray and Ray must have played some tricks after a few years. Another important event happened. While Izdis was just 11 years old and the twins, allegedly, were 12 years old, Lucy was about to be born and the twins were the ones to deliver her. Supervised by the experienced maids, this was a crucial part of their training. The queens seemed to trust the talented two girls a lot. In reality, the two Dracanas just wanted to see the future goddess getting born. So they pulled some strings, while the queen had some difficult births before. Lucy's one went as smoothly as it could go. With Ray and Ray, albeit looking young, they worked together like one person, and even surprised the older maids. Now, another thing clicked in Izdis's head. The reason Lucy was born with wild magic, she was delivered by two mana worms. Of course, she'll get something out of that. The twins did correct her, saying that just their presence alone wouldn't have done anything. It doesn't work like that. The reason Lucy was born with wild magic is probably because the two of them spent a few days inspecting her body and magic circuit to look for the divine spark and didn't find anything. So in the end, it was their fault. In her whole life, Izdis was only aware of 3 assassination attempts on her, but Ray and Ray informed her that over 15 assassins had tried to kill her before. Some were servants that she knew. Some were random people they'd met on the street, and some she didn't even know. The most horrifying assassination attempt on Izdis's life happened on the day of her birth. One of the maids was tasked to kill and replace her with another child who was already marked with a mind control spell. Of course, that maid ended up face to face with two talking babies who told her to throw herself from the castle walls, and she did just that. The one who sent the maid died as well, but unlike the maid, the poor man was forgotten in a sauna and cooked alive. He was the older brother of the noble that Arad killed in the royal castle for insulting Mira. The twins also told Izdis about the time she got hit with an arrow and almost died, that time when Arad almost blew the whole capital into the sky in rage. If the two didn't shift the arrow's direction with magic, she would have actually died. While it'll take the twins more than just a few minutes to tell Izdis about their full story, what they told her now was enough. She was extremely busy after all. That is why she shifted quickly to the important question, what will they do now? Ray and Ray already knew what they wanted, and it was to remain as maids, or at least wives masquerading as maids, as Kin and Gin do. That way they can remain as two hidden cards without enough power to shift the tides of any battle. The only ones who'll know about their true identity are the wives and those too close to the family. For everyone else, they should stay as just maids. Chapter 1382, 1382, back to track. So how are we going to explain what happened today? You knocking everyone in the castle down to find Ray and Ray. Izdis looked at Arad, who was standing in the back behind Ray and Ray. He looked at the door. Let's just say I had some private problems with them. If a maid had any problem or mishap or needed anything, I'd help them in private. So if anyone wanted to know what exactly Ray and Ray, I can tell them that once they do something, they can trust you to keep it a secret for them. Izdis smiled. Arad's plan was simple, but it should be effective. Ray and Ray then looked at Arad. Ray was the one to speak first as she looked around. You called all of your incarnations. What will you do about that? Ray smiled. I can send them back for you. Arad chuckled. Ah, thank you. But they had already left. They should be almost returning to where they were. The moment Arad returned, he sent his incarnations to the half-angel kingdom and the university. He still has many things to do. Finishing the diplomatic problems with Lucifer comes first, and then he'll have to go and check on Gabriel. Then Arad has to go and visit the draconic queens. He met the metallic queen before, so she should be fine. But the chromatic queen might be angry at him. Her pink daughter is beaten to a pulp and knocked out in his lair. After all, Gammond rinsed her like a towel. Then the allegedly dangerous quest, giving Cyrilla a ride to the top of the world tree. Arad doesn't know what kind of dangers await them up there, but he is certain they won't be easy to deal with. Lastly, he has a very important meeting with his brother in the Arctic Northern Kingdom, after which they'll fly out of the world to meet their mother, who is allegedly carrying this mortal world in her stomach and flying through the vacuum of space. Arad couldn't believe that everything that happened inside the mortal world was happening inside her stomach. Even now, they are inside her still. If he flew into space and kept going up, he'd eventually find himself swimming in the endless void of her stomach. Arad still had to finish everything he had to do here before that. Otherwise, Izdis and his wives would strangle him to death. The royal weddings and the draconic battles would have to be right at the end, after visiting Gojo and before leaving the mortal world to hunt for worlds. Arad swallowed the dead world that Ray and Ray teleported him to, but that world was already destroyed. Arad could only use it as fuel, which made him understand that he needed to keep the world's core intact at least. I'm going out. Someone has to help with the cleanup. You can deal with those two. Arad waved his hand and left, leaving Ray and Ray with Izdis. She looked back at them. Let's get the work done first. We'll talk about everything tonight over a large mug of tea. I'm sure you've left many small details untold. The two maids looked at her and smiled. Many details, right? Ray looked at Ray. Indeed, too many details. Back at the half-angel kingdom, Arad finally returned. He landed right outside the borders and teleported into the castle with a void step, landing right in his room. Inside there, he found Diana brushing little Callie's hair. Mira and Alla were nowhere to be seen, but Tina and Valeria were playing with Saren in the corner. How did it go? Diana asked with a worried face. But Callie laughed before Arad could even reply. Does it matter? If they don't bow down, I'll beat them until they do. It's quite problematic to have someone above Arad. She can't have the Overgod getting controlled by two Dracanas and played by them. It's not just a family problem, but a universe-wide disaster if that happens. The Overgod, the one who rules the universe, must be free of all shackles. She is Callie, his weapon of destruction, and the one that'll shatter those shackles if they ever dare to appear. It went, as you'd expect, from an adult dragon facing two worms. I did as well as I could, but was destined to lose. But in the end, they threw the fight away and gave up. Arad sighed and Callie nodded. They were smart. Arad looked at her and asked with a worried face, "You're serious?" Callie lifted her tiny fist and opened her palm. At that moment, Ray and Ray appeared in the middle of the room, confused. They looked around with puzzled faces, but Callie's voice quickly drew their attention. "Congratulations. You seem to have been smart enough not to get yourself killed." She jumped from her chair and approached them. The two Dracanas looked at her. "So it was you." The two froze in place for a second, and then Ray spoke first. "If you, the goddess of destruction, are content being beneath Arad, only a fool would attempt to be above him." Ray smiled. "But we didn't give up because of you. We are now living as maids serving Izdis, so by extension, we're serving Arad. The fight was more or less us showing Arad what we could do, and him showing us what he could do." "Good. Then I'll ask you one last question. Do you know how I teleported you here?" Callie smiled, looking at them with glowing pink eyes. The two maids looked at her, a little girl with long pink hair and a frail-looking body. "No," the two replied at the same time. "You two are technically orphans, so you fall under my domain the same way you fall under Yog's domain. I've already marked you, so if you get in any trouble, I'll be able to help you." Both Ray and Ray now got Kali's mark, and not the destruction one, but the orphan mark. It wasn't a mark that granted damaging powers, but it granted other useful abilities that would help them in their daily life. Powers that they'd have to figure out and learn how to exploit. Mana dragons loved nothing more than playing with magic. This was Kali's gift to them as a congratulation for finally joining in, and I'll strangle you if you hide the biscuits jar from me again. Chapter 1383, Guardian Demons. After Ray and Ray left, Arad asked Kali about the powers she gave them. For all he knew, her destruction powers were clear, but what about the orphan ones? The first power Kali gave them was called Bankin, the guardian demon dog. Each of them can summon a massive demonic hound to protect them or any location they desire. Those demonic dogs are powerful enough to give a dragon a run for its money. Those dogs can be powered up based on the summoner's power, so Kali expects the Bankins that the two would summon to be powerful enough to stand up to even Arad. The second power she granted them was called Blessed Food. If they have a pot of any food, they should cover it up and only take the food from underneath the cover without revealing it. By doing that, the food will never run out. It also works with water. The third power she gave them was called Sanctuary. It would create a safe zone where neither cold nor heat can get through. Even damage is forbidden inside, so anyone is safe inside. The last power she gave them was a flexible combination of the previous three called Divine Luck. Kali would send several sneaky demons to follow the orphans and help them from the shadows. If they were lost in the forest, the demons would slay any monster that get close and drop food nearby. They'll even cover the kids at night if it gets a bit too cold, so that luck isn't really luck, but demons helping from the shadows. Kali waved her hand and showed Arad something that was happening at that very moment. A carriage had fallen off a cliff and everyone inside got killed beside two brothers, one 4 years old and the other 5 years old. The two siblings emerged from the carriage, terrified and badly bruised. The little one kept crying, but the one a bit older grabbed him and dragged him away from the cliff. The rain was cold, and everyone in the carriage was probably dead. They should find shelter and wait for help. The two soon found a cave that housed a massive blood bear, but when the two kids walked inside, the bear was nowhere to be found. It was devoured and ripped apart by a harrowing demon that made even Arad shiver, as the two boys settled in the shadows of the cave, shivering from the cold. The demon was hiding just a few meters inside, masked by the shadows. The older boy looked inside his small sack, where he had one apple stored for a snack. Now this was all they had to eat. The two brothers split it up between them, but of course it wasn't enough. Not when they were freezing. As the little brother kept crying, the older one showed him the sack to show him that they didn't have any food left. But to his surprise, two large and plump apples dropped out. Where did the apples come from? The demon put them there. As the two brothers fell asleep, the demon went out and rampaged in the forest, drawing the attention of adventurers and making them chase it. Once he got close to the cave, he fought them and died on purpose. The adventurers then searched the cave and found the two brothers. Of course, the demon's job wasn't over. As the adventurer's carriage rolled across the hills, he had already resurrected from the abyss and was now shape-shifted into a tiny rat, hidden in the supply barrels. His job would only end when the two boys either found a family or were dropped in one of Callie's orphanages. Callie smiled, looking at Arad. Do you think someone who harms orphans or children would have the pleasure of being killed by an angel? Hell no. I'll have them eaten and ripped apart by the most appalling and disgusting demons ever. Callie jumped back on the chair to let Diana finish brushing her hair. Even you had the most harrowing demon of them all around. Arad blinked. Wait me? I'm not an orphan. Callie looked at him with a smile. An orphan is a child without one or both of his parents actively providing for them. You were dropped in the world alone. Of course, I'll count you as an orphan. She looked at him with a smug face. Guess who's the demon who was around? Who? Of course that was me. I live in Alina as well. Don't you remember? You could always see me around. She then pointed at the door. I would have stepped out if you were in trouble. Diana looked at her. I finished. Arad must now go meet Lucifer, and I'll take his other incarnation to space. Callie looked at her with a sad face. Really, I wanted to talk with him a bit more. Diana shook her head. No, he is busy, busier than you at least. For now, go play with Valeria and Saren. She grabbed her by the shoulders and lifted her up, then put her on the ground and tapped her back. Go! Soon Arad split into two, one left with Diana, and the other went to find Lucifer, which didn't take him long at all. Lucifer was waiting in his throne room. What matters do we have left? Arad asked. Through his whole stay here, he had found a fragment of creation, and even got a group of talented archers to help his empire rise quickly. He had already gotten so much, so he now expects it's time to give back to Lucifer instead. I've already sent all the documents to Lady Ayala. What we have left now is to find someone. He approached Arad, and the two left the castle, heading straight to the city below. As Arad and Lucifer walked through the busy streets, Arad noticed that everyone looked at them strangely. Not because Lucifer was their ruler and casually walking through the street, but because Arad was there. Arad knew that he would stand out a lot, if nothing else, than because he was 3 meters tall, and everyone else rarely reached close to 2 meters. See all those people? I informed them earlier that you'll be picking up 1 or 2 people to work as ambassadors. Pick anyone you like, interview them if you want, and I'll get everything else sorted out. Lucifer leaned on one of the stalls, picked an apple, and took a bite. Also, everything is already paid for, detectable from their taxes, so take anything you want. Arad looked at him. So that apple? Lucifer looked at the old man behind the stall. How much is the apple? 5 coppers, my lord. The price is already written on that tag over there. Then it's 5 coppers less you have to pay in taxes. Lucifer smiled and looked at Arad. I'll be walking around. Find me when you're done. Chapter 1384, Tempus Vobiscum, A Trip to the Future. Arad walked around the market, feeling a bit strange, since the people seemed to ignore him for the most part, as if he were a ghost. But with his sharp eyes, he could notice some of them shifting as he passed by. They probably thought that those who showed eagerness would be the first to be rejected, but not all of them cared about getting chosen as ambassadors. Most had families to care for, so what Arad offered wasn't appealing. But Arad was right. Something felt off. The world seemed a bit too quiet, too peaceful, and too abnormal, as if meticulously crafted by someone or something. Arad could finally see it, the people. Their moves were a bit too rigid, as if all of them were on edge, some places awfully empty and the others crowded. The sun in the sky was hot, and the birds had long since fallen silent. Then everything looked still, and Arad had remained standing in the same spot for what looked like an eternity. He then frowned. "Damn it, John, can you stop messing around like this?" The old man begging at the side of the street coughed and cleared his throat. "Listen, you can't blame me. I've been punched and killed by you more than once just today. I've got the right to be nervous." Arad slowly turned around and glared at the man, then sighed. "John Darian Oziel. It wasn't that long for me, but I bet it was longer for you." "Since the last time we met?" The old man rubbed his chin. "To me, that was almost 2,000 years ago. Quite a long time, if I do say so myself. For a great worm-time dragon. No, I bet you're already past your twilight by now. What are you doing here?" "No, what are you doing at this exact time?" Arad crouched down to look at John in the eyes. "I want you to help someone. Not now, but thousands of years in the future." John extended his hand to Arad. "Want to take a look at one of the grim futures awaiting this universe?" Arad looked at John's hand for a long moment and then smiled. "Since I've killed you before, I doubt taking your hand is a wise idea." John smiled. "Wise? You're paying attention. Good. The one I want you to save is a violent child, a boy with too much responsibility and ego to ask for help. For a dragon, you're quite lazy. You should have been able to save him." Arad still couldn't believe that John, a mighty time dragon, would need help from him. "Listen, we have all the time in the world, but let's not waste it. As a time dragon, my job is to keep the balance of time. By now, you should have already learned about the role of each of the magic dragons." John drew 4 circles on the dusty road. "The voids are moving bases in the war. The light dragons are messengers. The mana dragons repair the weave of mana, and the U.S. time dragons sustain the fabric of time to make sure the fates are doing their job without a hitch." John looked around and then smiled at Arad. "The catch is that we time dragons are observers. We can't directly interfere with the flow of time. We must employ agents to do that. The reason we can travel freely through time is because we can't affect time, and time can't affect us." He pointed at the ground. "If my hand phased right through the ground, I wouldn't be able to draw on it, but if my hand can draw on it, then my hand would be blocked from going through." He looked at Arad. "In each event, I can choose to either observe or interact. If I chose to interact, then I can't observe it, and if I chose the latter, then I can't do the first." Arad sighed. "So that's I come. You'll observe the event, and I'll change it. I guess how long will it take, and what are you paying for the job?" John smiled and reached into his pocket. From his clothes, he produced a clock, a pocket watch. "This what I'm paying you. It will help you control the flow of time inside your stomach." Arad could already think of several uses for the pocket watch, so he sighed. "Fine. What should I do? Just grab my hand and you'll be transported to the boy's body and take over him. Kill the assassin and that'll be it. The catch is that you're limited to the boy's body's potential and power. It's the limitless paradise in the blue sky." Arad reached forward and grabbed John's hand, soon finding himself at the top of a tile roof on a moonlight night. His body hurt like hell, probably suffering from several broken ribs, torn muscles, and a concussion. That's right. He was now getting crushed in the grasp of a massive snake. Arad extended his arms outward and ripped the snakes to shreds like it was nothing. His eyes immediately noticed the terrified assassin, the spider beside him, and a young girl captured by a disgusting tentacle monster.
"What?"
The assassin cried in disbelief, his face twisting in horror. Arad landed on his feet and could finally feel a bit of the pain receding. He took a deep breath and could sense all of the humans moving around, the floating islands, the massive gravity magic lifting them to the sky. This future he was sent to, This is the future of his empire, a kingdom of floating continents all lifted into the sky by his own gravity magic. How beautiful! Humans are living everywhere. I would have never expected it to look like this, the limitless blue paradise. Arad laughed like a maniac, influenced by the boy's rushing blood. Who are you? The assassin screamed, but then quickly sighed. Matters not, kill him. The spider jumped at Arad and flung a large net at him. But in that fraction of a second, Arad lifted his foot up and dropped it down on the roof. The whole inn they were above quaked, and its roof shattered, sending a brick up toward Arad's hand. Arad punched that brick and sent it flying toward the spider, piercing her stomach in a splash of blood and gore. You feral monster. The assassin screamed and clapped his hands. Drop the girl and kill him, he commanded the tentacle monster to rush at Arad. But by now, Arad had already gotten used to the boy's body. It didn't take him a second to push it to the limit and rip through the tentacles with his bare hands as he caught the little girl. He could finally tap into the boy. To his surprise, the little girl had almost as much mana in her body as he did as a dragon, which was both horrifying and sad since all of that mana was slowly killing her. A little girl? I see, a contract, Arad smiled. The girl had made a contract similar to those created by the devils, but in this case it's a contract with the fabric of mana. The contract allows her full access, but in exchange, she can't use that mana. It can't be. The assassin gasped, but that was the last thing he said in his life. Arad grabbed one of the tiles and threw it, shattering the bastard's head like a melon. As Arad put the girl down, he suddenly felt something wrong. What's going on? And that feeling quickly shifted into a painful headache. Ah, I see, this boy is contracted as well. At that moment, a woman who looked awfully similar to Merlin landed on the roof, glaring at Arad with her glowing star-shaped eyes. The gravity dragon, she growled. Arad smiled. He could already tell that she was his and Merlin's descendant. Just like Merlin, her body burned with enough magic to make most people question her humanity. Now that's a fine woman. I can feel magic oozing from your body. Leave the boy's body at one. You shall never come back, and peace will persist. She pointed a finger at him. Her eyes turned into glowing stars as 5 stars appeared on her forehead. The boy is decent, Arad smiled. It was time for him to return to the past. He's already resisting me, commendable. Humans are growing stronger, and then he could feel John pulling him back, and the next thing Arad knew, he was back on the street, looking at John's face. Easy, wasn't it? Chapter 1385. Time Reign? Easy? I would call it strange. Arad sighed and looked back at the people. John had stopped time so they won't waste it. John extended his hand and gave Arad the pocket watch. Here you go, please don't break it. Fixing it might be quite the hassle. Arad took the pocket watch and gladly threw it in his stomach. Now he has a powerful time artifact. By the way, if you can see the future. Arad looked at John and the time dragon smiled. He pointed down the street with a shaking finger. 50 building, take the first turn, and then keep going until the large green tree with 3 marble benches around it. Look for the emerald door. That's the house where you'll find the best people for the job. Arad smiled. With John's help, he won't need to search for that long or even interview people. What should I expect? Twin sisters. Not real twins, though. Lustful and romantic half-cupids. They aren't powerful, but they are willful enough to make a change for the better. John smiled. Remember Commander Ward, the paladin half-angel who attacked you when you entered the kingdom. Those are his daughters, Arad sighed. Ah, that one. He'll probably be angry about it. Of course he was, days ago. He came by to throw me a coin, and as a thank, I told him that his daughters would get snatched by a powerful emperor. I thought he'd be happy to send them away, especially for such a good offer. John combed his beard. The two are getting everything they wanted. Out of all the timelines I've seen, going with you is probably the happiest branch. John looked at Arad. Ward can't see the future. I'm looking for ambassadors, not wives. Arad sighed, and John shook his head. The two are half-cupids. While they won't help much in anything else, they're quite good at breaking couple fights and keeping a family stable. You know how you can find a wife that would break everything. Those two are the opposite. John pointed again at the street. Go. You might not need them, but the family you're building is too huge and needs them. Arad stood. Fine. I'll pay them a visit then. What about you? What are you going to do next? Arad had met the other magic dragons, but only John from the time dragons so far. From all of their powers, time seemed the most complicated as he could wrap his head around where John's power started and where it ended. Can he just travel through time, or can he control it? Probably a mixture of both. I'll keep swimming through time. Who knows, we might meet in a whole other timeline. I've seen many worlds thanks to my power. John looked at the sky with a smile, imagining many worlds. A grim world with many planets where the people rip their own organs out and exchange them with steel machines, where those plants are fighting against each other in an endless war, all plotted by a rogue machine crafted by humans. A peaceful world where barely any monsters roamed the world. Their god walks the earth in retirement, enjoying the peaceful days of his life. A universe ravaged by abominations, gasping its last breath as one last bastion of mortals floated in the vacuum of space, protected by fading gods. John lifted his hand. Time reigns, do you know that, Arad? He stood. It hurts a lot, burns and ages anything that it touches everyone except you, because it fears you. He pointed at Arad's chest. One day find time and make sure it never dares reign again. John then disappeared like a ghost, leaving nothing where he stood. Arad looked around and he could see the people moving as if nothing happened. Time reign? He mumbled as he walked. What did he mean? Everyone ages with time, or is it time that ages them? Is everyone already standing beneath the time's reign? Why would he want to stop it? And why would it fear me? Arad then shook his head. Better focus on the present for now. As Arad left, John was floating in the air, detached from the current timeline and watching it like a movie. A spectator from outside. He could see time falling from the unknown infinite sky, washing everyone who walked the world, aging them, slowly but surely forcing the universe to keep chugging forward. The only dry spot was Arad. The droplets of time evaded him as if he were the plague. The universe is racing toward its end. Someone has to hit the brakes, otherwise we'll crash before reaching the finish line. John reached forward and caught one of the time's droplets in his hand. Inside it, he could see the endless possibilities of a single moment in time. John, an echo boomed in the air, and the time dragon looked up. Come on, that should be fine. 3 voices came at once, causing the dragon to suffer from a deathly headache. The loom shifted. The change was too sudden, and the tapestry of fate now has to evolve a bit. The stones would crack under any more pressure. John rubbed his temples and then sighed. But nothing broke, and that's what matters, right? You've hired me, so don't complain. If you can find a better time dragon for the job, go ahead. He shifted into a titanic green dragon with a bird's beak and long horns. A glowing time dial flashed behind his neck, radiating with light. I'm back to work. If you 3 rascals dare complain, I'm retiring. He then disappeared, and the voices sighed. More work for us. Back in the world, Arad finally found himself standing in front of Ward's house. How will he approach this? Would it be better to knock, wait for them to get out, or hell, maybe just leave a letter to call them to the castle and leave? He stood pondering what to do for a while. He should have asked John about how to go about it for the best outcome. But can he really trust John? John is a time dragon who manipulates the flow of time to change the future and learn about the past. For all that Arad knows, he might be just another pawn in the dragon's claw. The best future that John talked about might not be the future of Arad and his family, but the best future for John. John did say that Arad had punched or killed him multiple times today, which means something went south, and John eventually ironed out those events. Ah, a voice gasped above him. Chapter 1386, Stella in Bella. Arad looked up and saw a young girl looking back at him from the upper window. She had short, curly blonde hair, honey-colored eyes, soft ivory skin, and two blindingly pale wings flapping behind her back. Her eyes flashed with golden light as she cried, "Sister, we've got someone nice outside." She jumped out of the window and didn't even bother using her wings to slow her fall, and instead crashed on the ground, cracking the sidewalk. Just behind her, a girl with short purple hair and sparkling green eyes looked down with a sleepy face. "Ah, too big. I'll be out in a while." She yawned and went back inside. The blonde one swung her arm at the window and yelled again, "Stella, don't dare go back to sleep." She then sighed and tried to straighten her hair, which curled right back up. "So what's your name, handsome? No one ever dares knock on our door." She looked around. "Father would kill you. Your father?" "You mean Ward?" Arad scratched the back of his head. He already tried at the border. He looked at her. "I'm Arad Orion, an emperor. Lucifer said that I should pick some people to become ambassadors between my empire and your kingdom, and someone recommended you two to me." The girl froze. "Wait, is it real?" She took a step back. "Mom said that the news of an emperor coming here that Lucifer spread this morning was fake, that Emperor could pick from the royal castle. It won't be something to throw for the people like this." The girl took a step back and reached between her breasts, pulling a long bat. "I know it. You're a scammer. Father was right. Where were you hiding that?" Arad looked at her with a puzzled face, but she didn't have time to reply. At that moment, the girl jumped at him, swinging the metal bat with all of her might. "Sister, finally, we've got one. Help me capture him," she growled, and Arad dodged her attack with ease. A simple sidestep was all it took. "Bella, don't you think he's a bit too big?" The sister looked out of the window, her hair still disheveled and toothpaste still dripping from her lips as she bit on her toothbrush. Reaching into her chest, she quickly pulled a bow Arad still couldn't feel as spatial or storage magic, but transfiguration. They weren't storing those weapons. Stella pulled a single hair from her head and waved it around, turning it into an arrow and knocked it on the bow. Aiming at Arad, Arad shifted his weight and caught the arrow before it could hit him, which suddenly made him feel a bit weird. The arrow he caught had turned into light and sank into his palm. "You don't need to repent, just be obedient for a moment." Bella rushed forward and jumped, dropping her bat at his head. As the bat bounced off Arad's iron head, Bella dropped it and cried, holding her hands up with a sore face. "My bones, it fell like I hit a rock. My arrow didn't work either." Stella fired several arrows that sank into Arad's body, but nothing changed about him. The two then took a step back and looked at Arad. "Wait, you aren't the real deal, are you?" Arad sighed. "I'm now. Can you stop attacking me? Your attacks feel strange?" "Feel strange?" Bella blinked and then looked at her sister. "Heard him. It's working. Pelt his ass." She lifted her bat up, and nails emerged from its surface. Stella pulled more of her hair and turned them into a single arrow with a heart-shaped tip, aiming it straight at Arad's heart. Arad expected the sisters to calm down, but their assault only grew stronger. Telling them that their attacks felt weird probably made them think that it was working, and that if they hit him enough, their plan might just work. Now, how was he supposed to tell them that after the first hits, nothing had reached him? Arad had been sucking Stella's arrows directly into his stomach, and Bella's hits stopped just a hairbreadth away from his skin, thanks to gravity magic. After a minute of fighting, Stella in the window cried in pain. Bella stopped her assault and looked back, hearing some slaps and her sister screaming. Shit, Mom woke up!" She quickly shoved her bat into her chest and rushed to Arad, grabbed his hand and rested it around her neck. "Mom, he's assaulting me!" The door got kicked open, and a tall woman with blonde hair and burning green eyes walked out, dragging Stella by the ankle. The poor girl had her skirt all the way up her face, leaving her lower half exposed, her bright pink underwear barely hiding the red marks of her mother's slaps on her butt. The mother looked at Arad and then at Bella in his hand. She then threw Stella to his feet. "Make sure they cry a lot." She then smacked the door closed and let the two sisters outside. Wait, Mom, you traitor, Bella cried, and Stella was on the ground, groaning. Arad lifted Bella and looked at her, in the eyes, a deep frown on his face. Ahem, Bella scratched her cheek. Would you please put me down? You're straining my neck, said the one who put my hand on her neck and screamed that I was assaulting her. How about I make your claim real? She could feel Arad's grip around her neck growing stronger, and her face paled. Wait, I'm sorry, please stop, wait. With one swing, Arad lifted her up and threw her on the ground hard enough to make her bounce like a ball. He then lifted the two sisters and approached the door, knocking on it. Seconds later, the mother opened up and looked at him with a worried face. Oh my God, aren't you a quick one? Can we talk inside? The mother shook her head, crossing her arms in an X. No can do. You better take those two and leave before their father returns. He never allows them outside, and I'm sure he'll never let them get married. This is their only chance of leaving the house. With a stranger, Arad lifted an eyebrow. A stranger that just beaten them? They attacked you first, and besides, I don't sense any malice from you. I'm a half-Cupid and can tell the good from the bad people. She smiled. Besides, I can smell a whole horde of women on you. If so many think you're good enough for them, then you're good enough for those idiot daughters of mine. Chapter 1387, Cupid and Succubi. Stella and Bella woke up later on the couch in their home. While Bella looked around with a worried face, Stella just curled back into a ball and went back to sleep. Wait, this is our house. Stella cried and jumped away from the couch, quickly pulling her bat and taking a stance ready to smack anything that moves. She then felt something move behind her back and instantly spun with a deadly swing. A large hand caught her bat and cracked it. She gasped and barely dodged a straight punch. Wait, you're back. It was her father standing there. How many times I've told you no weapons inside the house? Last time you broke a whole wall. He approached a chair and dropped on it. I expect more from talented alteration battle wizards. Aren't you two supposed to be able to keep things from getting destroyed? She paused for a second. Whose fault do you think it is? We've never got deployed, thanks to you. She turned around and slapped her sister awake. How long are you going to sleep? Dad is here. That Arad Emperor must be dead. Stella opened her eyes and yawned, looking at her sister with a sleepy face. Really? We've missed our only chance. She didn't sound that regretful, just sleepy. Ward looked at them with a tired face and then looked to the side, where Arad was sitting just outside the sisters' field of vision. Those two are a problem. It was just then that the two sisters noticed Arad, which terrified them enough that Stella wasn't sleepy anymore. Arad was both massive and imposing, and for him to be able to sneak past them was both terrifying and appalling. You're still here, Stella cried, pointing at Arad while her sister took a careful step back. Listen, your mother told me you attacked him. You two know nothing of the monster you lifted your hands on. But to be fair, even I fought him and didn't know. He sighed, and the two sisters looked at him with passive faces. Guess where we did get that temper? Bella sighed, and Stella shrugged. Probably should control yourself before trying to control us. Their father rubbed his face. Kali, the demon goddess of destruction. She is his wife, and he can blast this whole continent with a single punch if he wants. The two sisters went silent for a second and then burst laughing. Did he punch you so hard that you learned how to joke? Bella rolled on the ground. Stella, on the other hand, looked a bit scared. Mom, where are Father's meds? He's going insane. Arad and Ward stared at each other as the two sisters panicked for a few seconds before they calmed down. While Ward only looked exhausted, Arad was visibly confused. Looking at the two sisters, he could never understand what the two were thinking about. Their actions didn't make any sense, albeit their not believing that Arad married a goddess of destruction is understandable. Ward looked at Arad, as you can see. If I don't keep those two locked up, they'll even put Succubus to shame. It's not common, but Cupids are known for being more active than other half-angels, and those two are just too eccentric to let loose without a proper leash. Their mother approached with a large tray of sweets, which Stella almost immediately stole several pieces from. To be blunt, if we let them out, they'll whore themselves to death. But it's just a phase. Once they grow a bit older, they'll calm down. I was once like them, and I was lucky to meet Ward." She smiled. "But I can't say he was as lucky to meet me." Ward glared at her for a second, and then sighed. "Don't say that. It's in the past now. The point is that those two shouldn't be allowed to roam free." He then turned toward Arad. "If you want them to work as ambassadors, you should at least get someone to keep an eye on them. How bad can it get?" Arad tilted his head, and Ward stood, headed to cabinets at the wall of the living room, and pulled some old papers. "Take a look at this." Arad gave the paper a quick read, and his eyes opened wide. It was a report of a disaster from 5 years ago. A Cupid woman killed over 300 men in a single week before falling and turning into a succubus. Reading that, Arad remembered Lala, who is a succubus and wants to turn into a Cupid by abstaining from all sexual activities. I know a succubus who is doing the opposite of turning into a Cupid, but isn't that a choice? Arad looked at Ward, and the man shook his head. 2 succubus. It's a choice. They must resist their urges with their own will. But Cupids are already angels. So to them, it's a trial to see if they are worthy of their birthright. Arad scratched the back of his head. So you're helping them get through that phase without turning into succubi. Letting them go with me now means that I'll have to keep an eye on them. He looked at the sisters. What do you two think? Does it really matter? I doubt going on once or twice will cause us to fall. Bella shrugged, and Stella looked at him. If it's just with one person, we should be fine. Their mother sighed. That's what you don't understand. The moment you start, you won't be able to stop. It is like a snowball. The moment it starts tumbling down, you'll never be able to stop it. Arad sighed. I'll call the expert then. Give me a moment. He closed his eyes and extended his arms forward. After a few long seconds of nothing, dark mist rushed from his fingers and swarmed outward, swirling around as a tall nun with pink hair emerged out of the mist. Arad slowly lowered his hands. This is Lala, a succubus nun. He then turned back to Lala. Those are the 2 girls I told you about. Lala smiled. At least they are just half angels, not real Cupids. She shrugged and looked at Arad. As they don't go crazy, they won't fall. The Cupids are about love, while succubus are about pleasure. Point is, Arad tilted his head, as long as it's one man, they should be fine. But that man would die if he didn't have enough stamina to keep up with them. She approached Arad and sat on his lap. Or I can find them a medicine to calm them down. Chapter 1388. Those Who Understand. Arad returned to Lucifer with Stella and Bella following behind him, causing the half-angel to freeze. Aren't those Ward's daughters? Ah, old man Lucifer. Bella waved her hand, and Stella hid behind Arad. We've finally managed to get him to let us out. You aren't sending us back. Those might not be as strong as their father, but that didn't mean that Lucifer didn't hear any crazy stories about them. They were the daughters of 2 of the most powerful people in his kingdom, after all. First, while they suck at fighting, their transfiguration magic can mend and shapeshift any object into whatever they want. Bella was known as a troublemaker most of her life, while Stella was just infamous for being too lazy while still scoring high in everything she did. What Arad didn't know is that while Stella never participated in the archery competition, her arrows are known to hold the power of a real Cupid. One hit, and it'll force the person to fall in love with anyone she wants. Just don't let your guard down around them. Lucifer sighed. I'll deal with all the papers as I promised. This should conclude everything here, but please feel free to rest here as long as you want. Arad looked at Lucifer with a smile. I still have to visit Gabriel. That old fool can wait. He smiled and headed inside, letting Arad return to his room with the 2 half-angels behind him. Upon walking into his room, he found everyone waiting inside for him. Bella looked inside and saw Ayala reading some papers on the desk. Beside the bed, Callie and Valeria were playing with Saren, and Tina was bringing some water to Ayala. Mira, on the other hand, was sitting alone in the corner, dismantling a strange device. Ayala shifted her attention to Arad and quickly to the 2 girls at his side. Those are the diplomat's ward's daughter, the paladin general who attacked me on the border, Arad replied, and Aella nodded. I see. But why are they dying now? She asked. And Arad looked down, noticing the pale two sisters as their eyes remained fixed on Callie, who looked back at them with a smile. Up until now, the two sisters held to the belief that Arad didn't really have a goddess as his wife, but just now, they realized it was true. Right now, the two angels found themselves in the same room as a true goddess. Not just any goddess, but the goddess of demons and destruction. Most people only saw Callie as a kid, but those attuned to divine magic like half-angels saw something else. To Bella and Stella, Callie looked as she did to everyone else a child, but a massive golden radiance burned behind her back. The gargantuan shadow radiated a terrifying presence, enough to prevent them from breathing. Looking at her, the two felt like rats stuck beneath the arm of a hydraulic press, about to be turned into a paste. The two sisters couldn't understand the scope of Arad's power just by seeing him. But Callie was a different matter. They didn't need anyone to tell them what harrowing power the goddess of literal destruction has. The world was but an egg in her palm, carefully carried. If Callie so wished, she could break it with ease. The simple fact of Callie standing here without the whole kingdom evaporating was a blessing. Everyone expected the goddess of destruction to destroy. Callie took a few hops toward the two sisters and extended a hand to them. Welcome. While everyone saw a cute, pink little girl, the sisters saw the literal horror of ruin and destruction. Those tiny hands were nothing but harrowing, terrifying, and appalling. How could such a demonic being masquerade as a harmless little girl? It was the sisters' talent and knowledge in the art of divine magic that allowed them to see and understand better than anyone the power of the little girl standing in front of them. Grace, a powerful shadow Dracaena, had pissed herself and lost consciousness upon sensing Callie's attack coming down on her, and that was just one of the Titan's hands crashing down. Bella and Stella hated their birthday. They loathed that day and would never celebrate it, because to them it doesn't symbolize another year of life, but another year closer to death. No one would celebrate every ticking second of a bomb that's about to explode on their faces. All living beings slowly degrade through their lives. The minor damages accumulate until they surpass the body's ability to regenerate its cells perfectly, and everything falls out of balance. Destruction brings people to death, and time is just a medium. This little girl in front of them got her grippy little hands on every living being, slowly eroding them to death. They might not have met Callie in person before, but the two already had a reason to dislike her. Of course, the two sisters knew better than to contend with the wisdom of the gods. If Callie thinks that people are better off living their lives and dying, then so be it. Immortality is wrong in its own way. Callie tilted her head and looked at them. Why are you scared? The sisters didn't reply. They couldn't even hear her, as their minds still raced to find a way to flee from her. Callie smiled. I see. Those two understand destruction a bit better than others. They are looking straight at my divine essence, naughty little girls. She waved her hand, and the sisters gasped. The hell was that? Bella cried, and Stella held her face in her palms. My head hurts. They looked at Callie, cried, and fell on their butts. Callie smiled. Ah, this is better. Arad looked at them and asked with a worried face. What did you do? Seeing me was an existential crisis to their minds and almost drove them to madness. So I broke some of their fear to drop it to a normal level. She approached the two sisters. I don't understand. How could you break fear? Arad lifted an eyebrow and she waved her fingers. There is a part of the brain that regulates fear, the amygdala. I just gave it a poke. Chapter 1389. To the Cursed Lands. Arad's stay at the Half-Angel Kingdom came to an end. He sent everyone back through his stomach and took to the sky, heading straight to the Half-Fallen Angel's Kingdom, which was close by. Right now, 4 of his incarnations were out as usual. 1 in Alina, 1 in the university, 1 in space training with Diana, and the one that's now entering the border. The half-fallen angel, also called the half-devils by some, were the descendants of humans and fallen angels that settled in the mortal world after the Old War. Just before Arad could leave the half-angel kingdom, Lucifer explained to him the heavenly order. Devils are just angels who were tasked with guarding hell and got twisted by its cursed energy over millions of years. Divine magic is the essence of the gods' power. Holy and cursed magic are just two faces of the same coin, both born from the same source, but developed in different ways. Holy magic still relied on the gods' will to bend the world, and that's why clerics must retain their faith and their gods' trust to receive their power. Curses, on the other hand, opted to act independently of the gods, and that is why curses must compensate the world itself by holding themselves accountable. When a cleric casts holy magic, it's their god asking the world nicely to bend and follow the will of the caster. But when a curse is cast, the caster is making a contract with the world itself. I'll give you A, so give me B. For example, the devils can cast a curse that allows someone to see in the dark, but they'll be deaf as long as that effect persists. This had helped Arad understand why the half-angels and half-fallen angels acted in opposition to what one would expect. The half-angels relied on holy magic. They never needed to worry about the cost of their actions. Like humans, when given power and status, they'll immediately drown in profanity. The half-fallen angels, on the other hand, had learned to live with the cost of their power being always a looming threat. They understand that to each action a cost, and thus it was never in their nature to tempt the other races or fate. It also helped to put restraints on themselves to gain power. At this moment, Arad stood right outside the half-fallen angel border, looking at the fancy convoy waiting for him. Unlike the half-angels who met him with a charging paladin, here he is getting a somewhat warm welcome. Arad walked past the border and approached the convoy carriage, looking at the 5 people standing in front of its door: 2 armored guards, a woman archer, a man with a large axe and bulky shoulders, and a short woman wearing a black blanket over her head. She looked like a ghost without a single inch of her body visible. The covered woman spoke first. Her voice rattled as if shifted by magic, as if she didn't want anyone to know who she was. Arad could only tell she was a woman because he could see her soul, Lord Arad Orion. I'm Zariel, daughter of Gabriel. Father had sent me here today with my personal guards to escort you to the inner capital. Please follow us to the carriage. She bowed slightly, and the guards around her bowed even deeper. It'll be much faster if I carry us all to the capital, Arad replied, and Zariel shook her head. Father needs time to prepare. My job is to buy him time to prepare. She then moved out of the way and waved her hand at the carriage's door. Please, take a seat. Arad stepped into the carriage and only Zariel followed him, taking a seat facing him. The carriage slowly started to move, and the guards walked by its sides. That allowed Arad and Zariel to talk in peace. Why cover yourself from head to toes? Arad asked, and Zariel shifted. She looked around for a long second and then spoke. It's related to my curse and how it works. So it's better if people don't see you. It must be both a powerful and tricky curse to use. Arad looked outside the window and saw the ground moving away. This carriage could fly. It is an annoying curse, to say the least. She then shifted and looked at him. Are you alone, Father? Said to expect some other guests with you. I came alone. Didn't have time to decide who to bring with me. Arad leaned back on his seat, and suddenly a tall, pink-haired elf appeared sitting by his side. Diana and Arad had finished training space, so Arad gave that incarnation to Doma to use as a body. Since they're going to deal with the half-fallen angels, the masters of curses, it was only right to bring the queen of curses around. Doma looked around with a smile, and then her gaze shifted to Zariel. Zariel immediately noticed the immense cursed energy rushing through Doma's body and gasped. She had at least 1,000 times more cursed energy than her father. The queen of curses. Zariel shivered. Not once in her life did she expect that a day would come when she would sit face to face with the queen of curses. Doma, curse of nymphs, also known as the seduction curse. What a vile one. Doma looked at Arad. Her curse is quite nasty, but powerful. Zariel glared at Doma for a second and then sighed. I don't mind if you tell him how it works. There is no workaround after all. Like nymphs, her body is extremely beautiful. Seeing one finger is enough to drive any living being to madness and submission. All she needs to do to mind control someone and turn them into her slave is show them a tiny part of her body. The stronger the target is, the more she needs to show. She leaned forward. The drawback is that all of their fantasies about her body become a reality for her. Doma pointed at Arad with her thumb. By the way, 10 of you can strip naked, and you won't be able to control Arad. There is an upper limit to your power, and how did you know? Zariel didn't deny anything that Doma said because the queen was right. When it comes to curses, her knowledge far surpasses anyone else's. I've directed many like you before. Stupid fools thought they could control me. Doma leaned on Arad's side. If little Gabriel sent you here to keep Arad in check, he's stupider than his mother was. She looked at Arad, or was it his grandmother? She scratched her head and looked back at Zariel. Who was it that I taught how to control the curse of black lightning? That's my mother. She is the father's wife, not his mother or grandmother. Zariel growled and then sighed. She asked me to keep an eye on Arad because you're with him, she said, that bringing someone like you to our kingdom is like bringing a grand wizard to a children's fight. Doma smiled. I can control all curses. And all half-fallen angels are bound by curses. That means I can control all of you at will by manipulating your curses. Chapter 1390, 1390, War, Violence, Fighting. Arad was only here for 2 reasons: to establish diplomatic relationships with the half-fallen angels, and to find whatever abominable horror they guard. He can't liberate other worlds and leave his world half-saved. Zariel, I guess you know why I'm here? She shifted and then looked at him, then at Doma. I do. To establish diplomatic relationships with our kingdom. But I'm not the one you're looking for. Doma smiled. Not that. The other one about the abomination your kind guards. You're Gabriel's daughter, you must know, right? She took a deep breath and then looked out of the window. Her clothes shifted with the wind and then she turned to Arad. We aren't guarding that thing. We're only here to maintain the barrier, keeping it sealed by sacrificing 10 souls a day. Arad flinched. What? The thing beneath the capital isn't any normal abomination. It's an eldritch god. What we call an abominable titan, a god that has been consumed and corrupted by the abominations and turned into one of their kind. It's as powerful as God and can infect other gods, so it can't be kept in hell or heaven. It can't even be destroyed by Kali, since that thing no longer belongs to the universe and is powerful enough to resist her will. Arad nodded. You also can't risk having Kali get infected? But by any chance, is that thing related to creation? Zariel giggled. I wish. Creation is the only divine being who managed to remain sane after getting corrupted. The thing we keep is the deformed god of violence, fighting, and war. Arad and Doma stared at her for a long while. They remained silent for even longer. The god of violence and war, Doma asked with a worried face. In the flesh. All I know is that he brushed against the enemy leader in battle and ended up like that. She looked at Arad. You've married Kali? She probably knows more about that than us. In the vacuum of space, Arad looked at Diana. The god of war. You know anything about him? Diana looked down at Arad's head and shrugged. You mean Alexander. He took charge of the armies for many centuries and achieved great victories, so much so that Nayar made a plan to capture him. She sat on Arad's back and sighed. Nayar set a trap, led him inside by sacrificing many abominations, and managed to touch him with his long tendrils, turning him into an abomination. He is sealed in the mortal world. Why didn't the gods kill him? Arad could already guess that turning him back to normal was impossible. He doubted even Nayar could do such a thing. So that's where he's contained. Even Diana didn't know what happened to the deformed god. Most angels only knew that the over-god dealt with him. Alexander can turn gods weaker than him into abominations, and if a god stronger than him manages to kill him, that god would also turn into an abomination. I guess even the over-god couldn't kill him. She sighed and looked at Arad. I'll ask Callie about it and see if she knows anything. In the carriage, Arad looked at them and shook his head. The gods can't kill him. If they did, he'll turn them into abominations. Only a mortal can safely kill him. Safely. Zaleria rubbed her face. That's the god of war, fighting, and violence. He might not be Kali, but he is similar, a god of pure carnage, and not someone that mortals can even dream of resisting, let alone fighting head-on. I asked Kali about him. Arad sighed. She said that his power is close to a 7/10, while she is a solid 10/10, and that I should try killing him if I could. Zariel choked on air and cried, looking at him with a terrified face. She wants you to kill him, a god. I'll at least try. He can't turn me into an abomination since I'm not a god. If I can't win, I'll just run away. He looked at Doma. What do you think? I can make so you can't run, but you'll become stronger. She smiled, and Arad laughed. Well, I'll try without that first, and then we'll see. Are you crazy? You want to fight the god of war? You'll get killed before you can even see him, she shook her head. If the gods can't do it, then no mortal has any business even trying. Doma smiled. You see, Arad here is known for being able to punch really hard, hard enough to make a whole world go puff. She leaned on his shoulder. I know it's hard to believe, seeing that he is just sitting like this, looking like a harmless teddy bear. She grinned, but I assure you, he is anything but harmless. She grabbed Arad's arm and ran her thin fingers on his forearm. Such power, you'll have to see it to believe it. Fighting a war god isn't a simple matter. Arad had never faced such an opponent, and would probably never face another like him. The sheer scale of bloodshed that Alexander could bring is going to surpass everything that Arad could imagine. Alexander is the god of violence, which means he is a master at ripping his enemies apart, causing bloodshed and sowing fear. He is a raging barbarian who swings blindly and rips everything apart without concern. But he is also the god of fighting, which means he is also a master of all fighting styles and weapons. While his violent portfolio implies a brutal front, he can also show a great level of skill and mastery that most barbarians lack. Then, at the end, Alexander is the god of war, a master of strategy and warfare. He is a great fighter on his own, but at the same time he commands an endless army that only lives to wage war. They eat, breathe, and pleasure themselves with war. Alexander won't be waiting for Arad alone, but he'll be protected behind a vast and endless army that Arad has to deal with first. Of course, Arad had his own army to use, while the fight will be hard and maybe even impossible to win. Giving Arad 2 defeats back-to-back, he is willing to try. Because he could end up getting Alexander's portfolios: War, Violence, and Fighting, Chapter 1391, 1391, The Obsidian Keep. Arad still had the 4-season portfolio and the Tempest portfolio inside him. He had wanted to give Tyal the Tempest portfolio, but still didn't get a chance to do it. Having more portfolios won't make finding a use for those any easier. But now Arad has to worry about how to get rid of Alexander first. That is easier said than done. After a while, the carriage finally came to a stop outside Gabriel's obsidian castle, and the door opened up, showing many armed soldiers paving a path for Arad and Zariel into the inner keep. The castle was massive, black, and shrouded in darkness. The silver moonlight failed to illuminate its corners, and the lightless sky above lacked any stars, as if the whole capital had been severed from the world. Arad could sense many layers of magic and curses binding the place. The whole region was a containment zone, and the castle was the key, the door, and the pathway to reach the sealed god. The soldiers were both grim and optimistic, as if someone of Arad's power showing up was a sign of change, something that might put an end to this. They were half right. The change would only come if Arad could kill the corrupted god, and if he couldn't, then their hopes would get crushed beyond repair. As Arad walked out of the carriage and headed toward the keep with Zariel, he could hear the guards whispering, "Is that him? The one who blew Vlad's whole kingdom? Getting the dark elves and high elves to work together? How could he do it? I heard that he might be able to get rid of that thing." "Are you stupid? No one can. Don't get your hopes up. But look at him. Is he half giant?" Giant got nothing on the vile horror. Soon, Arad found himself standing in front of the keep's entrance with Gabriel standing there. "Welcome. I've been waiting for you." He moved aside, and the servants behind him opened the door. "We can talk inside," Arad approached Gabriel. "I see what you did there. Can we just cut to the fight?" Gabriel chuckled. "Oh no, please don't be hasty. I must explain a few things first, and I'm sure you aren't exhausted after such a trip, but I know you won't refuse a nice cup of coffee or a mug of cold beer." The two headed inside and settled into the reception room. Zariel didn't stay with them and instead headed to deal with some other matters. Arad looked around the room. Instead of the bright and white marble the half-angels used to build their homes, the half-fallen angels' architecture relied heavily on stone and black obsidian. Nice place, highly defensive as well. Each wall has at least 5 barriers. Arad slowly turned toward Gabriel. "Sadly, we have to deal with a lot of violent outbursts." "I guess you already know about the one we keep sealed beneath the ground." Gabriel reached toward the table and poured Arad and himself 2 large coffee mugs. Even when locked in his own dimension, beneath layers upon layers of magical seals and barriers, his influence still seeps out from time to time. For years, random people all around the capital would snap and go into a violent rampage, attacking everyone in sight. While the effect is there, it's not powerful enough to affect the strong ones like Gabriel and his royal guards, but the common people can't resist it that well. Of course, Gabriel already had a solution. All they needed to do to get those people back to their senses was to call their names, and sometimes even splash them with cursed water. Cursed water is the opposite of holy water, so instead of healing, it burns the target. That pain seemed to bring the people back to their senses. Gabriel waved his hand, and a glass bottle appeared out of nowhere. "This is the cursed water." Doma appeared beside Arad and reached forward, snatching the bottle before he could touch it. "Careful, this thing is dangerous." Gabriel gasped. He had never seen Doma before. She loves to come and go, popping out of Arad as she pleases. "It's like holy water, but far stronger at the cost of damaging the mortals it touches. I guess normal holy water isn't powerful enough to wash away the abominable god's corruption, so this has to be used." She then looked at Arad with a smug face. "I'd rather we use this sparingly, as it might cause the affected target to get cursed." Arad looked at Gabriel. "Half-fallen angels and devils are already cursed, so they'll be fine, but for me and everyone else." Doma shook the bottle. "You'll get cursed, of course. It's safe to touch as a bottle, but I got a feeling that you might try to taste it." Arad looked away, and she grabbed him by the ear. "How many times did I tell you not to try anything with a curse in its name?" "At least once." Arad sighed. "Back to our subject, Alexander, the god of war." He tried to change the subject, and Doma sighed, allowing him to escape this time. Only because Gabriel was here watching, and she didn't want him to see them arguing like a drunkard and his wife. "He is sealed well enough and won't be getting out anytime soon, but I'd rather we don't sacrifice any more people." Gabriel pulled a paper. "But at least I've got enough hateful people who will gladly die just to stick it up to the corrupt god. You don't choose who gets sacrificed?" Arad lifted an eyebrow, and Gabriel shook his head. "I've got many people who are lined up and want to sacrifice themselves so the god never escapes. Some are old and on their last days, and some are young but hateful, never able to get over their predecessors dying under Alexander's orders." Gabriel smiled. "But I was hoping this would end soon. The day when I won't need to watch my people die in vain." He looked at Arad with a stern face. "Can you do it? Can you kill him like you did the others at the Titans?" Alexander is far stronger than any abomination I've faced. I don't know if I can face him, let alone win. Arad finished his coffee mug in a single gulp. But I'll try, give it my best shot. He then smiled. If I fail, I'll call for help. I'm not above calling my brother to help me beat someone. Gabriel laughed. How about your father? I would have called him if Alexander were a dragon, but he isn't. I'm not putting my father in a risky situation. Arad shook his head. Chapter 1392, Preemptive Strike. 2 hours later, Arad stood in front of a large, dark staircase that led to the depths of the earth. Looking down, he could feel the corrupted divine magic pulsing and convulsing deep inside. The god inside never stopped trying to escape, and the barrier was the only thing keeping his violent powers from ripping the whole kingdom apart. Doma was behind Arad, looking at the stairs with a passive face. Gabriel, on the other hand, was sweating buckets, and the guards escorting them were on the verge of throwing up from the sheer pressure. Arad. Zariel could barely speak. Are you sure about this? That thing isn't something we should even think about fighting. One day he'll escape, and that would be the end of the mortal world, not just your kingdom. Arad looked back at her. He is a threat to my kingdom as well, and I'll erase him before he harms anyone. I'd once again suggest we call your brother first. Going to face him alone is a bad decision. Gabriel managed to speak, but Arad only looked back at him with a smile. I know. But I don't want to call him before trying for myself. Who knows? I might just kill him on my own. Gabriel remained silent as Doma disappeared into Arad's back. It was time for him to face the god of war, and it won't be a simple fight. This might be the turning point for the whole world. Gabriel had managed to ensure the barrier's stability to encase the whole fight, and also set up many observation points so everyone could watch the fight. Arad walked down the stairs with steady steps and disappeared into the darkness. At that moment, all the half-fallen angels rushed into the observation rooms to watch the fight. Gabriel was the most worried of them all. If Arad died here, Zephyr would probably level his whole kingdom to the ground, even if that meant releasing Alexander so she could fight it. Forget Zephyr, Kali would probably blow the whole world before that could happen. Due to all of that, both Gabriel and Doma had made several precautions to pull Arad from the barrier in case he started losing, and those precautions were quite precise. If Arad gets damaged a bit too much, Doma's curse would forcibly rewind him back, while at the same time ripping him off the fabric of reality inside the barrier and ejecting him outside. The curse was so complicated that it made Gabriel's head spin, but it made sense. Existence itself is a curse. You get to live, but must suffer any side effects thrown at you by life. Gabriel understood that in concept, but he couldn't imagine seeing someone using it. The first step of Doma's plan is time reversal. If Arad sustained a certain level of damage, he would get rewound back to a state where he was mostly fine. In exchange, once he is healed, he'll start taking the damage back, doubled over a set duration of time. It's like exchanging 60 damage for 120 damage over 1 minute. That first plan would allow him to be healed instead of just being killed with one big hit. Now, about rejecting Arad from the reality inside the barrier. It was simple. The barrier already has a rule that forces Alexander to stay inside it as long as people are sacrificed to fuel the barrier. Doma took that curse and flipped it, making it so Arad won't be allowed inside if a sacrifice is made. That sacrifice was the life of a goat, and Doma already did it and locked it in a constant curse that'll only activate if the first plan is initiated and Arad is rewinded. Arad tried to understand how Doma used curses and learn from her, but he quickly gave up since he realized it would probably take him weeks, if not months, to get decent, let alone master it. Gabriel didn't even dare ask Doma questions because he felt that whatever knowledge Doma had, it wasn't something mortals were supposed to know. And he was right. The knowledge of curses itself was cursed to bring ruin, and knowing it without understanding how it works or how to work around the negatives is a sure way to madness. Arad finally reached the bottom of the stairs and found himself standing inside a tiny room, his head only an inch away from the ceiling. He looked around, seeing rows of dolls, tiny boats, and ancient scrolls. In the middle of the room stood a table with a map, on which a one-finger-sized statue of a gaunt man with a long beard wearing black armor stood taking a closer look. Arad couldn't even tell the difference between the statue and a real living being. That was the statue of Alexander, taking the lead on a massive battlefield. Arad was now in a war room, and those dolls were statues of soldiers, angels, and monsters that were supposed to be placed on the map. Right now, Arad was using his void presence to stay hidden from the god's eyes. And so it was time for a sneak attack. He extended his hand and touched the map, immediately getting sucked into its depth, and found himself standing at the peak of a snowy mountain, looking at the same battlefield drawn on the map. Arad took a deep breath and then exhaled, his breath freezing and falling as shards of ice. He lifted his arms and then took a step forward, almost sinking into the snow. He could already see Alexander standing like a dead statue in the middle of the battlefield, ever waiting for his enemies to show up from over the horizon. It seems that even corruption wasn't enough to change him from being a warmonger. But if Arad knows anything about war, it's important to erase your enemy before they get a chance to fight back. He debated pulling the black hole and just throwing it at the god, but then changed his mind. Such a thing won't kill him. If Arad can already guess that Alexander would survive a direct hit from the black hole, he'll leave it as a trump card. Now he wants to weaken him up before the fight, and for that he'll charge a massive white nova, fuel it with hydrogen, and then throw it at Alexander as fast as he can. A second later, the battlefield disappeared into blinding radiance. Chapter 1393, A Will of Greed. Alexander's eyes only moved up, and his crimson eyes drowned in blinding light. Here, magic, radiation, and a deadly shockwave. The earth ruptured, and the sky cried as a pillar of fire roared into the sky, and a destructive wave washed over the battlefield, stomping it to the ground. Standing alone on the boiling lava, Alexander looked toward the mountain where Arad was. His armor glowed red from the heat, but his skin remained as flawless as it was. A soldier dares to fire at his commander? He spoke in a cold, emotionless tone. Treason is punished by death. He blinked away, leaving a crater where he stood. Before a fraction of a second could pass, he was already beside Arad, swinging a burning fist at Arad's side. Alexander was fast, too fast, but Arad had many tricks inside his stomach. Aura, another Arad, emerged from Arad's back and swung a punch down, socking Alexander in the face before he could hit Arad. The sheer shockwave from Arad's punch hitting Alexander's face was enough to strip the mountain's peak naked and scatter the clouds away. Arad expected to blast the god away, but the gaunt man didn't move an inch. You survived the blast, as I expected, but without a scratch. Now that's a surprise. Arad spoke, his voice growing deeper and deeper with each word as his incarnation stood behind his back. Alexander spat blood and looked at Arad with a large grin. So those cowards sent a single soldier at me, and a weakling recruit at that. In the blink of an eye, and before Arad could even notice, Alexander flew past him and grabbed the incarnation by the neck and swung a fist at its face. Arad's incarnation's head hit the ground like a rocket, and the mountain crumbled beneath the pressure of Alexander's devastating punch. Everything happened so fast that Arad was late to react, but he did in the end, grabbing the god by the beard and swinging him away. Alexander grabbed Arad's arm before he could throw him away and tried to counter with a kick, but the incarnation was already up and attacked. His powerful punch had failed to crack Arad's bones, only breaking his nose. Alexander wasn't a stranger to facing many enemies at once. He had in fact fought groups of people far stronger than Arad and won. What made Arad harder to deal with is that the two fighting Alexander worked perfectly in sync since they are one person, making it much harder to deal with them. One fist after another, the battle grew harsher. The mountain shook and cracked, shattering beneath the violent crash of the three harrowing powers above it. Beneath the gray sky and above the crimson glow of the lava lake created by Arad's explosion, a storm of blood and violence filled the air. 5 seconds later, Arad and his incarnation landed on the lava, cooling it with cold magic. Alexander landed 100 meters away from them and floated on the surface, without bothering to do anything. Arad and his incarnation were severely bruised, and one even had his left arm broken, but Alexander was mostly unscathed, only having a few scratches on his face and armor, even though Arad was the one losing the fight. Alexander frowned and looked at him. "You're one quick learner, aren't you?" Arad looked at his limp, broken arm. "What could I say? I love to pay attention. Besides, my wounds aren't healing, so I'd better learn your moves quick." Arad still didn't know why, but his blood healing wasn't working all that well since he walked into this barrier. He couldn't tell if it was because of the seal or Alexander's power, but all he knew was that he needed to be careful. Arad looked through all of his weapons, looking to see if he had anything that would help him slay a god. As it happened, he already had 2 weapons that could achieve such a thing, but in 2 completely different ways, 2 fighting styles. Luckily, Arad had 2 bodies to use. The first one moved forward, and the exploding nipple knife appeared in his hand. Alexander's eyes quickly fixated on the tiny kitchen knife that comically didn't fit in Arad's massive palm, an artifact made by a mad artificer that really hated nipples. Aren't humans so weird? Why hate nipples? Alexander shook his head in dejection. "I have to agree, they are great," Arad smiled, lifting the knife. "But yours aren't time to make them disappear." In the back, Arad's incarnation pulled the second weapon that could slay a god, and this time Alexander looked a bit worried. It was a long staff made from a branch of the world tree and had a mundane glass orb as the focus with nothing inside. "Who made that thing?" Alexander slowly lifted his hand and pointed at the staff. "The style is similar to Mora, but it's far more arrogant." "Arrogant, you couldn't be further from the truth." Arad pointed the staff forward. "The wielder is mine, the world is his, and it shall bend the knees and beg for mercy. Those who dare stand in his way shall pay for daring to look at what's mine." Alexander smiled. "To dare claim ownership over you, over the world, and cast their will with such arrogance. I'm surprised the world itself didn't reject that thing. It even turned a mundane glass orb with nothing inside it into a vessel for void magic." Arad looked at the staff. When Mira made it, she indeed only used mundane glass with nothing inside it. That was just a metaphor that she hoped would fit the weapon, but it ended up working and boosted Arad's magic. If what Alexander says is right, then Mira's will forced the world to change its rules to suit her whims. She claimed the power to change the world, and the world did bend over and agree, which was far too ridiculous to believe. What Arad didn't know is that if Ao's wife claimed the world to be hers, who's there to argue with her? That's greed, her portfolio, and she has every right to claim from what her husband owns. The one who made it is just that talented. Arad smiled, and Alexander burst into laughter. "Fool. Whoever made that had bent the world to their will. It's not talent, but pure greed, arrogance, and something else, something far darker." He smiled. "Someone like that shouldn't be allowed to live." Chapter 1394, War Angels vs. Nuclear Vampires. Arad jumped at Alexander, swinging the nipple knife at full force with blinding speed. Behind him, the incarnation lifted the staff and cast a wall of gravity to pin the god down. Alexander threw his hand upward and grabbed Arad's arm by the wrist, making sure to keep the knife away from him. Using that, he tried to counterattack, but the gravity field slowed him enough for Arad to dodge and swing a kick, followed by a knife stab that was evaded at the last moment. Arad understood 2 things. Normal spells won't damage Alexander, so he should focus on support spells. Alexander won't let him hit him with the nipple knife. That's why the nipple knife job isn't to damage or kill Alexander, but to create openings for Arad to pummel him with his fist. Arad flew around Alexander, throwing punches and stabs like there was no tomorrow, and Alexander dodged all of the stabs and blocked the punches, keeping up with Arad's harrowing speed. Time, slow. 99%. Arad's incarnation waved the staff down, and Arad turned into a blur, leaving after images as he ran around Alexander and swung the nipple knife down at his back. Before the knife could hit, Alexander's body also turned into a blur as he moved sideways, leaving only an after image where he stood. His body shifted, and he blocked Arad's stab as the two of them flew through the burning battlefield, ripping apart. It didn't matter if Arad slowed time to move faster. Alexander could do the same thing, and he was now matching Arad once again. No, he was slowly getting faster and faster. Arad's incarnation growled and then swung the staff sideways, using it as a medium to release the pull of the black hole in his stomach, and forced Alexander to take a step back. At that moment, Arad's fist, which was already moving, got faster and hit the god in the chest, exploding into a nuclear blast. The blast was powerful enough to rip a 100-kilometer area from the ground and fling it into the sky, leaving a burning crater. Alexander flew back and landed on a mountain almost 500 kilometers away. His armor dented as much as a thumb, so you can punch harder. He smiled and lifted his hand, but then Arad showed by his side, having already teleported there with Void Step. I can punch even harder. His fist was already overcharged with 5 times the power and ready to blow the god's back to bits. But then a hand emerged from Alexander's shadow and grabbed Arad by the face and pushed him back. Arad punched the hand into pieces and landed on his feet. As he looked, he saw an armored angel glaring at him as she stood behind Alexander's back. The angel's arm healed instantly in a spark of radiance, and she conjured a sword of divine light. Without saying a word, she jumped at Arad, swinging that blinding sword down. From Arad's shadow, an armored arm flew out and grabbed the angel by the face, stopping her in her tracks. The fully armored vampire growled, her voice booming from the vision of her helmet. "Divine slave, you dare set your hand on our blood lord!" The angel emotionlessly moved, stabbing the vampire in the chest through the pieces of her armor, but the vampire at the same time pulled the angel closer and bit her neck. After a second of silence, the two kicked each other back and landed beside their lords. Thousands of heavily armored vampires spawned behind Arad and marched forward, waving their flags and swords. The rumble of their footsteps shook the earth, cracking its crust. Alexander smiled as thousands of angels emerged from divine light behind him, all ready to spill blood and revel in war beneath the god's blessing. Vampires can never hope to match angels. 10 of mine can slay 100 of yours. Alexander looked at Arad with a grin, and Arad returned the evil smile. "Oh, really?" said the corrupt god who was barely managing to feed those angels with any divine magic. Arad pointed at Alexander's army. "Angels would follow their god to death, so don't show them any mercy. They've already picked their side, and they picked wrong." The two armies clashed, ripping the ground apart and setting the world ablaze. The angel smites and divine blasts illuminated the sky, but it was as blinding as the vampires using Arad's nuclear blasts to counter them. At the start, the angels seemed to have an overwhelming advantage, but that only lasted until the vampire dragons inside Arad showed up and started blasting everything with fire. Soon, the darkness consumed the blinding battlefield, and some angels found themselves drowning in it. Some angels went mad, and the other fell to their knees screaming in agony and pain. Darkness and madness have emerged from Arad's stomach to assist the vampires in the fight, and all hell broke loose. The two armies' clash was harrowing, but the fight between their generals was even more terrifying. Both the angels and the vampires had to fight carefully and avoid where Arad and Alexander were clashing by at least several tens of kilometers to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. One of the vampires looked back, seeing a mountain disappear in the blink of an eye, consumed by the harrowing radiance of her lord's nuclear devastation. The fight raging there wasn't something that she could interfere with. All she could do was keep the angels at bay. Speaking of angels, the vampires seemed to have underestimated the angels' power and speed. The vampire paladin could barely see them moving, and each hit was powerful enough to rip her armor open, but to her, wounds weren't a problem as long as she could sink her teeth into their angels' not-so-soft flesh. Right now, besides a few powerful vampire paladins who could face the angels one-on-one, the rest had to face them at least 2-to-1 to have a chance. The vampires quickly noticed a few things. First, the angels weren't corrupted like Alexander by the abominations. They were as pure and divine as they were before, only weakened by their god's fall from grace. Yet they still fight by his side. That was the angels' main problem, their blind loyalty. They don't care about the other gods or the well-being of the universe. All they care about is serving their god. They understand well that supporting their god is wrong, but they'd rather die fighting by his side. Zia appeared standing behind all of the vampires, holding her hands together with a large grin on her face. They can be saved. They can be kept alive if we kill their god first. She looked at them with glowing red eyes. But we won't. Kill them. Rip them all to pieces, limb by limb. It's a massacre. Offer their screams, offer their cries of pain to your lady of purple. She jumped into the chaos, grant them their wish. Chapter 1395, The Rhine 1395, Divine Blood. While fighting, Alexander and Arad learned one thing about the dimension they were sealed in. It wasn't infinite. It was a locked space of around a few thousand kilometers wide, just large enough to have enough mass to suppress the god's power and dissipate it. That means this place wasn't a full world and didn't have a core that Arad could blow up. It was similar to the layers of Merlin's labyrinth. He has to be careful since he can never take Alexander away from the armies fighting. The last thing Arad wants is to blow up his vampires by mistake. He could already feel Zia revving up and taking a massive step toward being a true vampire lord. As the two armies clashed, Zia looked down at them from the peak of a mountain as she sat there leisurely sharpening her claws. Going from nail to another and from toe to the other, her long crimson cap flapped in the wind as the snow around her grew colder and the shadows turned darker. Suddenly, a bright radiance fell from the sky as a four-winged angel got closer to her. Such a poor place to hide in. Fiend. The angel pointed a radiant sword towards Zia. Zia quickly inspected her hands, checking if her claws looked sharp enough. She then slowly lifted her blue eyes to glare at the angel. The divine woman was quite powerful, one of the strongest in Alexander's army. I don't like bulky women. Their blood is too heavy, but I'll make an exception for a virgin angel. She pointed a finger up, then lowered it to the snow. That's a nice boulder strip, and sit there. If you're lucky, I'll leave you with enough blood to walk away. The angel was silent for a second and then lifted her sword up. Perish. She dropped it down, and a divine smite the size of a building fell from the clouds, exploding right above Zia's head, died like words on the wind to be forgotten. The angel flapped her wings and was about to leave when Zia called her again from the smoke. I also hate the feisty ones. Zia looked up and opened her red lips. Soon, she screamed so loudly that the angel's ears ripped open and her eyes burst with blood. The snow covering the mountain's peak tumbled down in a massive avalanche, threatening to bury both armies fighting below. The angel started falling, her blood boiling and her vision blurry. Monster, what did you do? She quickly healed herself and looked where Zia was, finding that she had disappeared. At that moment, the angel felt two hands hug her from behind. She tried to shake Zia off, but it was already too late. Zia's fangs were deep into her neck. The two fell down and crashed into the snow. They would have caused an avalanche if Zia's scream hadn't already caused one seconds earlier. As the angel rolled on the cold stones, she reached up with her hand and touched her neck. Zia had disappeared, but she still lost a lot of blood. Enough to make her dizzy and make the tips of her fingers numb. Monster? Where are you hiding? She roared, leaning on her sword with her body burning with divine magic. You really love complaining, don't you? Zia replied from behind the stones. She was there, melting the snow and washing her body with it. She was naked. The angel knew that no matter how long she looked, Zia's pearly Lilith body looked as a blur to her. The angel forced herself to run and jumped at Zia, thrusting her sword with all of her might. The radiant sword passed right through Zia's body without doing any damage, and the angel finally realized the problem. Zia looked at her with a smug face, reaching forward and caressing her face. "You're slow, but don't worry, I don't hate the slow ones." She leaned to kiss her on the neck, but Zia's body phased right through the angel's body like a ghost, leaving her stunned. "You monster. Get you off my blood." The angel screamed, her eyes finally showing some emotions, fear and terror. Zia didn't go anywhere. She entered the angel's body and mixed with her blood, which is why she could see her naked in the snow. She was already a part of her body. The angel froze and smiled, Zia's voice talking through her lips. "Be obedient and I'll at least make your death quick." The angel growled, "Fuck off. You've walked into your own death, fiend." She screamed and her whole body flashed with divine magic. She was trying to burn Zia away from her blood. All vampires were weak to divine magic after all, and walking into the blood of an angel was like a human jumping into a pot of molten steel. As the angel's body burned, she slowly started to realize that Zia wasn't harmed by the divine magic at all. In fact, she was consuming it whole and burning it like fire. "What are you?" the angel growled as her armor melted and rusted away, her skin blistering as purple sparks of plasma cut their way through her veins. "A mere servant." Zia burst out of the angel's body through her mouth and left her burning like a candle. "I serve the goddess of murder, demigoddess now, but I'll be damned if I lose to the servants of a fallen god." The angel finally fell silent as her body turned into a black piece of charcoal, and Zia looked at her with a sad and worried face. "Tough one." She approached the burned corpse and looked at it for a long moment, then lifted her foot and kicked it. The angel didn't react, but Zia could see what little blood remained still flowing inside. Zia crouched beside the angel and looked at her. "You know what? I've got something more fun for you." She leaned down and bit her neck. After a second of silence, a loud scream escaped the angel's lungs. Zia finally stopped sucking the angel's blood and rested by her side, leaning her legs on the convulsing body, and returned to sharpening her nails. "Hurry up and turn. I need my own servants after all." What kind of vampire lord doesn't have servants? Chapter 1396. End of Round 1. Alexander landed like a meteor, shattering the ground beneath him. "Your vampires are quite powerful. I didn't expect such beings to have been born while I was sealed here." He looked at Arad with a smile, his smooth beard dancing with the wind. Arad coughed a mouthful of blood as he stood, his whole body as purple as his eyes. "Yours are quite starved. Most of your divine magic is gone, but you can only produce so much now." Alexander rested his fists on his hips. "That's only because I'm sealed here. Once I'm out, I'll be able to generate as much divine magic as I want. And the gods, they'll pay for locking me here." He smiled. "I might have become an abomination, but what right do they have to banish me?" Arad sighed. "You're a threat. If they let you out, you'll support Nayar's side and break the balance of the war." Alexander burst laughing. "Break the balance of the war? I no longer care about such things. I'll win the war for my abominable lord, and with his grace I'll wage war on many more universes for all eternity. War shall consume everything." "Did you hear that? You sound crazy. That's why they sealed you. Once Nayar is done with this universe, you'll be nothing more than waste." Arad took a deep breath and cracked his neck. "Then what will this make you? An adult void dragon dare stand in the way of the gods and abominations." His body burned with dark divine magic, setting everything around him ablaze. Arad's heart started beating rapidly. Alexander destroyed his incarnation earlier. 2 defeats in a row. Arad was really having a streak of bad luck, or he might need to step up his game a bit. He only took a nap for a few weeks, even got stronger through it, but the horrors he faced are just getting stronger. Arad's heart started beating at a terrifying speed and rumbled like an engine revving up. Coupled with his nuclear engine going into overdrive, his humanoid body couldn't sustain all of his power, and he had to shift into his massive dragon form. Arad's obsidian body was glowing from the inside. radiating enough heat and radiation to turn the immediate area around him into a boiling death zone. Alexander jumped away from the blinding pale blue radiance and smiled. "I see you're pissed." It had been centuries since he last saw a void dragon doing this. Alexander had fought alongside the void dragons many times, and he knew them better than they knew themselves. Most were silent observers, dragons of few words. But he knew that they would have talked more if given the chance. If he had to describe void dragons with one word, he'd call them crash-outs. At this moment, he was certain that Arad wasn't angry at him, but venting the accumulation of multiple tiny frustrations. Void dragons are good at bottling up their anger and rage, only to lose it once they reach their limit and go berserk like this. For a second, Arad seemed to be standing still, and silence fell. But that was only an illusion. He had already exploded into movement, and everything shattered. This sealed dimension was huge, thousands of kilometers wide, but with Arad's speed, the place looked so tiny, like an energetic rat trapped inside a dried swimming pool. Arad's speed allowed him to chase Alexander from edge to edge in seconds. The vampires and angels have already retreated. Arad didn't want his vampires getting killed, and even Alexander understood that letting his angels around was an unnecessary risk. Alexander jumped backward with a flip, moving fast enough to burst into flames like a meteor. But he was barely keeping up, running away from Arad, whose legs moved so fast they turned into a blur. A god will just smite you down, but a dragon would chase you to the end of the world and rip everything you know apart. Alexander smiled as he saw Arad's burning blue body melting the ground, setting the air on fire, and blasting everything around him into smithereens while still moving several times faster than sound. "So you're just a suicide bomber they sent here?" Alexander dodged Arad's charge at the last moment and flew away, watching him drift around the melting mountains. "A mindless rampage won't get me. The fools, what were they thinking? I expected them to send Caden, the God Slayer himself. But I guess the rumors about him having a divine portfolio were right. He can't risk facing me." Arad chased Alexander for a few more seconds and then suddenly stopped moving and stood still. Alexander looked at him with a worried face. He was about to blow up, but that explosion never came. Arad just looked at Alexander with a smile. "See you later." He then disappeared. At the start, the rampage was real, but thanks to Doma being inside his head all this time, she managed to calm him down and help him keep the act. She then created an improvised plan. The curse to pull Arad out was supposed to be instant. Saving his life was the whole reason behind it after all. Doma now wanted to make an exchange, but elongating that curse, she'll give Arad a short boost to magic. Arad won't be saved and pulled out for 20 seconds, and he'll be extremely weakened through that time. But in exchange, he can take all that spared power and fuel a single devastating Ho-White Nova. Arad left, and a 100-meter-wide Ho-White Nova was left where he was. Alexander cursed, and the whole dimension was washed away by the blinding light. He expected Arad to explode, but Arad managed to sneak away and leave a bomb behind him. As the dust and ash settled down, Alexander was once again standing alone, looking at the white mountain peaks. That whiteness now wasn't snow, but ash and radiation shimmering as the whole dimension was cursed to the bones. Slippery bastard. He got away. "Cain, I bet he has something to do with this," Alexander growled. "I know, he sent him here to check up on me, see if I'm in a state that he could safely kill me in." He sat down. "Fine. Let him come. If he thinks he saw all that I can do, he can think again through this short fight." Both Arad and Alexander were holding back their big cards, only throwing jabs to gauge their opponent's strength first. Round 1 was over, but the fight shall end in round 2. Outside, Arad landed inside the small strategy room, and his wounds healed immediately. "Brother, do you have some free time?" "Of course I do." Gojo's voice boomed inside Arad's head. "Where can we meet?" Chapter 1397, Brother is Coming. "Is it urgent?" "You don't sound like you're in the middle of a fight." Arad smiled. "No, I've just finished the fight. I'll need your help to take him down." Don't worry, I can wait. Good. Give me an hour or two. Lucy is in the middle of a ritual right now, and I'd rather stay by her side. She should be fine without me. But you know the little girl. She'll get worried if I leave so suddenly. Got it. See you soon. Arad stood and cracked his neck and back. Doma emerged from his back. Alexander is a real pain. As a god of war, he's quite a powerful fighter, and a durable one at that. How is he just a middle-ranked god? She sighed. Won't you say he is close to the upper echelons? You must be joking. Alexander is nowhere near gods like Amaterasu or Kali. He lacks the oppressive will and unfair advantage the upper gods have. He looked at her. How would war compare to billions of roaring suns or the very concept of destruction? Arad was right. Alexander was powerful for a god, but he was nowhere near the upper ranks. Arad walked up the stairs and found everyone else already sitting inside the large watchroom, terrified and pale from watching the fight. They expected Arad to be strong, but not for him to be able to fist-fight a god like that and hold his own. My brother is coming soon. Make sure you don't attack him by mistake. Arad approached the stunned Gabriel. Gabriel remained silent for a second and then gasped. Ah, yeah, we'll keep an eye out for him. Gojo was his name, right? He then looked at the crystal orbs they were using to watch Arad's fight. The two of you trashed the sealed dimension. If that fight happened outside, the whole continent would have been burned to ash. Zariel approached Arad and looked at Doma, who stood behind him. I didn't expect your words to be true. Doma looked at her with a smug face. If we go all out, Arad would have a 50% chance of killing Alexander on his own. Now that we've fought, I can say that with certainty. Doma leaned on Arad's shoulder, but we don't need to fight with such a low chance. Adding Gojo will get that to 100%. Many would just risk it with the 50% chance. Zariel sighed and Doma frowned. Well, those are the fools with nothing behind them. Arad here can't risk dying and leaving his wives behind. He has responsibility, and staying alive is an important part. Doma then walked past Zariel and looked at one of the servants. I'm sure you have a private room and a bath ready. Yes. Please follow me. As Arad went to wash off the grime of the fight, Gabriel and his generals remained in the war room, going over the fight. Arad was powerful, stronger than they expected. We've got a solid chance at this. One of the generals smiled. Did you see him blast the whole battlefield at the start? Another general nodded. I did. We all did. But that power alone wasn't enough to scratch that monster. Don't get me wrong. Arad is strong, stronger than any of us can be. But is killing Alexander really possible? That's the god of war, violence, and fighting. The more war we wage against him, the stronger he'll get. Gabriel shook his head. I doubt it. He still retains the portfolios inside his soul, but the barrier is specially designed to hinder their function. He isn't getting anywhere near as much power as he should from war and fighting. He then looked at them. If we're to kill him, it must be done here. He then looked at the war table. Arad is powerful, but I hear that his older brother Gojo is even stronger. We'll never find a better duo to fight Alexander. Gojo Orion, the king of the frozen Arctic. I never heard anything great about him, just that he has a little girl whom he pretends to be a goddess. One of the generals sighed with a worried face. He dresses and puts her on display through the whole kingdom in fancy shrines. If he wanted to spread propaganda, he could have at least found someone else and not exploited the little girl. Another looked a bit angry, but Gabriel looked at them with a pale face. Did any of you even look at the files I've sent you? That's Lucy Leor Ruris, the younger sister of Isdis Leor Ruris. He furiously rubbed his face. And she is a goddess of gluttony. I bet she'll come with him. You better not get on her bad side. Half an hour later, Arad walked out of the bath and stretched his arms. He then approached the bed and dropped onto it. The maid standing there looked at him with a confused face. New clothes? Where were you hiding them? She had run all around the castle to find some wizard robes that could fit Arad's massive body, only for him to not need them at all. I always have extra clothes on me. I've got something akin to spatial storage. He looked at the window. Brother is about to set off. The bath's door then opened up and Mira walked out of the bath. The maid cried and fell on her butt, terrified. Where did a demigoddess? Mira looked at her with a confused face, but before she could speak, the maid saw the people behind Mira. Eris was there walking out with Isdis at her side, and behind them, Diana carried Kali while drying her hair. 2 demigoddesses, an archon and a true goddess. The maid fell unconscious from shock, and it took Arad and his wives too long to wake her up. Arad had pulled them here through his stomach, since Gojo told him he'll be bringing Lucy, Gug, and Liliana with him, so he thought they'll be happy to see each other after a long time. Kali might also be able to show Lucy a thing or two. An hour later, Gojo finally arrived. He landed in the castle's garden in his human form, with Lucy sitting on his shoulders. Gug and Liliana were standing at his side, one looking around with a confused face while the other's eyes slid toward the reinforcement on the battlements. Chapter 1398. He got a plan. Isdis. Lucy shouted at the top of her lungs as she waved a hand at Isdis with a large smile on her face. She was just a little girl wearing a fancy silk robe that looked like a mix between a kimono and a Celtic tunic, decorated with countless golden ropes and ringing silver bells. Bells were everywhere in her outfit at the end of her long blonde braids on her wrists and ankles, even around her neck, all ringing with each of her moves like wind chimes. Isdis looked back at her and smiled. It had been a long time since she last saw her little sister. Lucy jumped forward and started running toward the keep's entrance where Isdis was. But the moment her bare foot touched the ground, all half-fallen angels puked blood, their ears ripped open, and their eyes burst with blood. Those who looked directly at her have fainted, and those who didn't felt an inexplicable terror preventing them from turning in her direction. Zariel was already out cold, and Gabriel could barely stand straight. Before Lucy could take her second step, Kali was already standing beside her. She extended her tiny foot in Lucy's path and tripped her as Lucy fell face first. Kali looked at her with a pout and growled, "Brat, keep your divine magic in check. You're hurting everyone." Lucy stood and glared at Kali. She then looked at Isdis, then at Gojo, Liliana, and Gug. They are fine. I don't care about anyone else. Kali grabbed her by the nose and pulled her closer. Listen, you little shit. You're causing problems for both Arad and Gojo, so you better behave. Lucy blinked a few times. Causing problems for Gojo? She looked at him. Then, I'm sorry. Give me a second. She closed her eyes and started mumbling to herself. They aren't food. They look like chickens, but they can't be eaten. They aren't food. They aren't food. Surpassing the demigoddess status and ascending into godhood was particularly easy for Lucy. All she had to do was eat, and eat even more. The more she ate, the stronger she got, and the more excessive her avarice burned, the purer her divine magic became. Unlike murder or greed, being a glutton wasn't that much of a problem. Lucy had found herself force-feeding for a while, and with each bite it got easier and easier. The problem with such rapid growth is that she can't control her divine magic nearly as well. In fact, Kali was certain that Eris's divine magic control was several times higher than Lucy's. Even Mira was a bit better than hers. A second later, Lucy's divine magic faded away, and she took a deep breath. Her stomach immediately rumbled, causing her to sigh deeply. And I've just eaten. Kali looked at her, scanning her from head to toes. You need to manage your divine magic. I'll teach a few tricks that'll work well now that you're a full goddess. Like what? Lucy threw a glance at Kali, judging her. While Lucy looked like a 12-year-old, Kali looked like she was just 6 years old, half her age. Not something that inspires confidence. Kali pointed up with one finger, and Lucy followed her move, looking at the clouds. Behind the shining sun, she could see the massive and titanic golden statue burning with divine magic, unknown to anyone. You must learn how to suppress and hide your powers. It's to help you avoid troubles and also keep those around you safe from your powers. Kali started moving. Only a real god can use those tricks, and you should be able to learn them now. Callie and Lucy were going to play together a lot, but only after Lucy met her sister. All Callie cared about now was making sure that Lucy's power was in check. Arid, Gojo looked at Arad and then turned to Liliana and Gug. You two go meet everyone else. I'll take Arid and see what he needs. Gojo disappeared, and so did Arid. Liliana sighed and looked around. Her eyes stopped at Callie. She approached and gave her a bow. Lady Callie, it's an honor to meet you personally. Arad and Gojo stood side by side at the keep's roof, looking down at the massive city. Can you feel it? Arad asked with a calm tone. Something hideous is hidden beneath this place. Gojo looked down with a smile and then turned to Arad. Is that what you wanted my help with? Its fallen god got corrupted by that yellow abomination, Nayar. He is now sealed in a dimensional space, and we must kill him. And the problem is, he is the god of war, violence, and fighting, meaning he is one tough bastard. Arad waved his hand and summoned 2 chairs, one normal-sized and one fit for giants. He sat on the large chair and left the other for his brother. Gojo took a seat and started thinking, God of war, so I assume he has a powerful army to start with. Valiant angels. They aren't corrupted. But they would rather die fighting for their god and perish with him. Arad smiled. I've already taken down 1/4 of them. I guess you didn't use your expansion. It would have been bad if you did without knowing what might happen. Gojo took a deep breath, and Arad nodded. I'm not an idiot. I've fought Callie. Anything that would take time to cast is just asking to get killed when facing a god. It is. Gojo looked at him with a smile. Unless there are 2 expansions or more working together, I'll keep him busy, and you unleash your expansion, then you'll keep him busy while I bust out mine. Gojo drew on the ground with his finger. Look, a god of war, fighting and violence, would keep getting stronger the more we fight him. It's just the nature of his portfolio. You can't expect to kill a god of cheese by hitting him with cheese. Gojo drew Alexander as a stick figure. Arad was a tall stick figure with a triangular body, while Gojo himself was a thin one with hair. We must kill him without directly fighting him. We must avoid fighting, violence, and war, since those 3 would just keep him alive. Arad nodded. So it's like not being able to kill undead with necrotic magic. Exactly. The key to killing a god is using whatever is the opposite concept of their power. Gojo smiled, and I've got a plan. Chapter 1399, Up to Speed. While Arad and Gojo were going over their plan, the girls inside the Obsidian Keep were very busy. So you're a goddess now? A gluttonous one? Izdis looked at Lucy with a smile. So when will you get fat? Seeing you still look like a broomstick. Lucy frowned and then leaned back. Because I'm starving. No matter how much I eat, I never get full. She then looked down. No, that's wrong. I get full, but I still want to eat more. So you're just a glutton, as expected. But I'm glad you didn't eat that much before. Lucy sighed and waved to the maid standing beside the table to pour them more tea. Bring Lucy more snacks, enough for 5 people. Lucy looked at the maid with a smile. Make it 10 people worth. Food just disappears when I eat it. She grabbed one of the beautiful pieces of pastry on the table. It was almost 4 inches wide, but that thing disappeared whole inside Lucy's mouth. Lucy then reached forward and picked one of the tissues left for them on the tables to wipe their hands and threw it in her mouth. I can eat pretty much anything. Food, steel, stones, even cursed ore. The death curse doesn't harm you? But you're a goddess. Callie is fine handling that ore as well, so I guess it makes sense that it doesn't harm you. Izdis looked at the window. By the way, is there anything that makes you feel full? Drive away the hunger? Izdis smiled. We also had a hungry one, Nina. But it seems that eating Arad's flesh was enough to satiate her hunger. Something about how rich the void dragon's flesh is. We tried that, but it doesn't work for me. My hunger isn't mine. She looked at the maid. My hunger belongs to the people, both those who believe in me and those who don't. For example, Our Lady here really wants to eat this chocolate cake. The maid's face burned red. No, I will never dare. Those are for the royal guests. You're speaking to a goddess. I'm never wrong. When it comes to this matter, at least. Lucy lifted the chocolate cake and gave it to the maid. As long as people want to eat something, I'll want to eat it as well. That's why I'm driven to fulfill their need and find ways for them to satiate their hunger and desires for food. Lucy watched as the maid held the chocolate cake. It doesn't matter how many chocolate cakes I eat, as long as this maid didn't eat one and still desire one. I'll desire one as well. So once she eats it and is satisfied, I'll be satisfied as well. Isdis looked at Lucy with a wistful face. It must be hard dealing with all of that. Never feel full. Lucy sighed. It's the weird. Oh, forget it. She glared at Liliana, and then remembered half of the people of Gojo's kingdom. There are a lot of people who deserve their mouths sewn shut. Isdis looked at Liliana and then at Lucy. What's the matter? Liliana and the majority of the kingdom's people, I won't take it against them. I'll even say it's normal, but there are a rare few bastards that get me sick. We were just dealing with them an hour ago. Lucy leaned on her hand and frowned. Cannibals, the last thing I wanted to feel is a hunger for human flesh. Good thing Gojo is pretty good at killing people. You even feel those people? Isdis gasped. But that was the problem with godhood. Becoming one with the universe means having to deal with anything that relates to your portfolio. Like how Eris is having to deal with murder, Lucy has to deal with everyone's gluttony, no matter how twisted it gets. Bastard put a baby on the table and started praying to me like I'm going to bless his potato salad. Lucy cried in outrage and disgust. I called Gojo immediately and told him to shove his foot down the bastard's throat. Lucy was already panting, mentally exhausted just from remembering that Gojo did just that, by the way. In a second, too, he's quite efficient. He is Arad's older brother, after all. Isdis nodded. I would say Arad is Gojo's younger brother. Lucy shook her head with a smile. Does it matter which of them learned from the other? Isdis and Lucy quickly agreed that it doesn't matter. So what about you? Anything new, Ice Princess? Lucy looked at Isdis with a smug face, and Isdis returned the smile. Ice Empress now got many kingdoms that need management. I'm far busier than Father ever was. She frowned. Now that I'm thinking about it, he's been helping me less and less lately. Should throw some work his way. Father always loved to sneak out of work to snack on cheese in the kitchen. How many times did we find him hiding with the maids inside the food storage room like a rat munching on whole cheese wheels? To be honest, he still does that. But wait until you hear about Arad. I once found him snacking on a whole pig carcass like it's a chicken leg. Isdis sighed. I even once found him hiding 2 whales in the castle's basement. That's the entrance to his lair, by the way. Gojo does that as well. But he's more fond of krakens. Lucy swallowed a whole stack of pastries with ease. Gojo also built his lair beneath our castle, just instead of stone. He used black ice. Black ice? Frozen tar-like substance. Our wizard said it's just water that got tainted black by kraken ink, explaining why Gojo loves it. I can't believe he made his lair smell like his favorite food. Isdis looked back and saw Liliana staring out of the window at the battlements. Saw anything interesting? All siege weapons here rely on the half-fallen angel's curses. None of them is something we can use back home. She sighed and turned back toward them. Get me some tea as well. She took a seat beside Isdis and Lucy. I've been working non-stop for weeks trying to fortify the kingdom. I deserve some rest. If I remember correctly, that kingdom was called Icewind. And Gojo is changing that name, right? Isdis looked at her with a worried face. That'll be a lot of work. Not just the name, but the flag, the army, everything is getting a rework. She sighed and looked at Lucy. And your little sister is our mascot. The kingdom would most likely end up being named Azura, and the flag would be a sky-blue lily engulfed in radiant light with a black background and its edges decorated with tiger-like stripes. Lucy looked at Isdis. The azure color is the kingdom's ice and snow. The lily refers to Liliana. The radiant light is me. The black background is Gojo, and the tiger strikes are Goog's clan signature. She smiled. Ah, almost forgot the pole carrying the flag in the royal office is Vars's staff. Chapter 1400.300 To Hunt a God War is when people fight each other to gain freedom, land, religious superiority, or dominance. Gojo looked at Arad with a smile. Some say that peace is the opposite of war, but I say it's not. Peace is just the absence of war. Arad tilted his head. So, what are you saying? I'm saying that fate is cruel. It set 2 void dragons on a lone abomination. He smiled. We're not fighting a god. We're not waging war on a fallen deity. We're sitting on a hunt for food. We're just 2 void dragons seeking our sustenance. Gojo scratched the words war and fighting from the board. We're not going to war. We're hunting. We're not fighting. We're merely hunting. 2 scratched at once. He looked at Arad with a smile. That leaves violence. Gojo smiled. Well, of course I never fisted a deer to death. But I guess you did it to a bear. We're going to avoid most of that violence by setting a trap. We're civilized hunters, after all, and our game has rights to what humans call it, a humane death. Arad quickly realized that it would be just him, Gojo, and Alexander inside the barrier. Alexander's only source of divine magic is them, so if they aren't going to wage war, fight, or be violent, he won't be getting any power. How do gods even get their power? Arad asked, and Gojo shrugged. Hell if I know. This knowledge is the result of what I observed from Lucy. She is a full goddess now, after all. He looked down through the building toward where Lucy was. For a little girl, she knows how to describe what she is doing well, for example. Gojo started thinking, she is the goddess of gluttony. Anything that includes that would give her power, and she isn't limited by people who know her. She is the goddess of gluttony, not the goddess of people who believe in gluttony. Any form of desire for excessive consumption fuels her portfolio. It's quite expensive and sometimes hard to track, but it's always there. He smiled. But we're lucky this seal locks Alexander in from what it looks like. That seal keeps him from getting any divine energy from the outside world. It's a controlled environment where we can test the limits of a god's portfolio, you mean? It's best we keep that seal under control and use it later to train demigods like Eris or Mira on how to control their divine portfolio. Also test things like what is considered murder and what isn't for Eris. He waved his hand. Put her inside, bring someone, kill him in a specific way, and see if she gets divine energy. If she does, that kill was murder. If she doesn't, the kill wasn't murder. That sounds useful, but we'll need to get rid of Alexander first. And he isn't dying without a fight. Arad sat down. Even if we aren't waging war against him, he'll be coming for us. And that should give him divine magic. That's to be expected. We'll have to overcome that, and what's a better way to hunt an animal than to use a trap? Nothing. Liliana should be able to give us a solid trap idea. Let's go and see her. The 2 teleported inside to ask Liliana for advice, and she sighed with an exhausted face when she heard the 2 of them were trying to kill a god of war. First, you 2 need to tire him out. Kite him around, keep him chasing you, and make him use big attacks. Once he is low on divine energy, low enough at least, get him to end himself with a trap. The key point is that he needs to be the one to activate the trap, not you 2. She scratched the back of her head. This is all I can think about on the spot, for the trap. It doesn't matter as long as it can one-shot him. Gojo nodded and looked toward Lucy. Lucy, I need your nails, all of them, and a bit of hair, if you will. He paused. Blood might help if you don't mind. She looked at him. At this rate, how about I chop my head off? But fine, I'll get them for you. Are you casting high magic? Nothing makes a trap better than the remnants of a god. Usually, people would fight over a single drop of divine blood due to how much power it holds. 2 nations once killed each other over a 300-year war over the ownership of a single strand of divine hair that belonged to Amaterasu. Arad, Callie waved her hand and jumped at him. If Gojo is making a trap using Lucy's power, how about you make one using my powers? I'm sure Alexander would shit himself seeing a destruction blast raining down on his skull like an anvil. I'm not as skilled with magic as my brother. Ared shook his head, and she grabbed him by the hand. Stop whining, come with me. I'll show you a few tricks. Callie took Ared to another room and turned into her destruction form. I'll help you make a trap that no one has ever managed to get. It'll make even Amaterasu cry and curse. Heh. Callie lifted her hand and shoved it in her chest, pulling her still beating heart out. Ared was about to scream, but her wound instantly healed, as if it were nothing. You've eaten the Overgod's dead heart and saw how much power that thing held. This heart is my still living heart. I've got a new one now, but it still holds too much power. She covered the heart in a wave of demonic magic and sealed it into a black cube. Once you use this on someone, they'll be doomed to destruction and ruin. It doesn't work that well on gods, but it should be enough to make it impossible for Alexander to heal or exert more than half of his power without injuring himself. She looked at the cube. I bet whatever trap Gojo would make will end up breaking Alexander apart and digesting him. This would make it impossible for Alexander to recover from that. Are you sure it won't be considered an attack? It won't. I bet it'll be a blessing from me to Alexander. One that'll help him get destroyed faster.